Over to English. Hello.
We just arrived in our fantastic boat, Kontiki 5.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
We last session we decided or found out that this is a 2-year anniversary. So we decided to have a little recap of the whole series so far, the 2 years, and go through some artwork and stuff that we have, and just kind of reflect on this. So, without further ado, this time we can present our characters by waving on camera. So, if I do that, we have Lissa.
Hi.
And we have, come on, Naz.
Hello.
Yeah, Naz also disappeared for a moment in part of the story. We'll get back to that. Why we have a missing version of him. We have Vrask.
Hello.
And I should probably get the folder up so I can see what's coming next. Yeah. Then we have Bakari.
Yes. Hello.
Very in character.
Mm-hmm. Because this is alphabetical order, Torbjörn, you'll have to wait a bit. But we had some other guest characters, because I've just put all the images in one place now and sorted them. So we also had a guest character who was playing Bree.
Smell.
She had a random minor curse thing that she smelt. I think it was sulfur everywhere. So that was her little joke. During the first couple of sessions, we also had Godfrey. And now,
Badass.
yeah, he was badass. And now, Kagna.
Hello.
Not stopping there though, we had more guest characters. We had Lot Orn, played by the same person who played Bree. And then we had Ronnie, who has a different font on the name than anyone else, and we'll probably get back to why when we go through the story. And then we had Yuri.
Wow, Mox has had a lot of characters.
Yeah, he has. We also had the final guest character who joined for a couple of sessions was Winston, who was an awesome character. I think it's a shame he never joined because he had his own noir internal monologue for everything he did, and it was amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, I went and grabbed some he had posted. They were pretty good.
Yeah. So he also has the longest flavor text on all the all the splash images.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty cool. I like
Yeah.
it. Good character.
So I'm just gonna go through all the character splashes first, and I've sorted it into characters. Bosses has their own folder, and then I've got a folder for Egypt, Fae, Shadow, and other. So I'm just going to go through all the characters first, and then we can start with the summary and stuff. So we also have some.
Is it better to do the summary first, because then they will have the context for some of the characters?
Yeah, sure. We can do that. It's not a problem.
Though I remember last time we tried to do a summary, that took at least an hour.
Yeah, it's gonna. We can do it. We can do it.
Summary before?
Yeah, we did a quick summary at least after one of the Christmases.
Yeah, 1 year ago.
Yeah, 1 year ago.
Right.
So yeah, I can.
We just need something to spark. We just
Yeah,
need
we-
something to spark our memories. So I think.
Yeah, I think I'll start with the first section of the summary based on memory, and then if any of you have any additions, just pipe in. So
Mhm.
this whole campaign started because I had an idea. I really wanted to do D&D in a modern setting, heavily inspired by the Hellboy movies and comics. Particularly the Hellboy and the Golden Army, the second movie. Also with a bit of inspiration from things like Harry Potter, Umbrella Academy, kind of all the Secret Magical Society series,
What are you doing, Matthias?
of which there are many now, many Secret Magical Society things. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is another movie. I recently watched Fate, the Winx Saga. There's the Charlize Theron movie that everyone thought was a series. Like everyone I spoke to was like, "Oh, this looks like a good series," and it turned out to be a movie. I can't remember what it's called. The Old Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
Yeah, the old
lots.
guard was good.
Yeah, it was good. There's lots of these kind of secret magical societies now. Also heavily inspired by the World of Darkness RPG setting. With like the veil, which is protecting mortals from knowing about the magical world. I know it's really cool, Matthias, that you're using your phone as a webcam, but like seeing you constantly like.
Sorry, I got a text message.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's me. This is me typing.
Yeah. So yes, that was the inspiration for the setting, and I wanted this to be kind of a surprise for my players. So I ran a one-shot pitch where I said the only thing that I said was that it is obviously a pitch. If people like the setting, we will do a full campaign, and that. The setting was a secret, but the one thing you needed to know was that if you're not human, expect racism, or like to stand out. And
Playing in the real world, expect racism. It was basically that was your.
but I never said real world for the pitch.
No, but that was like the
Yeah.
way to code it.
Yeah.
You can I actually went back and looked at the first ever message in this channel, which was sent on the 22nd January. Actually, that was when the channel began.
Yeah.
So that's when you started to looking for players, and I can read it
Yeah.
for you
Go
guys
ahead.
if you
Go
want
ahead,
to.
read it.
Yeah. So campaign rules. Looking for 3 main players. The campaign will be open for many guests, but the story will only focus on 3. D&D 5th edition, the setting is secret and will be revealed in the one-shot. Because of this, the one-shot won't care about the 3-player rules. Be careful with magic use. It is a low magic settings, meaning don't go throwing fireballs all over the place. Though it is highly recommended that you have at least some magic. You can still go full spellcaster, just be aware that you will need to think tactically. Expect racism. Humans have become oversaturated, meaning your character should be able to blend in with humans. So human, elf, halfling, and dwarf should be fine. Anything else needs to expect finger pointing and "we don't serve your kind" all over the place. A bit like Dragon Age Origins, as far as I can remember. And then a caveat at the end, finally, after the one shot, if people like the setting, you're free to make new characters, as you will probably understand my world better.
Yes. And so the first pitch, there was a lot of players who signed up. So I decided to split you into 2 groups on each side of a large town. And your objective was to get to a mansion at the north side of town to stop a ritual. and it was a very funny session because you guys had no idea it was a modern world, and started walking around. You were very good at being stealthy and not revealing yourself. My favorite one was Imperator Mats, who was disguised as a human, and he walked past some normal civilians and just said, "Greetings, fellow human."
He was the one human in our group as well. So,
Yeah.
I mean, actual human.
Yeah.
That was Winston.
Yeah, that was Winston. That was Winston, and that was just hilarious because for you guys, it's like, yes, you were imagining Dragon Age where people know of elves, but they're they're a minority. That's what you guys were expecting. But for me, it's like, this is a normal world with nothing magical, and someone walks up, "Greetings, fellow human." That was hilarious for me.
Yeah.
There were a couple of spells which got busted as well. And in the end,
I do remember a few things.
Yeah, go
from
ahead.
Way back. I think it was Matthias playing Nas. Not sure, but you were trying to parkour on roofs, but then you were seen by someone in the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Nas.
Yeah.
That was Nas. And someone tried to put a sleep spell on my group, I think.
Yeah, because you were in different voice chats and I was hopping back and forth, and someone quickly found out that, hey, if we just make a load of random rolls in chat, they'll think we're in combat. And
that's that fucker over there.
Yeah.
Sneaky, crafty man.
which was hilarious. And then I jumped into the other group, and they were like, I jumped into the other group, and they were like, "Oh, the first group's in combat. Maybe we should fuck with them." And they started trying to cast spells at the other group, and I'm sat there just like, "Oh my god, this is awesome!" Because what you guys also didn't know was that this wasn't just a mission; it was the exam at school.
Yeah, I think maybe we should do a bit broader recap. I mean, could just tell the concept for the first mission, I think.
Yeah, we will. This is just like, since it's the start.
Okay, yeah.
But anyway, the both groups got to the mansion. They went in opposite entries, which was fun. So they did actually go in different doors, and they got in. Found out that they were one of the groups, the group that got in first, found the ritual site with some cultists, and were just too late. And a demon was summoned, and there was a small boss fight. After that,
I remember the demon was played by. Yeah, no, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt. Just couldn't help myself.
So yeah, there was a small boss fight against a demon that was summoned, and after they had defeated him, he basically said, "Stop. Well done," and I revealed that the whole thing was an exam at school. The characters' memories were wiped so that they would be acting on only their experiences and skills, and not remembering that they were at school.
I do remember my character ended up getting some of the memories back before she should.
Yes. Which is funny looking back on it, because that's basically all of Liz's story, right? Just remembering her past.
No, we did a random rolls, so
Yeah.
I don't know if we actually told people this on Twitch, but people who were humans or had non-magical classes had to roll for getting random magical stuff.
Yeah,
At
abnormalities.
the time, I was only a full-time monk and human, so which is why I rolled twice and then got I remember my past 7 lives and I don't age thing.
Yeah.
Way before I actually made the characters fully fleshed out. So and I rolled on remembering stuff, and I remembered it was a school.
Yeah. So you remembered things earlier. That's true.
Yeah.
And yeah, the demon was the examiner, basically evaluating your performance. And that's when I also revealed the full concept of the setting, that it is a modern world, originally at least taking place in London, and that you'd all just passed your exam. And I read up all the flaws and all the mistakes you did through your exam, and people thought that was hilarious because they were just finally like, "Oh, it all makes sense now. This is hilarious." It was great fun, and then then we continued on Discord for a bit, where I said that I explained the rule of 3 a bit better, because there was a lot of confusion around that at first. But my whole point was that I wanted the story to revolve around only 3 players, because it's a lot of work to involve a lot of characters. So I wanted my story to revolve around 3 players, but then I will still allow other people to join as guests and play. And when I say guest, I don't mean like one session, I mean through the whole campaign. Like Torbjorn and Marius now, who have been through this entire second arc of the story, or third arc, I guess. If it was everything up until Egypt, and then Egypt was an arc, and now Shadowfell is an arc, it was, yeah. You've been through this whole second and third act. So yeah, I had to explain those rules a bit better, but people seem to understand it in the end. And I also said, to have the most engaging story, I want people to write pitches and send them to me. Which he did. I don't have my bookmarks anymore, so I have no idea where all those pitches are. But in short,
I have a pitch.
yeah, in short, the pitches I got were there was a lot of good ones.
How many did you get? You remember? I mean, you obviously don't have them anymore, but
No, because I had bookmarked them all on my old laptop in a folder with pictures, because they're all over the place because they were just in your own Google Drives, and you just sent me the links. So it's going to be really hard for me to find them now.
Yeah.
But I got obviously the 3 who you guys are playing, plus Godfrey. I know I got Pia. I got John had a backup character as well, aside from Godfrey. Max had one, I think. So there was a nice amount of them, and I had to read through them all and figure out, okay, which ones can I make the best story out of. Doggy.
This is Chuck.
he is cute.
Yeah, and yeah, so I ended up with I think the first one I got that I ranked high up on the list was Vrask. So with that, Mats, do you want to give a quick pitch of Vrask? Like, what is his point?
No?
No, Mats?
I'm muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Mats. There
Yeah,
you go.
sorry. Yeah, so I just found my pitch just now as well.
Yeah,
And I
sent
realized that it's fucking 8 pages long.
Yeah. So don't.
Oh,
yeah, I was
Jesus.
thinking of that. So don't read the whole thing. I just need, like, I think you have a TLDR
Yeah.
version at the end.
No, not
I-
long.
Yeah.
I do have a TLDR version.
Yeah.
So I can do the brief one. Actually, hang on, wait. Was the brief one actually correct? Because I remember we did a change.
We
or
did a
like
couple-
pretty
yeah.
substantial change.
We did a couple of changes because I really like the character
this is-
concept, and I
'cause
wanted
this
to
is
fit him a bit
when-
more.
Let's see. I'm just gonna quickly read through to make sure. But yeah, the gist of Rask at the start was that I wanted to play something that could sort of challenge me a little bit. I wanted to play someone who, ironically, kind of was a very charismatic character, but had no empathy, but sort of knew that and played on that, and sort of wanted to shield himself from that by putting others in the spotlight and kind of promoting others, but mostly sort of as a mechanism to protect himself from the kind of we had like a session. I remember, was it you, Matthias, where we talked I think it was with Nas, where we talked about the consequences of his magic, because he had a very weird birth. Well, let's just put it that way. Where this was not known to me when I created this character, obviously, that he was fathered by a god in a ritual, very strange, perverse ritual, and this had caused him to sort of have this fey magic in him, which would mean that he was essentially inspired by what was the Marvel series called with the strong the super strong female detective?
Jessica Jones.
Jessica Jones, the Jessica Jones villain, who could basically get anyone. Purple Man, something I think it's called.
Purple Man. Yeah, his villain name is Purple Man. He is called Kilgrave.
Yeah, so he was basically inspired by him. What if you had like someone like that in a more sort of D&D like fitting suit of powers, and what would the consequences of that be? And I think one thing that we've been able to explore now is that while the original kind of conceit, at least what he'd been diagnosed with, was like antisocial personality behavior, it was in reality that he couldn't associate with other people, because when he would like the spells and the kind of magic that he would use to compel them to do what he wanted sort of disassociated him so much from other people, because he never needed to consider other people, and they felt alien since he had this power over them. And he's sort of been dealing with that his whole life, and kind of getting everything he wanted, and especially in his youth. So it's only like quite recently where that has turned to, no, actually, wait, I do care about some people sometimes. That is actually a thing I'm capable of. But in the early, in his early life, he had some very close brushes with death. It was his family life was quite sad, as he had a mother who basically, ever since that ritual, had gone a little bit insane, as she had seen quite a lot of the supernatural and had seen she had seen God, no, I don't even remember what the fuck the god is called.
Oberon?
Nefertum.
Yeah, Nefertum.
Oberon, yeah, yes, right. Yeah, because Oberon was supposed to bring her to the Feywild. And she was basically waiting for Oberon to bring her to the Feywild, and she kept like talking about this mystical creature that would bring her peace, and she was sectioned, and it was during that time where Rask's power manifested as well. And he got his very poignant prophecy, which was the he who betrays shall be denied the sun, his offspring will not bend, he who betrays must meet your gun, his offspring will meet their end. I believe that was the prophecy, and we now know, of course, that that has become quite the spot-on prophecy, as of course but the he who betrays in that regard is the big bad we're currently lining up to fight. And there was also a prophecy regarding the children of the sun, and how he was like meant for something greater, which was what basically put on the whole Nefertum thing. But yeah, no, he's been quite an interesting character, and trying to play someone who has, like, I guess, no empathy, but really sort of plays it up. That's why he has a lot of those sort of swings. Like he, like Matthias pointed out, he kind of over adjusts when somebody points out that something with his behavior is wrong, or he he does something wrong, he over adjusts to the complete opposite, because he has no way to kind of hone in on that middle ground. So that has been quite interesting, and difficult as well. And the original kind of ironic conceit was he wanted to be the kingmaker, but ended up being the king.
Yeah.
Like he wanted just to kind of be in the background, be the director, be the one that sort of pushed all the bricks into place and controlled the spotlight, but ended up being in the spotlight. So yeah.
One small, I don't know, a note. I'm not sure if I'm just misremembering, but Oberon, wasn't that just the Fey Wild King and not?
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
Nefertim, which was
Yeah, but it's like Chemoimoi was the guy that was
Yeah.
he
Chemoinoi-
saw for a while. But,
yeah,
you know.
because that was a misdirect on my end, because Chemoinoi was working for Nefertim. And it was Chemoinoi that brought Vrask's mother to the Feywild on Nefertim's behalf. Because it was later revealed.
that's right.
Because the misdirect was that you thought that your father for a period was this annoying asshole Chemoinoi, who was just the typical annoying fairy man. and then it was revealed that no, your father was actually the god Nefertim.
Yeah.
Chemoinoi was just his servant. Yeah.
Oh, that was interesting. Also, one thing I regret about this is not being able to play more on the relationship with his mother, because that was very unique. I feel like once we figured all that out and figured out with Chemoinoi, and kind of brought her to, because we brought her to the I think it was not Direwolf, but the training, the one that had sanctuaries cities.
Yeah, Grey Wolf.
Grey Wolf, yeah, we brought her to the Grey Wolf compound, and she's been living there with Chemoinoi.
Yeah.
So that was very interesting. And I think one of the most interesting things about the greatest ironies, of course, is how he started out being the team leader. And that's when he did really poorly and kind of was really bad for his own kind of growth, his own character growth. But the moment he sort of stepped back, that's when he kind of really kicked it into gear and things became a lot better for him. So the kingmaker part of his moniker was always something he should have led into more. But yeah. No, that's
if we're doing, I mean, you had a lot of great moments there, but yeah, I mean, ignore me.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that's
contributing.
We can go through more of the details when we go through the actual recap. But,
the actual recap won't have as much details, obviously, but this is the main characters. You're allowed to detail it out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's Rask. Then the next one that I sort of approved and chose as my who I wanted to be one of my main characters was Naz. Now, with these, I have to point out that with these two characters, they were in the top list of who I wanted as my main story, along with Godfrey as well. He was up there for a long time, and I couldn't decide which ones I wanted until I got Celia's, and I managed to tie everything together. So just pointing that out. Celia's was the last one I got, but it just tied everything together.
Let's go through Naz's first then, and then we can talk about me.
Yeah, so technically I chose Vrask and Naz first. So go ahead, Naz. What was your pitch?
My original pitch wasn't 8 pages long. It was basically half a page, and then we had some back and forth.
Yeah.
until I fleshed it out. And yeah, I think I shared the pitch in the Discord chat, and there's no way of sharing it with the Twitch chat, I think, in an easy way. So
I can just pull it up on my stream while you're talking. No, I can't, because if I go away from the full screen of Discord, all the cameras will become text.
It's fine.
Yeah, don't mess it up. I'll say it then. So my idea with making Nas as a character was to make a highly specialized character. You know, we are team players, and I want something that is as fun. And I decided I want to do somebody who's good at sneaking and infiltrating. But I didn't want to make a rogue. So I went around, how could I make a good, sneaky, creepy, not creepy, but creeping kind of guy? So that was the concept behind him. That was like kind of the golden goal all the time. And everything else is justifications for the choices I made mechanically. So that's why he became a catfolk. That's also why I ended up going for the ranger, just to get that invisible in darkness, can see in darkness stuff, and that has been prevalent the whole game. I mean,
That's been so fun.
Yeah, Gloomstalker. I mean, that has been. I think that comes up at least every third session, if not more. Yeah. It's a thing. But yeah, so yeah, he came from a mechanical place, but then I started to write his backstory, and I really liked him. Let's see if I can summarize it, though. Well, I'm really bad at summarizing, so bear with me. I will try as best I can. So, Nas, he's a master of subterfuge and penetration of places, and there are few places he cannot get access. And when employed by Direwolf, he is an important asset when it comes to keeping a situation from escalating out of containment by giving his team members that extra bit of wiggle room before dealing with any sleepers or threats. That was the idea. And his backstory is that he was born in Russia to catfolk parents. And catfolks in this setting, I kind of created an identity because we needed to figure out where catfolks fits in. So catfolks are like... they're like a bad stereotype of typical gypsies, and I admit that they're not fleshed out. It could be more nuanced, but I don't know it that much, and stereotypes are easier to explain. So they're pseudo fantasy gypsy Romani, kind of loosely based on that.
Yeah,
I
nomads.
say that risking
like
offending.
modern nomads.
Yeah, that is actually a lot of better. But then they're also, because they're catfolks, they're living in the shadows beneath polite society because they're supernatural. They need to stay hidden, so they do a lot of stuff that wouldn't actually be considered illegal, that sort of stuff. And his parents, and this is tied into the story as we play it out, so I maybe not want to go into details about it now, but his parents, his heritage is from a lineage of, I'd say, leaders of the catfolks, of the Tabaxis. His father was held some claim to that, but they failed in a coup, or his father tried to seize the leadership, and he was expelled. And so that is how Nas came to England in the early or mid 2000s. And promptly he was they were taken into custody by Direwolf, because Direwolf, they're competent, and they didn't have a network in England, so pretty quickly they're kind of like, hey, what are you guys doing here? Let's get you into figure out what we're going to do with you. And I've never really gone into details about it, but I think Nas's parents, they split. They kind of like, well, Nas is obviously in better hands here. And I think this is part of, I would say it's kind of part of catfolk culture to not be that tied to your parents. It's more about the clan, I think. So I don't think he's that bothered by the fact that his parents left to pursue other interests than raising him and being his parents.
No, because
I think that's
like because like when you met your tribe again, you were closer to your
cousin, I think.
Yeah, it was your
Hey,
cousin. Anton,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Anton
Yeah,
Korshik?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
You
Anatoly or
Anatoly, yeah. Anatoly.
Yeah.
You were closer to him and your I say your in quotation marks because it was your baba, basically the oldest catfolk in the tribe, who is then just by title everyone's grandmother.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for all we know, Nas could have brothers and sisters as well. We just haven't gone into it. And
Yeah,
I think that's
his
just
litter.
part of catfolk culture. Yeah, and that's just part of catfolk culture. So I kind of enjoyed thinking about that. So yeah, he was raised within Grey Wolf. He wasn't raised in the same cohort as any of the other people from Grey Wolf, as far as I know. He had his own kind of crew that he ran with during his schoolboy years. One of them made an important appearance later, as it turned out that she was selling. One of his childhood friends turned out to be writing fantasy novel books and publishing them on the actual sleeper market based on everything DIREWOLF was doing. Basically doing AJR rolling, and it was becoming uncomfortable because these things were actually happening and were supposed to be secrets, and she's just fictionalizing it and putting it out there for everyone to read.
Yeah. I think she became a part of the story when one of you found out. Yeah, Erica, because you found out that her
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you found out that her newest book had revealed things that had not happened yet. Because all her books were like things that have actually happened to Direwolf, and so she was on the radar. Then she released a book about something that was happening as the book was released. I was like, okay, this is too fresh. There's something going on here.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's when she became a part of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, please continue.
And yeah, he Nas is like his personality. The way I shaped it is that he's a hunter. That's kind of like, imagine like the cat as they spot something and they do this thing, they waggle their tail and they're goal oriented, like hunter tracking down. This is what he wants. That is what he goes after. So that kind of personality, I think, lended him to become an operative in DIREWOLF. And he was, before kind of the campaign started, he had spent a couple of years as an actual infiltrator. So he wasn't a complete noob when the story began. He actually had some background being competent. And I enjoyed that as well. Not having... Of course, you never know how the die may fall. You might write a badass character, and the first day in play, he flubs everything, and it's like, what do you even do here? I don't think that happened to Nas, but that's always a risk. Yeah. World's most competent idiot.
Yeah, Mats knows all too well of my drow character and his wands.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have more, but I don't wanna cramp. I don't want to spend too much time talking. Do you think there's any important details?
No, most of your remaining stuff will come up during the story, I think.
Yeah. One thing that's worth going over though is that he was a ranger warlock. So from day one, I knew he was a warlock. So that meant I had some time to spend on his patron. But I remember it was really hard figuring out how to flavor or build a relationship with the patron because of the nature of the setting. I didn't know what was going on the celestial plane. What was a patron? How would that be? Would it be an actual creature? That sort of stuff. So I left it really vague, and obviously Thomas ran with it. He's like, yeah, I know who this is. I know how it's going to play out. At least that's what it felt from my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
He had a vague idea that his power came from a person or entity called the Morning Star, which the catfolk worshipped, which we later learned was just a mutation or a variant of Nenet, I think.
Yeah.
Or Sekhmet. I keep mixing up those names despite having played this campaign for so long.
Yeah, Sekhmet. Sekhmet is a god.
Sekhmet, yeah.
Nenet is a priest.
Yeah.
The avatar. But yeah, the it will come up during the story recap. But yeah, I basically thought, because you were worshipping the Morning Star, and I simply just in my mind I just said, okay, that's just a different name for the morning star, as in when the sun rises, and sun gods and Egypt tied very well into the next storyline. So with that, I think we can go over to the pitch which tied everything together.
Hey. Lissa. She's interesting because a lot of the stuff that ended up happening here with her wasn't originally planned. Like, a lot of it came out of the random rolls we did in the very beginning.
Yeah.
Especially the random roll of her remembering her past 7 lives. And I basically just ran with that in the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
But also I didn't want to kind of overpower her and kind of, okay, I need to remember all of these 7 lives. So I just put in the caveat of, yeah, she kind of remembers her past 7 lives, but not really because it's been so long. And what I think really put everything kind of together for you was that when I did do a little bit of a summary on each life, but I put most of them very vague, so Thomas could create what he wanted or what he needed out of it. But my first life I specifically put in as catfolk or tabaxi in Egypt.
Oh, you knew that from the start?
I knew that from the start. I had put
wow.
tabaxi as the first life because 9 lives, cats.
Mm-hmm.
Where would that
Yeah.
fit? Egypt. So I knew she was tabaxi. I knew she was. I had put her as a rogue, and that she had died trying to get to a tomb. I didn't know what tomb it was until it was revealed in game, which we can get to later when we get actually to the recap. But for me, playing her in the beginning, it was very much I put her like remembering as more of it gets harder and harder to remember in the same way that you don't really remember much of your childhood.
Yeah, you remember the events, but not
the
day-to-day.
Yes. So she knew like important things, what kind of life she had is and stuff like that. But she also knew there was something important going on, and that's why in the beginning she was extremely focused on herself and her past, and saw Direwolf as a means to an end. And it was only later that, like through the story and through the play, that she started developing familial bonds and friendships with the rest of the agents. So yeah, that kind of was my point for her.
Now, Marius, I would like you to introduce your character when you joined the story, so a bit later. But Torbjörn, because you technically joined at the start, and then you just didn't play for a long while. So I think you can go ahead and introduce. Where's his character sheet? There it is. This black screen. That is. Oh, I know why it's black. There you go. There. Kagna.
Yeah. Unlike the picture you chose for him, the original pitch I had for Cogner was as we were figuring out the as we were going through the original pitch of the campaign.
one of the things that was mentioned was that, oh, you're going to your characters in this start session will be you will be kind of you have started at like a school for special children, and so we started just throwing all of the like X-Men memes going and going.
Oh
and
yeah,
Mhm.
oh, I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, and I had decided like one of the characters that I wanted to play was a rogue healer, because I wanted to play a healer, and I didn't want to be a magical healer. So I started out with this idea for like I want to be a rogue thief who can use a medicine kit as a bonus action and do like non-magical healing and be really effective and run around and do damage as well. And then that kind of morphed over time into the character we have on screen here, as known as Wirt Cogner. Totally not the Kurt Wagner ripoff. And he when we rolled for him, when we rolled for like what his magical thing was, because he's just a normal human. He got, your body is covered in the scripture of a deity, and then we rolled for what deity or what type of deity, going by the D&D domains, and we got Tempest, and me having the name of Thor in my name just went, oh fucking hell, oh no, not again. I went for something non-magical specific. And yeah, and I went, okay, but I have like a different idea for this character. I wanted to go with something more like slightly Hindu inspired, slightly like Tamil inspired, partially because I have Tamil relatives from like my cousin's wife is of Tamil family. So I went like, okay, cool, just the more like the more brown Indians, and went, okay, what kind of gods in like the Hindu pantheons are there, or in this Indian subcontinent? And I ended up going like,
so
oh,
many.
oh yes, what tempest god, what storm gods, what like thunder and lightning gods? Oh, Indra, he seems cool. Okay, and then eventually as we like had done, we're done with that. Or actually, after the reveal of what setting it was, because I had only done like 3 levels of rogue, and went like, I'm going to be like the non-magical healer in this medieval setting. Fuck, modern. What is happening? And then I got to join as a guest a few sessions down the line again, when you guys were investigating a town and there were some kobolds in the sewer, and decided that, you know what, fuck it, this guy has there's some usefulness in, like, I don't know how well we're going to do like makeup to cover up the tattoos, so I'm just going to just mechanically cover that up, and just secretly take a couple of levels of warlock with specifically the celestial patron, thereby, because one thing I had read was that Indra, the former leader of the Hindu Vedic pantheon, had like in later stories stooped to be like this weird guy who got beat up by the hero, this weird drunkard god who got beaten up by the hero. So cool, that's his patron, and yeah, and then it just like it's like Cogner's whole motivation is that he wanted to be a doctor ever since he was a young kid. Like, he wanted to be a surgeon or a medic or something like that, and he was born with like this really, really weird birthmark that slowly turned into like Sanskrit texts, like old Sanskrit texts. And his parents, who were like both like immigrants to England, one by way of the Netherlands, one by way of like somewhere else, went, oh shit, what the fuck is happening? And eventually, like, they heard about this great prestigious school for gifted youngsters, and that's how he ended up there. And like for this, like for the first session, we got to like pick special backgrounds for, or we had to pick special backgrounds for the characters. Like, okay, what is your training in the school? Are you a socialite? As in you speak in all levels of society and have contacts everywhere? Are you an arcane researcher who knows a bunch of shit? Or like I forget the rest because those are the only two I really looked at.
There was
soldier, I think.
soldier and infiltrator.
All right. So yeah, I ended up going with. I think I originally I had taken the personality traits and bonds and everything of the arcane researcher, and then I took the feature of the socialite because I realized that okay, this guy is going to, like, he's going to kinda also be Doctor Strange in the more like, I know medicine and I am up in the society, blah 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 blah. So that was like his whole shtick, and then I due to scheduling, due to the job I used to have, I couldn't really join in on most of the sessions, and I like, oh no, I realized that okay, I couldn't prioritize this, and then suddenly I had time, and then the rest of everything that we will summarize in this whole session we're having tonight happened, so we can take that when we get there.
Yeah. So that's the characters that were at the start of the game, at least. As I said, we'll get back to Bakari when he joins the story. But yeah, and I've explained the school and the pitch. So does anyone want to go through the first mission?
I wouldn't mind doing it. I don't think.
Please do, because I remember I was not part of it.
Yeah, you were part of it. I don't know why.
I don't remember why I
Was it because
didn't.
you played it immediately after and you had to run? I don't remember.
I don't remember. No, I was not able to join on the very first one.
Yeah.
Here's the art for the demon boss from the pitch session. The one shot.
He also ended up being a not employee, but an ally of DIREWOLF.
Yes.
So he could be found in the HQ sometimes.
Yeah. He is here. Because I made 2 versions of his splash screen.
He was kind of cool. I remember we just after the first session, like the examination, the session 0 was done, we got to meet everybody at DIREWOLF headquarters, and that was pretty cool. I remember we had some dope moments. I remember you put in a GIF, or I'm not going to go down that discussion right now, of somebody practicing on the fire range, because this was just after Roll20 had introduced animated GIFs on the battle map. I remember that being pretty cool.
Yeah, so I can't remember, because you had the museum
we
mission.
met DIREWOLF first, and then we got the mission, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
we didn't start off running into it, I think.
No.
I could be misremembering, but
I
that's
remember
what
the
I
museum.
think.
Well, in that case, I will pull this window over here and let it load and have a quick look at the bunker. I turned off dynamic lighting. This used to have dynamic lighting, but after you explored it, there was no point anymore. But we have the entry and the lobby. We'll introduce the characters in a bit. I'm just going through the mansion very quick. With the commander's room at the far end, and then down here it's removed because I think she died. No, she didn't die. She just moved. But there's the GIF of the gunshot shooting on the firing range. Come on, pew pew. Because this was the training room as well, where you had like a small dojo, and you have a bathroom and showers.
You must have spent a lot of time on this.
Yeah, I did. A couple of offices. Then it's the information room, where you've got all the the phone operators, basically. We've got the cantina, where Chef Grillo works.
And lots of dead people, which
Lots
we
of-
will get to.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Then we
Didn't
have
look like
the
that when you first found it.
yeah, it wasn't. Then we have the rec room, which has got like a TV and a small arcade room, pool table, where people relax. And then we've got the science department, which is where all the research goes on. And-
I can see a splash screen. I can see
Yeah,
several
there's
actually.
splash screens on the edges. Yeah, I know. And a storage room at the end, with a hidden exit on the back, where
Yeah,
someone went
Nobody's-
to smoke.
yeah, you can still see the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke gif.
Hey, and there's Nas.
That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little
That was
smoke
not the
gif.
someone, but I mean,
No.
someone's
and
gotta
then,
take off the mantle.
yeah, and then we've got all the bedrooms.
dead
for all the
rooms?
people, the dead rooms. Yeah. For all the agents.
Oh man.
And most of them, and they have like customized rooms. So we have Godfrey's, and he specifically said he wanted some old books and an old gramophone because he's an old vampire. So he has a gramophone in his room. Then we have the other highest-ranking guy who died, Agent Jokar, who was a weaponsmith. We have another one who died, who was like the inheritor boy, who's like his family has been in Direwolf for many generations. We've got Jessica, who's still alive, who is an android. Agent Varys, who is MIA. Jaikin, who died. They were both. It was a ranger and a druid, so they're very got like nature in their rooms. Liz's room was very clean. I think I seem to remember you wanted the yoga mat, which
Yep.
you have, and that was pretty much it because you wanted quite a plain room.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, at the time Lisa didn't want a lot of other distractions.
Yeah. Then we've got Naz's room, which is full with musical stuff and knickknacks.
Yeah.
Shelf with all your trinkets, music posters and stuff.
He's into heavy rock.
Yeah.
I decided because I kind of like that as well. So give me a good reason to make a playlist with that kind of music in it. I enjoy making playlists for my characters. I think everybody, or not everybody, but several of us ended up making a playlist. But I have a full playlist with Nas themed music.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I think at least all the mains have a playlist.
Yeah.
I could
Uh,
actually just drop the playlist link. I think in the Twitch chat.
Yeah. Yeah. If you
If
want
that's
to do that,
okay
go
for
ahead.
you, with you.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah. Wow. Sure.
While you're doing that, I'll move around. We have Chef Grillo's room with all the beer kegs and stuff because he's the chef and he needs to store things where certain people can't get a hold of them. Agent Zal still alive apparently. He's on the map. You also see that I had like transparent versions by all the doors so I could remember whose room it is. That's the GM overlay. And he has an electrical guitar as well. He's a musician. And then you've got Miranda, who is still alive as well.
She's the one that got us to Shadowfell, is that?
Yeah, she is the one who sent you to the Shadowfell, or
No, no.
told you
no,
who to
no,
talk to.
She's the one,
Yeah,
she's the one that's going to get us out.
Yeah, that's right.
sorry.
Yeah, she
It's
told you
opposite.
who to talk to, and she's the one who's going to get you out.
Yeah.
And those two music interested had a couple of jamming sessions with Nas, I think.
I don't think Nas was part of those because he don't actually
maybe-
know how to play an instrument. He has a guitar and he has an
Yeah.
amplifier, but
It was Rask, yeah.
Rask,
Who's,
and then
yeah,
Nas
Rask
had it
probably
in
had.
there.
Yeah. Then there is Rask's room, who is obviously the key features he asked for was a computer and a mirror, because
Large standing mirror, yeah.
Yeah, obsessed with himself as he was. And look at how far we've come. You've replaced the mirror with a literal mirror image of yourself.
Meta.
Agent Tex-Mex, he also died twice. We'll get back to that.
Couldn't keep that Texan down.
Yeah, and Agent Jazz, he's still alive. Then we've got Agent Grillo, who has his little Zen garden and it's depends on where you are in the world, but it's may or may not be a legal plant.
Okay. Also, for chat, a lot of these characters are NPCs,
Yeah.
agents, not guest characters.
Yeah. Tomoken was, I believe, someone's pitch or suggested character, but never made it. Someone wanted to make a Gith, I think, and never made it past that stage. So I've got like a name in the sheet.
I think
but
that is mine. I think I dreamed up like 3 different concepts. One of them
Yeah.
was a Gith that didn't get past the initial state, and
Yeah.
another one is Pia, which is
Yeah.
should be somewhere around here.
Pia should be here somewhere.
then Nas.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Then there's Mike, who was who John played in the first session, the pitch, before he made Godfrey. Who is a stoner, so hence quite a few of those
Yeah,
dubious
because,
plans.
everyone knows that you can just sleep in your fucking hydroponics lab.
Because that's super healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Maybe that's his magic, right? He.
Yeah.
Uh,
Maybe it's revealed that he was a druid all along.
Yeah. Leon, I think, was also a player character. I can't remember whose it was, but I know that's
That-
not one of mine.
yes, I am a little bit unsure who Leon. I thought maybe Leon was the same as Mats' character, but now that I see him, I can tell that I misunderstood that one.
Yeah.
No idea who that was.
Nope. Newbie was who you met in the gun range when you first arrived.
What a
who
good
was
name.
like- yeah, well, that's her nickname. Her actual name was Jenny Newland, and so she got the agent name Newbie because she was new and her name is
Yeah.
Newland. Then on the bottom row we have Simone, who is usually hanging in the rec room because she likes TV series. I think she's also dead, which is
She
which
died.
Naz-
I remember she died because originally Lisa was going to actually start opening up towards people, and she was the first one she was
Yeah.
going to open up.
Yeah.
That
Also,
didn't work well.
yeah. Also, I think Nas was getting a bit of a crush on her because she was the TV addict.
Also, she joined
I'm-
on one of the
remember-
things, the nightclub thing, which
Yeah.
we will get to.
Yeah, her and was it? Yeah, it was her and Tex-Mex joined for the nightclub.
Yeah.
Then there's Winston Crane, who I didn't get a description of his room, so he just has an empty one. But that is other Mats character. And Wert's room, again also empty because there wasn't. As you
I
said,
never,
yeah, you
I
know,
never
never
thought
got that
to
far.
give a description.
Yeah. Lasser, does anyone remember who that is? I know. I know who Lasser
No,
is.
no idea. I don't remember the person.
No, that is who
It
Lynn
looks like
made.
a character from the one of the spin-offs that I played.
Yeah, that's who.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, it does. That's who Lynn made for the pitch, but she couldn't join it for the pitch session.
Oh.
And
It's
there's
also
Pia's
really
room.
fun for me to see like the really old Cogner
Art?
token.
Yeah.
Because that's the one I drew for when we were first starting out with the pitch session. Just like, oh yeah, cool, it's gonna be high fantasy. So I'm just going to, you know what? I'm gonna base it off of like a Bunad, and go like, yeah, there's some Richard Ayoade in there, and he's half Norwegian, so of course I'm just gonna have an excuse to give him a boon. A bit too colorful for the modern setting, maybe, possibly.
Well,
then there's
maybe he's a trendsetter.
Then there's Pia.
There.
Is that Bruce from Full Metal Alchemist?
Yes, that was.
It is the best.
Yeah.
You can tell. You
No,
started
I'm just saying that like I picked that art based on the pitch I got for Pia.
You picked that art? I think I selected a lot of art, but I couldn't really find a good art.
I think I
agree with that one.
Yeah, I think I picked this one because I read the concept of Pia and like, oh, I know the image in my head, and it was true.
It's so long ago, I don't remember, but that fits exactly what I also imagined.
Yeah.
Because something that was like.
So
just a recap very quickly, if I may.
Very quickly.
Spending. Yeah, PIA was an acronym for personality entity, something I don't remember, and that was a science experiment or a magic ritual gone wrong that's just merged everybody who was part of the ritual into one entity, and so they're fighting for control. But then they had agreed on a truce to try to solve their affliction, and that was the character concept, and it was possibly going to be played by several different players, actually sharing one character sheet. So multi-class, changeling. It was a good concept, but I liked Nas, and Nas was picked as well.
Yeah, it was a cool concept. We got the showers, of course. Sensei Lyra is the martial arts expert in Direwolf, NPC as well. Wei Jin, who I remember Lyssa was close to as well, because she was also a martial artist. And Rivers, who I believe Naz had some dealings with, because she was also something was related. I wrote like backstory for all of these NPCs.
Yeah.
And
I think maybe she was a shadow sorcerer.
Yeah, maybe.
Because Nas's power was speculated to be shadow related.
Yeah.
And now we sort of know they are, because they're all related to gods and goddesses of light, which do cast shadow.
Yeah. And so that was the Direwolf HQ with all the NPCs and rooms and everything. It was really fun for me to like plot this together, and I think you guys had a lot of fun between missions there as well, because you were socializing with all the NPCs and doing stuff, including the famous nightclub scene, which we will get to.
Yeah.
So that was really fun, and I think it really helped flesh out that you're not just on missions. You have a life aside from that as well, which was fun. But yeah, back
Bill
to the.
You stole that from us.
Yeah.
We will build a new and better one. Actually, we did, but that's later. I uploaded the map for the new area.
Yeah.
In the arts folder.
Nice. Back to the recap, though.
Yeah. And just a heads up, it's 1 hour, 30 minutes into the recap. So if we want to get through 2 years of playing, we probably ought to compress things a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. I just like going into details for where we've actually put effort in.
Oh, yeah.
But I completely agree. The story now is going to be a lot quicker.
I would like to say though, I have the notes for the first session is like 10 words because I was not there, so there's no notes.
I have to admit, I think that is like on all of us, and I have to say, guys, I think we've brought it up a couple of times. Celia is amazing with notes.
Yeah.
Every campaign that she's in, the notes exist, and they are updated with just enough like details, and it's a gold mine.
Yeah. It is. Hang on, I'm just trying to find where that map went, because I have. Yeah, please continue. Does anyone have I remember the first mission if the notes are spotty, like at least
I remember
summary.
as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can. Okay, so the first mission in modern day setting was that a dragon had appeared in a museum. I don't think we knew it was a dragon, but I'm just giving the facts.
Yeah.
a frost dragon in a British museum. So a couple of us went there. I don't remember who, but I think it was the noir detective Winston. Rusk was there. Naz was there. If Torbjörn remembers it, Vert was probably there.
I vaguely
And
remember
it was and I don't I think we it was discovered that somebody kind of tried out a procedure or something
too.
to bring in a dragon, because after going in, dealing with the local police, going in trying to neutralize the threats that was in there were frost pixies and frost dragons and everything. It was very interesting. It was a good meeting with the modern world, because we had to deal with local law enforcement as well, and trying to keep them out of the magical area. Very interesting, and that provided like the first lead that somebody's doing this. Like, this didn't happen spontaneously. Although I do think that was a magical artifact here that allowed it to happen, if I don't remember wrong. We never really got into it. It was just an inciting incident, I think.
You did learn some more about that item. Because you recovered it, the item which awoke the dragon, and late. No, you did recover it during that mission. He just woke up. But you did recover the item which awoke him later, because you found a vial of liquid at the museum.
Oh, is this what woke him to? Is this testing out that procedure? I'm now piecing it together.
Because the vial you found, you managed to track to Magpie Mines, which is the next mission.
Yes.
And then you recovered the machine, and that machine is what was stolen from the Direwolf bunker when it was attacked.
But the bunker hadn't been attacked by that point.
No, not by this point.
Talking about something in the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it started with this museum where these things had woken up, and you eventually at the end of the mission found a clue, which was the vial. I'm trying to see if
that led us to the Magpie Mine in Derbyshire, UK.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, there, I guess if I can continue probably doing some of the recap.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was the first one I joined in. I remember we did have some discussions and beginner growth spurts for like how we interacted with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't always the best, but there were ghosts there. I specifically got some canisters of gas and gas mask from there that I used way later. We'll get to that.
Still have gas bombs.
Yes, I do. But what we recovered there, like there were ghosts and things, but we ended up recovering a photograph from a video camera about a blurred out face, as well as notes about some sulfuric acid and a revival formula, as well as some other fluids and things and distillers, which we took back for evidence.
Well, let me just add that this mine that we went to is an example of what I really like about Direwolf, is that this was apparently inspired by a real life mine that is supposedly haunted or had some tragic story to it. So that's a cool touch.
Yes.
Let's see if I can find the handout. Mission briefings. It is in mission.
Yeah, we did. Thanks.
Documents.
When we still bothered to actually write them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when we had missions that required writing, we've been in the Shadowfell for so long.
Document.
That is true.
Mission briefing. Mission graduation exam. Mission 1. Mission 2. Here you go. There's the real life footage of Magpie Mine.
Yes.
And if I go back to the exterior, I actually modeled it after that. So you've got the tower, the silo tower on the edge with the ruined tower. It's a bit hard to make out, but there's like ruin walls here.
Mm-hmm.
The shaft which goes down into the mine, and then the buildings. So I did actually try and model it after, and I used more than one picture as well. I found multiple.
What is going on with the picture in the middle of the screen?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what was going on there. But
Okay, whatever.
but yeah,
I think it may be an image you've pulled in that's been replaced by something else.
Maybe.
Like an image of a well or something.
yeah, maybe, probably.
But yeah, we went there and then we recovered the things, which actually ended up leading into a side mission, which was not streamed on Twitch, which happened at 3 o'clock in the night. In real life, mind you, I had gone off. You guys continued talking, and I went back in when you guys were planning in game to go to a rave.
Yeah, see, the thing that happened there was that we were just doing some post-session role-playing. Naz, among others, were talking to some of the NPCs. And suddenly, just me being an over-eager DM as well, was not going to say stop. So they were just like, yeah, let's go to a party and let's go out for a couple of beers and have some fun. And I had foreseen this coming. That at some point you would go to a bar. It's a modern setting. Of course you want to go to a friggin' bar. And so I had set up one of the, still to this day, one of my favorite maps because it supports GIFs. and it was so amazing because you were on the way to the bar and Celia came back in chat and like, you guys are still awake, and like, yeah, we're going to a bar, does Lissa want to join? and
Yeah,
so you,
basically, fuck it, okay.
yeah, and so you queued outside, you came in, hung up your coats, and then you went around the corner, and then, because I have dynamic lighting on, you suddenly just saw this rave GIF that I had overlaid onto the map. And it was absolutely hilarious. And yeah, Celia, do you want to explain what happened at the rave?
Yes. Yeah, no, we went there just to chill first. We had some RP moments, which I liked, including Lisa calling out Rask on his behavior from earlier, because that was a thing, but worked it well. Then weird things started happening, and people felt compelled to buy more beer. And we found out there were someone here that had powers. Turns out, in modern times, a DJ can be a bard.
Yep.
So,
I'm just gonna...
that's very interesting.
Yeah. So there was a tiny little boss fight suddenly.
Yeah.
At the rave party. And
Which is interesting.
where? Yeah, please keep talking. Can someone, if someone remembers the story of Insomina, feel free to tell that now, because I know you visited her story later in the game, but go ahead and tell it now.
We ended up at least stopping her from leaving, and we found out she didn't really know too much about supernatural things, but she'd gotten these powers. She had a boyfriend, I remember. Yeah, does anyone else remember some of the details? I need to actually look into it.
I think it was a tragic story, and I think I think I remember it, but it was also based. I know this is a reference to a real world fictional story, but I think it was that she had a producer that had abused her, and so she had used her powers to kill him, and then another friend had helped her covering up, and he had gone to prison for her. Something along those lines, I think.
Yes, Dex. Frederick Mikkelsen.
Yeah. It still remains to this day one of the best stories, or one of the best sort of lines of this whole campaign, I think.
So we did end up taking her into custody, but less for a crime and more for giving her education, which we will come back to because there happened more stuff with her. But that was the end of that night.
Yeah. I'm just going to. Ah, sorry. There, found one. So yeah, her story was heavily inspired by the book Over My Shoulder, which was written by a former colleague of mine and a friend. And I well, it wasn't written by my colleague, but it was illustrated by him. And I was really, I really enjoyed that story, so I decided to incorporate parts of it. And I can't find a power cable for this thing, but fun fact, I have Insumina's glasses. Which do flash and blink because she is a real DJ in real life, and I wanted someone who was I really enjoyed her appearance and her image for that character, so I ended up using it.
Yeah, no, I remember you saying that now that
Yeah.
you're mentioning it.
So yeah, after the DJ mission.
To the DJ mission,
So
we did
here's the
some...
dragon, by the way. I forgot to show it earlier.
I remember that's when I started going into my own research stuff together with Bree. Because Bree was also doing research, so we were both going to the library together. While I think Rask and Nas ended up going to the boyfriend to resolve that part of the story. I started actually finding some books written by a Japanese author, which should not have been able to write things, because that was in the time of when Japan was closed off.
Yeah, it wasn't that you weren't able to write, but it was that she shouldn't have had any knowledge of the world outside.
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, is that she could write, but she wrote about things that was weird for her to know.
Yeah.
So, yes, that was a thing that happened. We reassured Mina's boyfriend of things. I think Nas tried to creep in through a window and noticed while Rask kept him busy.
Yeah, he managed to do it as well, and he was invisible. Remember that? He was just creeping around. We were just being creepy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bree was learning some stuff about her curse thing. But the thing was interesting is that both the groups came back at the same time to headquarters, as it was going up in smoke. That was when the attack on the headquarters happened.
Yeah.
That's just when the Fire Nation.
Seeing two dragons fighting.
Yeah. So you arrived. You returned to HQ to find it all in smoke, which was a big milestone for the story, and also the perfect cliffhanger for our first break today. So I think we should take a 5-minute break.
Sounds good.
Fine.
And we're back.
Oh.
So yeah, before we continue the story with the attack on Direwolf, I have a few more cards I want to show. Because we have at least Argyle.
Not to be confused with Nick Fury.
Yeah. For those of you
These are
who only know the MCU Nick Fury, before the MCU, Nick Fury was kind of looking like David Hasselhoff, and they even cast David Hasselhoff in a really old Nick Fury movie.
Well,
So yeah.
actually, there was a lawsuit.
Yeah, there probably was, but yeah. So I found some old pictures of some pretty cool old pictures of Nick Fury, and used that as a base for making Argyle's splash screen, and token. We also have. I also made one for the chef. And fun fact: this was actually the first splash screen I made. That was the very first.
Jeff Grillo.
We have the training sparring leader, or the person responsible of the training grounds on the Direwolf. And then we also have the scientist, the lead, the head scientist of
I
Direwolf.
recognize the art from a game, so.
Okay. I have no idea where it's from. So
I
where is it?
remember the joke for the longest time was that if it's vaguely anime art style, it's from Lissa's backstory.
You made that joke.
Yeah.
But he is vaguely anime, but I don't think he's like, or is
No.
he?
He is from a Japanese game, yes.
Yeah.
We have a hidden
Uh,
plotline here.
And then the final one I made for the Direwolf NPCs was the secretary,
Yes, Penny.
Penny.
He's money penny. I mean penny copper.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, inspired by Moneypenny. We'll get back to her in a bit though, because there was an
Yeah,
attack on
she's-
Direwolf HQ.
Yes. We can continue with that. The dragons were fighting in the entrance. The copper dragon was on our side.
Yeah.
There were also shadows attacking, and shadow demons.
So there was the copper dragon and a shadow dragon.
Yes. So we ended up doing just a little bit of fighting there before we continued in to try and see if we could save people. Though a lot of people died in there.
Yeah. Fun fact with that raid. Just before you got there, I asked you all to make rolls. And those rolls decided who died.
Oh, oof!
So you each made 2 rolls, I think, and I had numbers assigned to each of the NPCs.
Brutal.
Also, that is also the exact number of zombies that were there. So you can put 2 and 2 together.
Oof. Oof. The chef survived. I remember that. He was
Yeah.
holed up in a kitchen.
Yeah, the chef survived.
I turned into a giant a dire wolf. Well, I think Bree turned into a giant elk. Yes. Because Bree had more druid levels than me, so could go in higher
DC.
challenge rating.
Yeah.
Yes.
CR.
Yes,
Yeah.
here. That's weird. But yeah, no, there's a shadow beast specifically that we managed to trap inside one of the rooms, which I think we later tried to.
Mhm.
I don't know if we tried to interrogate it.
Yeah, we managed to interrogate it. We got a lot of information from that.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let's see here. Was summoned by Evan, and Evan was the man with no face, which we had from the photo from the mines. He's been 3 times before in the material plane, and has only been in an abandoned church, which is what will lead us continue to other things later. He only knew about the mission to reclaim the distiller, which we also got from the mine. And I think that's mostly what we found out about that
Yeah.
from him. And then, Nas, you can probably mention you got a phone call from your old friend at that point, if you remember.
Aurora Hayes, I think, right?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
Yep.
What was it that she called me about? I don't remember that particularly clearly. I mean, Aurora Hayes was Nas's backstory love interest that I haven't mentioned yet, but he had one who he could never charm, but had him charmed instead.
Yes.
And she called from. She had been in South America for a couple of years doing freelance. She didn't want to be direwolf, so she did freelance stuff together with her husband. But he'd gotten killed, and she was after the murderer, and she called, and I don't remember what she said or what new information she gave. So feel free to fill in.
She had a video about the blurred man, which was the one that had killed her husband. So she was after the person viewer.
Yeah, okay, so she came with the video.
Yes. We only had a photo before that. And yeah, no, she had left because she was a kid, wild mage. So she stayed away from society. And that's honestly it from that session. So we had a couple of hints there to what we needed to do.
Because this is also funny, because the only CCTV footage I could find of a man in a suit was kind of recognizable. Despite
And everyone recognized it as well.
Despite me adding a blurred effect.
Yep. Nope. That was we saw that one.
Because the photo you got was a bit more discreet. But the footage was like, I couldn't find better CCTV footage of a man in a suit. So
It's still pretty good that you found something. It's hard to find when you're looking for something very specific. I mean,
yeah.
Yes. I think the next thing was... Well, the next thing was the couple in the sewers. I think that was a side mission.
That was a side mission.
Yes. Though Bree and Lisa did more separate research, but we don't really need to go into that now.
Nope. I will point out one thing though, and that is a fun little fact about a certain splash card. Oh god, which folder is this in? Did I put it in with the Fae? Yeah, I put it in with the Fae. This splash card.
Fae in this setting.
Yeah, this splash card. I showed to some friends. Some of you know him, Jonas. Yeah. I showed this image to him because he is obsessed with kobolds, and he loved this splash image so much that he's used it in 2 other campaigns. So this splash card has been in 3 campaigns.
Nice.
Making the rounds.
Yeah.
To be honest, we love kobolds on the server. I mean, we have a couple of emoticons that are basically just yip yip.
Yep. John is also a big fan of the yip yip.
We can actually also probably mention now a tidbit from the world building you did about, since we're talking about kobolds being Fae in this.
Yeah.
Had to do with the way you have set up the world is basically heaven, which is a lot of like the different kind of heavenly
Yeah.
things.
That's
Hell.
everything, including like Norse gods, Greek gods, Egyptian gods.
Yes.
Basically
All of the
anything divine. Yeah.
Yes. Hell, all of both demons and devils.
Mhm.
Feywild, and Shadowfell. We'll get to very specific details about the Shadowfell when we get there, because it's not really like that. But that's what we were told. And things that are originally from some of those other planes, if they die in on the material plane, their body gets evaporated
Mhm.
and sent back to their own planes.
Kind of like a MCU snap effect, but a lot slower. They just turn to nothing over time.
I just wanted to mention that since that is slightly relevant for the story.
Yeah, but yeah, the Kobold story was kind of fun for me because that was another one which was based on a real position, a real place in England. It was just a side story, but I kind of enjoyed the setup because it started as like a mystery thing, where I had given you lots of half truths on purpose, with there like being demons and there were these cave networks, and I used the word demon specifically, and you guys were thinking, okay, we're going against something from hell, like an actual demon, but that's just because if you were to see a kobold like this in real life, like unless you're a big D&D nerd, you wouldn't call them kobolds, you would call them demons. They're tiny red people with horns. So
Or aliens.
or aliens, yeah. So that's why I
It's
like
the lizard people, guys.
yeah. So that's why I
mean-
started to like try and mislead you a bit there, which was really fun on my part. And when you finally got into the cave and like, oh shit, it's kobolds, that was fun for me. But but that was indeed just a 100% side story. So we can kind of just skim through that.
Yeah, we're still only on session 5 officially.
Yeah.
I think. So unless anyone else has anything to add to that, I will continue on a little bit on the recap. Which is when we actually follow the lead we got from the shadow demon thingy we
Mhm.
trapped, which
Yeah.
is the abandoned church.
Yeah, and I think this one can be compressed pretty quite a lot. Because to summarize up, we tracked down one of the Direwolf employees to a church where he was having a meeting with a vampire. We discovered after killing everybody in the church again.
No, before I think the ghoul, wasn't he?
The guy we tracked turned out to be a ghoul,
Yeah.
aka a slave to the vampire. So the
A thrall,
agent had been
Yeah, a
corrupted,
thrall.
kind of.
I managed to get use of my microphone, which I had since session 1, which was fun.
Yeah.
And yes, there were vampires. We managed. Someone had a light spell, which we used, which was very useful. I remember. I think it was.
Lote cast the spell. That's pretty
Yes. What did we find there in the church? That helped us continuing on. There was some stuff there.
Let me check my boss list because I think it was a reference to the historian.
Possibly yes, because that like, gave us some hints towards that. That's also when we found out Godfrey was a vampire,
Mm.
a half vampire,
Yep.
and he had met vampires in World War One in 1914.
Yeah. I think you also had a flashback at that point.
Yes. Turns out we were in the same company. And one of my past lives had been killed by a vampire that was attacking, and Godfrey had been the sole survivor of the entire squadron.
I know I'm skipping forward quite a bit in time now, but to give a bit of context to any viewers, the vampire that killed Lissa in the past, you do eventually meet him.
Yes.
Because I have a very special message on his splash screen. which is, yes, Lissa, he does have a limp.
Yes, because Lisa could actually gave him a permanent limp from an attack, even though that should have not normally been possible, because he's a vampire.
Yeah. And every vampire you meet, Celia would ask me, does he have a limp?
Yes.
Which
Yes,
is
yes,
which
I know.
is which is why this one I pointed out specifically does have a limp. But yeah, this was not the one you met in the church. I'm just pointing out that you did eventually meet that one.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we did. I can't remember specifically things, but we did find an address or something to the next part, I think. But before that, we went and talked to one of Nas's friends, another one, the one with the
Erica
butterfly.
Sombers, another of his childhood friends that. Well,
No, you muted yourself. You were fine.
I saw the mute symbol on Thomas's Discord stream. I thought it was me. Yeah, we met Erica Sombers, another of his childhood friend, and this is the woman from his backstory that I told wrote fiction books, except they weren't fiction at all. It was just a readapted reality, presented as fiction. Won lots of awards as a good young fantasy author.
Yeah.
Books were being adapted into a movie. That's where we met her on set, as she gave us the intel about what's going on. Because, well, a good story sells well, and she thought her sources were harmless. She didn't think she was doing any harm in whatever it is what she was doing.
Also, just
And she put us.
I have I know the
to-
text is small,
yeah.
but I wrote the context of all the books here.
Oh yeah, you should share that. That is true. He had written summaries of all the different
Yes.
volumes, because
Yeah.
he had written like 6 or 7 volumes. I don't remember. Yeah, seven
Seven.
volumes, and they're all this little summaries of what's going on inside. I totally forgot about that. That is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, just FYI to you players, there is GM notes here, but they're not spoilers at all. They are basically the rest of the book, because you didn't read all the books.
Right, yeah, no, I started reading them, but then I got sidetracked.
Yeah, so that's just a summary of the rest of the book. So there's no actual spoilers if you.
A thing about Erica
it.
was that she was very opposed to the veil.
Yeah. She was, and basically the books were a summary of everything that's happened since school, since Nas in school. Because the first book was all about a cat guy and his friends, which is basically Nas and his friends. And then ever since, it's all the like main missions and stuff that's happened to Direwolf through the years, ending with the attack on the Direwolf HQ in the final book, or the book 6, I think, was the attack. But also there is references to Harry Potter, like this book 4 is called the Inferno Gauntlet, as opposed to a Goblet of Fire.
I believe also the books she made her secret organization kind of the bad guy a little
Yeah.
bit, at least very
Yeah,
morally
because-
ambiguous.
Because you eventually find out that she was employed by Evan, the Blurred Man, and so in her books, Direwolf is the bad guy, or as she called it, Chaos Inc. Was the bad guys. But yeah, that was a fun, and it was really fun for me as well to try and how would like a teen fantasy drama book series, like how would I write the summary of each book? So that was kind of fun for me as well. But yeah, you visited Erica Sombra on set and confronted her.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I got like pulled into actually reading the summaries, because I mean this is good stuff.
Yeah.
It's.
We did, I
you
think we
should-
got some information about the seer, but no, you continue. I
Yeah,
interrupted.
no, I was just gonna say you should totally post this somewhere, Thomas.
Yeah,
Just
I
make a
should.
post somewhere.
Yeah.
This is good stuff. But anyway, she gave us the contact information for her supernatural contact, which I don't remember at the time we knew it was, but we figured out it was for the historian. I think she knew him as the historian as well. So we went to some dingy warehouse next, but that was the next mission.
Yeah.
And what made her special is that she had large, scintillating butterfly wings. I think that's basically her thing. She doesn't have like a D&D class levels or anything. She's just supernatural.
Yeah, she was Fae.
Yeah.
Or half Fae, at least. She had the butterfly wings, which she kept hidden.
Mm. She knew enough magic to hide her wings, I remember.
Yeah. But yeah, continuing on, you made it to the warehouse, and this was another fun thing with a real life position, because I gave you an address in London, and I had yeah.
Thing is, I have notes that we did the thing in between,
Oh, okay.
which
Yeah.
I believe
Oh.
was not streamed.
Yeah, go ahead. What was it?
Which was our first visit to the Feywild.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is
That
true.
was the first visit, was not streamed, I believe, but we
No.
did go there.
Yeah, because I was a bit lax on streaming the. I should have been stricter on myself and like always streamed, but we did do a couple of RP sessions in off stream, and then they suddenly turned out to have a major impact, which is why I should have just streamed all the time, like the Insomnia side story.
Yes, that.
And now also the Feywild, where you met these guys for the first time, of course, pixies. But also there was some major stuff there, and this is because this was a Vrask story.
That's great art.
I love the choice of font.
Joker?
Yeah, Joker Man.
Yeah, that E looks like a Corona E.
But yeah, who wants to? Because I think it was Lissa and Vrask who went there. No one else.
Possibly. At least possibly the first time we did a discussion and then went there. I didn't do that great notes.
Yeah, I definitely remember it was just Lisa and Nas, because I remember I wasn't really feeling up for RPing or having a session. I wasn't feeling great, so I was just listening. But I remember listening to this session, and I know it was just the two of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly why we decided to go then.
I think
do you?
No, I think it was just a bit of downtime, and Mats had personal issues he wanted to solve.
Right. Yeah. That makes sense.
Because you
Roska, not Mats.
That's what it was. I think it was Vrask had opened up to one of you, who was a higher rank. I think it was Lissa, and asked for the files on his mom.
Yes. Yeah. You actually showed Lissa the files. You trusted her to read your files, which were about your mom. So we decided to go and investigate Feywild, because you knew.
We went to the fucked up little like what was it, like a stoner the park.
Yeah, the stoner park.
Was this the first meeting with Chimoinoi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But first we went to I didn't write notes for it, but we went to a stoner park thing, and we met one of the people that was part of the ritual with Vraska's mom, and he really regretted it, but we managed to get some information from that.
Yeah.
I think Vraska was like seconds away from killing the guy.
Yeah, because there was something about planting a seed, and the real answer was to plant a literal seed to grow a tree. But obviously the hippies misunderstood this as basically date raping his mom. And so yeah, that's why Vrask was pretty pissed off. But eventually he found out, like you two doing your detective skills, found out that there was an actual portal which was planted.
Yeah. So we found a portal. We had the door secured, and we went through and found a house, which was where Chimoinoi was. And I think we talked to him a bit before we started going to the city.
Yeah.
Because we figured out we should probably go and talk to the leader that was there, Oberon.
Yeah.
The thing that was interesting and threw everyone off was that when we went into the hall, the guards recognized Lissa. Lissa had no idea who they were, so she just went, "What the fuck?" internally. And
Also,
we found out. Yeah.
yeah, also you met... 'cause technically, Insomnia was a crossover event kind of thing, because she is a real DJ.
Mhm.
But you also met the first, like, inspiration for this whole campaign setting when you were there.
Hmm.
Right, that guy. Nuada, Prince Nuada,
Mm-hmm.
which was interesting. Yeah, no, we talked a little bit to him and we talked to his father. Turns out Oberon knew Lissa in one of her other past lives when she was on Iceland. And she was known as Speaker of Gods. Because he greeted her as Speaker. And they talked for a while, and she found out that she has 9 lives specifically. She was not aware of this. But she doesn't always remember. She used to be aware of there being 9 lives, but she had forgotten. We found out Auburn is not the father of Rask.
I remember
But
that was a fun session for me, RP wise, because poor Mots, you were so back and forth. Like, first you thought your dad was a stoner hippie, then you thought it was his annoying fairy, then you thought it was the king of all fae.
mm-hmm.
There's a lot of back and forth.
Yes. And then we start to leave, but we start talking to, because we were going to try and figure out if Chinaima was the father. We go back and meet him because he has done illegal stuff. So it's not him. We had pissed off his wife, or he had pissed off his wife. The waifu, which you have a splash screen for.
Yep.
God.
So he had to, just before though she started attacking us, Raska decided to eat some of the food. This is very important because we ended up having to run away to the material world again. Chinomo came as well, and 20 days had passed because you had eaten the food.
Inspired by a lot of fairy fiction,
Yes.
including like Alice in Wonderland and Pan's Labyrinth. Like, don't eat the
Yes.
food. And I had flavored that eating the food isn't inherently bad, but that is what causes the time dilation.
Yeah. So Chinome was allowed to live if he stayed in a material plane.
Mhm. Yeah, because Nuada came after him.
Yes. Because he had done the help with the ritual.
And the reason that was illegal was because there was a pact that Fae should not meddle with mortal. Which, again, is fully inspired by Hellboy, because in Hellboy 2, The Golden Army, the whole plot of Nuada is that he's pissed because there's a pact between man and Fae, and Nuada insists that man broke the pact, which is why he goes on his rampage in the movie. But I just basically reflavored that to suit for our setting, that he was annoyed because Chamoinoi had broken the pact, but he was not being punished, which is why Nuada went after him.
Mm-hmm. But we managed to convince him that if he stayed in our material plane, it was fine.
Yeah, exiled, basically.
Yes.
And so far, that seems to be the case.
Yes. After that, we had a second side mission, which was still within the same stuff, so it was still very relevant.
Mm-hmm.
This time it was Lissa and Christian that was talking in the cafe, and because Christian or Rask had opened up to her, she started asking him for help about research. But then they decided to go back to the Feywild again. I don't remember if Nas was with us this time.
No.
Probably not.
I know
but
you had like things going on that just two of you for a while there.
yes. We went to the garden where we found Raska's mother. As well as a certain other person. Raska's father. And that's where
true
the
father.
of Lissa's backstory always having anime characters on the splash screens comes from.
Yeah, because you didn't know he was Rask's father when you first met him.
No.
And that's why the joke appeared, because you were going to the Feywild to solve a Lissa thing.
Yeah. Which was actually interesting because we started talking a bit to him at first, but I think we were a little bit disinterested because he was being very mysterious. But then, as Rask started to leave, he repeated the prophecy, which Rask was aware of.
Hmm.
I think I don't remember how much he did reveal himself as a god.
Yep.
And also, Lissa realized she did know him, but he was unwilling to tell her their exact relationship at the time.
Yeah. Also, yeah, because some people can piece things together. Nefertem. Oh, hang on, my browser's. Nefertem. If I. Nefertem? Maybe? Yeah, Nefertem, actually. Is a Egyptian god. Which he is obviously based on. And he is also the son of a certain
Cat
a
goddess.
certain cat gods.
Yes.
And as all mythology, sometimes like the stories vary, but in this case, he is the son of Sekhmet.
Yes. Which is probably around the time where I technically figured out most of the backstories to Lissa. I just needed confirmation on that, but that's something we will get to.
Thank you for the reminder, Matthias.
Oh, actually, I'll go. Be right back.
Okay.
Yep. But yeah, so the Nefertim garden was a fun little side jaunt where you actually revealed quite a lot of information.
Yep. Hence why we, after a while, ended up just streaming everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was the thing, and then we actually continue on with the story, and again, we should probably hurry up because we're still only in session 8.
Yeah.
But
This plays out just like the campaign, though, just for those listening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so doing it a little bit faster, we find a place with a warehouse and break in. And find the historian, who's very interesting because he seems to have time magic. There's also other people like an ogre and brutes and enforcers.
I had forgotten his flavor text.
Deleting history is more important than making it. Yes. We do manage to defeat him, though he talks about cryptic things like Nefertem being dead, even though we just met him. But as we manage to defeat him, someone else appears. Someone who's always been there. He was just deleted from the timeline for a while.
Because the historian threatened you with his powers, saying that he can remove one of you from history. And he snapped his fingers and did so. Which is why you haven't seen this character before, even though he has technically always been there. And that's Brima.
Yes. And if I remember correctly, Brima was meant to be a possible playable character.
If not Brima, this was a jumping off on point for a new main, I think, or somebody.
Yes. Yeah. I had asked if any of my guests or people wanted to step up as a main and join the story, because I had this story in mind, that he would be snapped out of existence, and then when the historian was killed, this character would come back, and that's why I wanted to introduce a player as a fourth main, as being someone who has actually always been there. You just had forgotten him. But no one stepped up, so that's why I introduced Brima as a NPC. But I did go through your mission logs and update them to add Brima in as various places where you were healed or other stuff had happened by fluke luck. I had just retroactively put him into the logs to say that that was him that did it, and it was very fun.
Yeah. We found a lot of books there, including books by Fuyumi Described, the Japanese bard we talked about. We found Alice in Wonderland, all of the Chaos books, and books about Egypt and such, and weapons. And yeah, no, this is actually where we got our first magical items, including I know Lissa got a potion of a death ward, which is still technically in effect.
Yep.
Because we have been keeping track of the time.
Yep. It lasts for a year, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes. We have a date. It's like 17th of May 2019 or something. It goes out around there. We mid-May at least. We got a ring, which I don't think anyone has used. A purple ring.
Nas has it, but it doesn't do anything interesting. I think it just locates something.
Yeah, it's a
not
ring of
interesting
Loki.
to locate. Yeah, and it's a very specific location as well. I don't remember what it is, but it's never been useful.
Yeah, and a Mask of the Daywalker, which I also don't think we have used.
No.
Though now I think we actually have a good reason to use it though. Whoever
What does
has
it do again? Can we pull it up on screen?
It does
Because I don't
not have
remember.
any negative effects of being in bright lights. Give it to freaking Asaki.
Yeah. That's a good point. Azaki can use it. That was actually, I think, planted for Godfrey, because he would have had a use for that.
Yeah.
But he stopped playing just before this. But it was already there, so I was like, okay, It makes sense that it's there anyway, because the historian was working with vampires, so.
Yeah.
I just left it.
Yes. After that, we were planning on going to Japan to figure out more of the books, because that certainly seems more relevant when the historian has books of Fuyumi. And there's one book specifically she's been looking for that's only in a museum. But as that happens, there is they want us to investigate the meteor crash that happened, where we find a certain little kitty cat.
Still awesome
We
artwork, I
indeed
think.
do.
Yes, Patchy.
Yeah, I really like Padgey.
Yeah.
We need to
And
use
just
some
for
more.
future reference, whenever Nas summons stuff, this is not as Nas summon, but Padgey came lore-wise. I think it was flavored more in accordance with Nas's warlock themes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you were specifically, just before this, you were questioning your faith, basically. Looking up at the stars,
and I
and
made a wish upon a falling star
Yeah.
as he was on top of a building.
and that
just
falling star
stargazing.
was Patchy.
So, just for reference later, when Nas summoned things with his magic, I don't remember what came first, Padgey or this, but I literally can't think of it. But I do think I have some early reference art that has this. So I think it was Nas. Anyway, he summons things. It kind of has the same effect that Padgey has, where you can see through it and it's a stargazing, like there's a galaxy inside the object.
Like all
Or
the
inside the thing.
like all the gods in Magic the Gathering Theros set. If you've seen the artwork for those, they all have like star patterns
Cool.
in their shadows. It's really cool. But yeah.
So yeah, now we have him as a familiar, and he can help us because he can store spells for the day. But then we actually do go to Japan, and we meet with Honda-san, which is one of Lisa's teachers, and he also is mentioned in my spin-off of DIREWOLF, which I don't know if we're going to talk about the spin-offs at all, but he's there.
We can mention them after the main story, because they are kind of relevant.
Yes. So, but in Japan, Direwolf's branch is called Seimei, which is originally a separate thing, but it was merged into Direwolf after World War II. and we take him with us to the museum to look at the book which was written by Fuyumi. But as we do that, we were attacked by the Yakuza. Lisa manages to grab the book and put it in her backpack before we start fighting back against the Yakuza. I think we call in what are they called? The Black Ops guys.
Yeah,
Fox.
these guys.
Yes. Which are very aggressive. But they come more or less after we finish up fighting, almost. But we talk to them before we figure out that both them and us are aware of the veil, so we can actually talk to them normally. We keep the book secret from them, because we do not trust them, not completely. And then we go back to the hotel, and we get Liz's backstory reveal.
Ooh.
Yes, which is her first life was that of Nenet Heba Sekhmet. And she was an avatar of Sekhmet back in ancient Egypt. But she was betrayed by her high priest called Cantimentiu, who was trying to get her divine power. He failed, but turned her human and turned himself into the first vampire at the time. He was later captured and buried by the pharaoh, but Nenet was, after trying to get to one of Sekhmet's shrines, captured and killed. But by Sekhmet's last power, made her start reincarnating. Because after this, Sekhmet's power or connection to the material plane was cut off, mostly, from what we know.
And Kentamentu's storyline, or at least his storyline while he was alive, is not a complete rip-off of The Mummy. Just
he did also turn into a lich.
Yeah.
So I just would like to take a moment and remind you, like particularly Marius and Torbjörn, if you're like things doesn't make sense in the recap or you have any questions, and same I think goes for chat. If chat has questions about stuff in the recap, I mean,
just ask.
Just serve them up, right?
I'm just having like repeating instances of, oh, so that's where that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I've
this is
heard
where
reference
they
to
got
this.
that knowledge. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Because I remember going back and going like, what has happened? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
Yeah. So an interesting thing also to note is, which will come up, is Lissa was one of the first Tabaxi. One of like there were several kind of lines of heritage.
Yeah.
Of
she
Tabaxi.
was technically the first.
Yes, but they came more afterwards from other lines.
But there are
Lissa, you know.
There are more. Yeah, she is technically the first because she's the first cat avatar, but there were other like family trees as well that started appearing. Other gods saw this and were like, "Hey, I can do that too."
Copying.
Yeah,
Question.
basically.
They are copycats. I mean,
Good one. 11 psychic damage. One question I have for like while you guys were doing all this, because these are still like done as missions, right? If I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So you're still reporting to Direwolf and reporting to superiors, etc.
This was a personal mission requested by Lissa.
The trip to Japan was the first unofficial mission.
Yes. So this was when Lissa was heading, and when we came back to England, Lissa requested it to be top secret to avoid information leaking out about her true identity. So I think only Penny and Argyle were allowed to find out about this. We told a couple of more people afterwards, like in a later recap.
Yeah.
Was Argyle the commanding officer?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the
right.
Nick Fury guy.
Ah, yes.
We did let Godfrey and some other people in, but that was later.
Nice.
Yeah, but also, there's one lineage of catfolk that came from Nennet, including Nasus, but we will get to that. Though for chat then, by this point we have found out Lissa is then technically related to Nas and Rask and actually Bree as well through one of her other wives. And indirectly through Godfrey because it's her power ritual thing that caused the creation of all vampires.
Funny when you go far enough back, everyone is related to you.
Yeah.
No, but that's true in real life as well. We know there's a woman from like 3.5.
Maybe Bakari too, you know?
Yeah.
They're all connected, related.
Well, Bakari is Egyptian, so who knows?
Possibly. So.
The only one I don't know of a connection for is Dagner at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll find one if we look hard enough.
He's a free agent.
But yeah, so that was Japan, and we can get back to it at the end of this the main story recap. But there was also as mentioned, a Direwolf spin-off session, a couple of sessions, which happened because of this little trip to Japan. But we can get back to that later.
Yes. We should probably try and. I keep saying we should try and continue and be a bit faster, but I keep not getting faster. But no, we get back to actually some stuff with Nas. Nas meets his family that's arrived in England. Because they had to escape.
Okay, so while we were away in Japan, Nas had gotten a letter from Anatoly Koshek, or Naslednik, I mean, which was his cousin, because something was up and a whole bunch of catfolk was coming to England. So when we finally got back, he got to meet up with his. Let's see what you're showing.
I'm just showing Nas. I don't have any pictures for the rest of the catfolk.
You should show some of the art that Torbjörn made as well.
Yeah, I can do that while you're talking.
He makes such cool art. Credits, props to Torbjörn for awesome Nas stuff. Anyway, he got to meet up with his cousin, and do we have notes for this, or is this just between sessions, or is it at the end of session 10? No. This is session 11. Okay, yeah. So it turns out, now the plot thickens for Nas, because until this point, Nas has been one of the mains, but we haven't really gotten to see a glimpse of his story so far. I mean, things has been happening for Vrask, things has been happening for Lissa, and implicitly for Nas as well, because he's a catfolk, you know? But what really is his story? And it turns out that his, I think his cousin, is some Akis. I don't remember, Mandelu Akis. Yeah. He is a ruler of the catfolk back in Europe. And he started like worshipping dark forces, sacrificing catfolk, and what have you. So his people basically went, well, we can't get rid of this guy. He's still our leader. But we can just leave him, and he'll be the ruler of nothing. So they just fled. They left continental Europe and got moved over here to England because they knew that this is where Nas's parents had left at some point. I don't know why, but a whole bunch of catfolk showed up in a couple of containers one day. And yeah, so we learned a little bit more about what's kind of been going on with the catfolks at some point. Yeah, I remember having great fun. I was eager for that payoff, seeing a little bit more about Nas's backstory coming into play, and yeah. And I think it kind of starts. Yeah, it's a good getting some character names over our heads. Yeah. And I think that was kind of good for Nas, or for me as a player as well, to kind of start to have some more stuff to work with for Nas, as in terms of character arc, because now he had the goal-oriented part of like taking care of Direwolf, but now he suddenly has a family and responsibility component to it as well, because he He has some hedonistic tendencies. Same as Rusk. They've had conversations about this. Yeah. I think yeah. What's next after that?
Let's see. Right, we got some information about another place, I think. Was that first? Let me just double check.
Yeah, because you found out about the bad cat, I think.
Yeah, no, but there might be the other thing first.
Mm.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
there was something about I don't remember why we went there, but
I think the files got decrypted.
Yes.
Some files that we had captured was finally decrypted, and urgently we were directed towards an office building where something was going on.
yeah, and then we got shot at because we took too long to actually discuss things. So Alyssa shadow steps to the top because at this point she got teleported. Where we see the Tex-Mex, which is supposed to be dead.
Let me turn that
And
off for that.
Nas goes inside at the bottom and sees Nina.
Yeah. Basically, it's a whole cabaret of all the people we've been facing. There are vampires here, I think. Or maybe it isn't. But there's Tex-Mex, there is Mina, and
the
of
Blurred
course
Man.
it is the big bad. The current big bad, which we know is the small bad by now. The Blurred Man.
Yeah, so you find in the office, some of you fight Mina. And on the roof, which is here, office roof, you end up fighting Tex-Mex and his amazing ability to bounce bullets.
Yes. Which was a tough fight.
Because he had been raised as a zombie.
I think we managed to shoot down the helicopter.
No, yeah, maybe, yeah.
No, I think we called in backup. A
We did
certain
that too.
secretary.
Yeah, we did that too, but I remember the helicopter crashing.
Yeah, because that is on my list. Because you took down this guy. Oops, cancel. Don't upload it. Wrong window.
Listen knocked Evan out.
Yeah. This guy. He got knocked out pretty quick.
Yep.
And so you began to fight this guy.
Yeah. Our undead former friend.
Mr. Bean.
But yeah, we called it out, which is the copper dragon from before, which it turns out to be Penny Copper, who is the copper dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Not
very subtle there by me.
No.
At the same thing, nobody understood it
Nope.
until it happened, and we were like,
Nope.
oh.
Yeah, because you had met the copper dragon when Direwolf HQ was attacked, but you didn't piece it together.
Nope.
But yeah, Penny Copper is a copper dragon.
Yes. We got Mina again, I think. No, we didn't get Mina at that point. We had to track her down afterwards. But we did get Evan, and Penny took Evan to the dog pound. I think Lissa joined that. But Rask tried to bring back, like, the next day, Mina back. I think he managed to convince her that they should. Nas and Lissa does some research. Joins up, I think, a little bit in the camp with the other cats. We do some research about Al-Jaf in Libya. We got some stuff there. I don't remember the exact details of how we arrived to that spot, but it was correct. As we find out. We find some backstory about the cats, about the tribe that came from Egypt, split into two. One of them went up to Russia, which is the one that Nas is from.
If anyone is curious, by the way, the DJ who inspired Insamina is called Rez, and this is literally like how she does her shows. She has those LED glasses.
Ooh.
And also when you were at that rave party, I actually used her music as well.
Mhm.
But yeah, please continue. Sorry for the interruption.
No, we got some of the backstory with Tabaxi. We found out asked about Nennet, and Nennet was actually in one of the stories by the grandmother.
This is when we meet the Baba
Yeah.
Tabaxi for
Yeah.
the first time.
This is also, I think,
all-
where Lissa got her nickname from Nas as Baba Lissa.
Yeah.
And the picture on screen right now is Nennet.
Mhm.
And she is described by her as the tabaxi that allowed the tribes to safely leave Egypt, which we found out is at least in part because they were being killed off in Egypt.
Hmm.
So they had to leave. They're ghost stories and monster stories. Though we know later that it is the Kentimentu that's doing things.
And so, I mean, this is the point where we're starting to like merge Nas's background into the main story because we learn more about who the Morning Star is, or
Yeah.
like some aspects of them. And we don't really know at this point that it's the same one. I don't remember when we figure that out, but I think it's later.
I think no, but I do think
but
this
we
is
do-
around. I do think this is around the time when this happened. I just have to post this because it's such an amazing drawing. Where
Oh, I think I know where it is.
That happens in the Shadowfell.
oh, that was
Yeah,
in
no,
the
that-
Shadowfell already.
I illustrated that for the Shadowfell, but it applies to the entire
Yeah.
plot of Nennet.
It's where
We do several in-game sessions of this
Yeah.
conspiracy theory.
Yeah, we repeatedly come back to like, so that connects to that, connects to that, connects to that, and that all of this comes back to this, and I realized eventually that I can't do individual drawings of this. I have to make that specific reference.
Mhm.
Yes. But this is also like when we find out that we need to find a temple in the desert.
But we're starting to piece it all back together. We're getting some important clues here that we're trying to merging. The narrative is merging or emerging.
And we find Nas's cousin is possibly worshipping a dark side of Morningstar, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Possibly the vampires. We know that lineage had some kind of dealings with possible vampires in the past. That's probably why some of them have lived longer than they should. There's some stuff about that. But then we are deciding to go to America because we need some more help. Because after our last age blew up, we are missing a lot of power.
Yeah, because we didn't decide that we needed to go to America, but we was a high-functioning team of agents, and we had gotten decimated, so the leadership within DIREWOLF decided we need backup. So we need to go to America and have some interagency relations with this universe's version of BPRD.
Something.
I love that meme. I'm sorry.
I just made it.
Nice. Nennet.
But yeah, there was something because it wasn't just to forge an alliance. That was just like a byproduct because you wanted to find a portal, didn't you? Wasn't like the goal to find the troll market?
No. So the way I remember it is that we needed backup. That was the context for this. So we need to go over with the Flugenflaffenschlaschen glasses or whatever they're called. I don't remember.
Schuffstein glasses.
We're gonna lend them to our American colleagues.
Yeah.
But the main goal was to recruit people or more manpower we needed backup. So that's why we went over there. Like the real clue that we knew that it had a temple in Egypt. We got that from the Cat's folk, but we couldn't pursue it because this was higher priority, was on our docket. So we went over there and met Hellboy and Abe Sapien and stuff.
Professor Broom.
So this is when we find out Hellboy is canon to this universe.
Mm-hmm.
Which was interesting. This is we were first going to have to help them with a situation in a ghost town that wasn't supposed to be a ghost town, where we meet another one of our guest characters.
Hmm. Oh, I was actually in the right folder.
Ronnie, which is also why her font is different. She is
Yeah.
part of the PRD.
The client want what change? Yeah.
Because she was a
yeah,
she was a smith. She was a crafter.
Yes.
And by the way, for if you are old or new, just tuning in, any of the graphics you see, well, we're terrible about sourcing where they origin from, but they've all been modified and heavily altered by Thomas.
Yeah.
Because he's
Yeah.
made these splash
You
screens. There's nothing
can
online that just spits this out.
Yeah.
Thomas made all
You
of
can
them.
also add. I did fan
Yeah.
art of her. It could be in the
I
folder.
know. I saw it.
This is Ronnie as well. She is a fighter and uses a shield to push people away. So she basically has a Captain America shield on her arm. And she is actually a childhood friend of Lisa. And she is a dwarf. And they first became friends on a trip and then stayed pen pals and figured out through them writing to each other that both know about the magical world, so which was fun. In the ghost town, we end up finding weird fish people called Kutoa, I think, and drone men.
I've got the guitar here as well.
Cutos!
In a cave, so we go and try and get them out.
I remember from this kind of adventure mission, my favorite moment is because this is the first mission where Nas could cast 5th level spells. No, it wasn't. It's the first time he could cast Conjure Vehicle, which, because this is a modern setting, we could pick spells from the modern Unearthed Arcana that was released at some point, and there is a spell there for summoning vehicles, akin to the Paladin summon Steed. But this one is also available to Warlocks, among other. So, of course, as the player of Nas, I picked this one up because it's dope. And we realized, just like the Steed, it has intelligence. So I had an intelligent motorboat going around on the lake in this adventure. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. That was fun, yes.
And also looking forward to Rosk's moment. He has a big moment coming up soon.
Yeah. So an interesting thing, I think this was in here. Get into the inner part of the cave, and try to kill all of the eggs. But I think we're starting to retreat a little bit. We, among other things, Ronnie creates a bomb out of
course she
this
does.
fireworks, and we blow it up. But since it's a cave, everything starts smoking, so we have to run out.
Yeah.
Well, not all of you ran out.
Yeah.
Before that,
Yeah.
I think Vrosk used Dimension Door and got almost all of you out there, and then and then Nas and one other, I can't remember who, was stuck inside the cave, and we couldn't find the way out of this smoke-filled cave.
And also because they made illusions to cover up the wall.
Yeah,
So we
we
couldn't
did see
actually
through
get
it though, but it was some desperate moments there where we're like, we are suffocating, and the smoke behind us is real.
Yes.
So,
Christian, Rask, and Ronnie teleports out. Nas and Lissa's running. Lissa just gets completely confused about where we're going. We do get out eventually, but there are more enemies. You disappear, I think. Rask and Ronnie's trying to go back. And we get to meet Markov. Yes. Also, I have another picture in the session notes, which is called Intelligent Devourer.
Intellect Devour, yeah. I have that here as well.
And
Yeah, because the Intellect Devourers were just smaller minions. But yeah, they summoned Borkoth.
so we have to fight that thing while we are not sure yet, because we are now on the outside. Nas is gone. Rask decides to go back in like a boss, and you can explain what happens there if you want to.
Well, I don't entirely remember the onset of it, but essentially, Rask had quite recently, learned of his divine heritage, and had sort of been a little bit resistant to it, up until the moment where shit was gonna go down Hell's Creek, and we were fighting sort of the demi little gaudy boy. So he essentially donned the armor of Agathis, but basically a modified version, which basically entirely covered him in this sort of gold substance, and he became the first incarnation of the golden god Vrask, and stepped in to start the beatdown to save what he thinks at least save Nas, because he doesn't know that Nas has sort of disappeared. He thinks that Nas is still in the cave.
And Nas, he was trapped on the other side of these really scary enemies, and things weren't going his way. So in desperation, he asked for help. He prayed to his god.
Yes, Pudgy.
And Pudgy was like, "Well, I can help you." And the next we know, Nas was gone, but Rask didn't know this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
So,
basically, it was the first moment where Rask did something selfless or tried to save someone.
so we go back in and actually fight. You go in first. We were a bit hesitant in the past, but we do fight. Lisa does a bit of a hit and run because she at this point can run on the water inside a cave. Ronnie managed to bash people like across the cave into the wall. And Rask does creates animated objects, which is fun. We do manage to kill it, but since Lisa does the final blow, she gets hit by one of the madnesses, which makes her mute for a while. Lisa's also at the moment very stressed and pissed off because she thinks, or else she figured out that the Rask's situation is a little bit of an Avatar situation. Which takes her a while to explain because she is currently not able to talk. So we cannot also find us, so we end up going back to the BPR and talk to them for a bit. We found out that the god thingy that was in there that we thought was not a true god thingy. It was made by the Kutoa or whatever they were called, the fish people. Because they create things from imagination, which we will get back to, because we did not kill everyone, which we find out later. Lisa and Ronnie has a conversation about freaking out a bit, then Lisa and Rask are talking a little bit together, and Rask feels a deeper connection to Nefertim. Let's see here. And we are trying to figure out, okay, what the heck happened to Nas, because we need to find Nas. So what we end up doing is to go and look for a troll market, and Hellboy is joining us at the time with played by or Resident Matthias.
Yeah.
Well, Nas is gone. So we find the troll market in New York under Brooklyn Bridge through some druidic notes around the city. And
I just have to add real quick, playing Hellboy was real fun. Whatever build you had made for him, it was great.
I believe that was the build from YouTube, right? By the Turok the Barbarian, or whatever
I think so.
he was called.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I did a few minor changes based on my own personal preference, but it was mostly a YouTube build.
I'm gonna find his name and give a shout out because Turok the Barbarian. He does a lot of D&D builds.
Yeah.
For fictional characters, shout out to him because they are great.
They are.
This is the first place where we've been truly able to get magical items, and among other things, Magic the Gathering cards with actual magical spells.
Yeah, let's see.
As well as
here he is, the magic merchant. Let me just pan. there.
Yeah.
Selling
As well
magic cards.
as Rask getting a magical bardic instrument.
Which is
Electric
probably
guitar, I
the
think?
strongest magic item we have in the game, considering it's basically been giving people disadvantage on saves against my main source of spells, charms.
We got a couple of other things. We got an entire cart of Mithril.
Yeah, from this guy.
Listen, that Ronnie bought.
Mm.
There
Yeah,
was
because Ronnie knew the hobgoblin who made them.
Yes. We met a drow,
Yeah, the clothing
Actually.
store.
and there was a bar that sold Lion Fang Ale, which we have come across several times in the past.
Yeah.
In England, in among other things, in the warehouse with the historian. So I'm still not sure whether or not
Lion
that's just a
Fang.
red herring. I don't think we've ever figured it out if it's a red herring or
Nope.
not.
I think I told you guys this because someone asked, but I'm not sure if you actually picked up on it. But the office fight, that's the office interior. Where's office? There's office roof. The office also has some
It was
signs along the
Tex-Mex's
bottom.
favorite, wasn't it?
It was the Lion Fang HQ in London.
I don't know. No, I don't
Okay,
think
that was
I
fine.
don't think I picked up on that specifically. That we had been there.
Mm.
But I think there's Lion Fang Ale stuff in Egypt, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, you have done a bit more
Um,
research on the Lion Fang.
Yeah. They at least have connections to supernatural things, so
Yeah.
we know that.
And yeah, as someone mentioned as well just now, it was also Tex-Mex's favorite beer.
Two other things I remember from the troll place, troll market is one. I think Raz got a hat for Hellboy that could give him like change appearance,
Mm.
as well as finding a certain cat.
Yeah, over here in the import or exotic animals department, you found a certain cat.
Which we
And-
bought.
Yeah, and I know this is like this story is actually spread out over over a long period, but you can go and explain about the cat straight away because we'll probably not mention him later.
Mao, which I called him, ended up being a displacer beast.
Mm.
So he's been hanging around with Lissa, and due to shenanigans in Shadowfell, he aged supernaturally.
Yeah, and Lissa,
So
Celia,
Hmm?
make sure you're looking at the screen because
ooh, splash screen from Mao.
Mao's, yeah, Mao's got his own splash screen now.
Yay! Not so small anymore, yes. Mao is great, and Mao is very loyal to Lissa, but also Lissa has been taking him to the camp of the Debuxy to get him used to those people.
Hmm.
Too. In case. Also, I know there's like a weed store in Troll Market, which I think some people want to.
yeah. Nas bought catnip there. I think that was why he's constantly got a stock of catnip.
Yeah. Let's see. We bought some magic cards. We did some stuff with the kobold. Rask did buy some things which helped with Brema, I think. Not super relevant right now, so I'm just gonna skim over it. We ended up going into a portal to the Feywild that's here
Yeah.
at the bottom, and found a camp of kobolds.
Before we
That I
continue, before we continue to the next Feywild section, I'd just like to point out again that this is a fully custom map
Yeah, it's a very good map.
that I spent quite a lot of time on. So the actual layout and stuff was, I think it was Dungeon Painter Studio I used. Or was it just... No, I think actually the layout I just did in Photoshop. I used a grid and just added like tiles and walls manually. All the furniture and items I then used various tokens I'd bought on Roll20, or if I couldn't find good ones, I just found some on Google to like populate this area. All like the mushrooms and stuff growing on the ground was also just photoshopped in, and all the cracks. And then I had many layers to make the lighting effect, where I used like lighting blend modes and stuff to add all the different light sources around. It's the first, like I did the bunker before, but this is the first map I did where I put in a lot of effort to make the lighting look good, because the bunker wasn't lit. Like as part of the image, but this one was, and it was really fun to do and figure out how to do that. So yeah, just like pointing that out because I am really happy with this map.
Mm-hmm. It's a very good map.
But yeah, then you went through the portal and got to the Feywild again.
It's where weird things were going on because there was a night cycle now, which usually wasn't a thing. And we were attacked by shadow stalkers in a kobold village, and shadow mastiffs, and shadow demons. A lot of shadow things. We do, I think. At some point, Lissa gets. They try to control Lissa, but Lissa manages to avoid it, but pretends she is, and then we fight them. That's fine. We go somewhere north of that, and we find Nas, who wakes up on top of a table. And you are muted.
Hello again, it's me.
And we defeat things there. We avoid, like, we stopped the eclipse that was happening there. I don't think we really found out why exactly that happened, except it might have been Kentimentu that did it. There was a ritual they meant to do with Nas, but it failed.
That was close. It was nice.
Yeah.
We're there.
Yes.
Nas was there. So.
Yeah. So we know Nas was between the realms, was it described as. And he took Nas, like Patchy took Nas
that
to
was when
Nas.
Yeah, when Pudgy helped Nas to get out the sticky situation, he just took Nas in between the realms. Super useful.
And I think also this is a good time for Matthias to do a bit of recapping, because me and Matthias had a little session, just the two of us, at the office, real life office that is, where I explained what Nas was experiencing between the realms.
Oh shit! Do I have notes for that?
I don't think
Because
so.
I don't remember at all.
No.
I think I remember what it was. That's only because we talked about it.
Yeah, we talked about it later, but we can summarize, because basically you were like in a dream state and you were living through not your past lives,
wait,
like
I
Lissa,
have...
but
I have not the notes for the actual events that I don't seem to have, but I do seem to have notes for when Nas communicated his new knowledge to the rest of the group, or to Lissa and Vrask. So having
I can share this if you're on Roll20.
yeah.
There was
So I think this was the beginning of when Nas started to reconnect with his ancestors, right? Yes, exactly. So while Nas was between realms, he entered a kind of a dreamlike state, or trance, dreamlike trance, and he kind of like disconnected from reality. He was able to connect with his ancestral bloodline, and so he experienced the story of his people in reverse, starting with his grandfather, or his father, grandfather, and so on back. And it turned out that a lot of his ancestors has lived for a surprisingly long time, and that is because a lot of them wielded a lot of power. And without going into too much detail, this is interesting, but you can also kind of read what's on screen if you want to. It turned out that his lineage, until they got ousted from power, which was recently, they led the Tabaxi. Now, we knew this was in the card, but we didn't know the details of it, and this is where we learned the details. I'm just skirting because I don't remember the details. Yeah.
You don't really
So
need
talk
to.
about some of it
I want to
later.
tell the story. I want to tell the story as it happened chronologically and not as it experienced, because Nas experienced it in reverse.
Yeah.
Like with the freshest memory first, and then gradually going back, which is confusing but interesting. But so the chronological story we learned at this point was that, what is the first guy's name? Oxy?
Yeah, it's on screen.
Yeah, Oxy of Nenet. He is one of the children of Nenet. He's one of the first litters, I think, that she made. And when Nenet got sacrificed by Kentimentu back in ancient Egypt, he is the one who led a large group of Tabaxis out from Egypt, because as part of the attack on Nenet, a lot of Kentimentu's followers started just killing off her descendants as well to stop and contain the bloodline and contain the power. But he managed to lead a group of the Tabaxi out of Egypt. And then over a couple of lifetimes, like subsequent descendants of Oxy also encountered, trying to find a new place to live, some challenges, and eventually kind of losing the reason for why they left Egypt and being approached by dark forces. And there was some deal making with dark forces, and at some point also I think it was his grandfather together with his father that fled. I don't remember exactly. Do you save me? Somebody swoop in and save me.
So the story on that I have on the handout at least was that Oxy fled Egypt and crossed the Nile. His son Taba found a place to settle a tribe, expelling a dragon to declare its name as their own.
Fun fact: we met that one sort of later.
Yeah,
we had some interaction with somebody who had heard about that one.
Yeah,
cats.
His son Jeet arranged introductions with the neighboring kingdoms, and met some shady figures, which you clearly
Your face is smiling so much for your clever puns.
Yeah, you mean the Tabaxi, for example?
Well, whatever
and the
you're talking about.
Anyway, Jeet arranged negotiations with the neighbors, and some of them were shady figures, which were quite obviously vampires, and arranged a trade deal with them. His son, Kai, made a deal with some dark forces, aka the vampires, and was eventually killed by a shadowy figure for losing the bell, which Oxy had taken with him all the way from Egypt and handed down to the family.
This is an important bell that Nas started out with before I even knew what it was.
Yeah. He lost the bell because one of his sons, he had two sons, Janus and Akis. Janus had run off with the bell. Akis turns out to be Mandelu, who you mentioned earlier. While Janus is the grandfather of Slomjeni, which is Naz's father. And Slomjeni killed Janus, his grandfather, to regain his position back into the Jeet clan, because Janus was expelled, obviously. And he hid the ring. The bell, I mean. He hid the bell. And eventually Slomjeni passed the bell on to Naz. and try to reclaim his position, because he is the eldest son of Kai. He is the rightful.
Yeah, it happened in the other way around, I think. He tried to regain his position, failed, and then fled to England, and then gave the belt to Nas.
Yeah. Yeah. But still, yeah. So that is Nas's family dream, or historical dream, which he learned while he was between realms. And then I guess we can continue back to back in the Feywild, where you found Nas again. And he
Back to
rejoined
the present.
party.
Ooh,
Yeah, back
in
to
the
the present. So do we want another break now, or you're muted?
I don't think that's wrong. What
No.
about the rest of you guys? Are you entertained?
I just kind of had one, so I need to go to the bathroom. So I just went.
Well, we can continue until you get to Egypt, because that's just around the corner, and then take a break.
Yeah, I realized I was muted, but I was going to suggest the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. So, Celia, since you have the log, and you're good at summarizing quickly.
Okay, I'm gonna just try to do it a little bit faster again, but yeah, again, no, that's not happening. Plan is to go and talk to Nefertem again.
Mm-hmm.
See, because we realized, yeah, no, he probably knows stuff we should probably know. This is the time, another time. No, we're still in the Feywild. This is a fun time because we are getting into a helicopter this time. First, we're getting attacked by a dragon when we try to fly in it. I have a picture
Do we
of
have
it.
the art?
Yes, we have the art. Please show the art.
Let me find it.
The meme art.
I saw the colored one at least.
Yes.
Remember
That's
how we
what...
dealt with that dragon? So fucking funny.
Yeah, we get attacked by that dragon. That dragon is the child of the dragon that hates Tabaxi. From what I remember. It liked this taste of metal, so that's why I think it wanted to
chew on the helicopter.
Yes. We managed to get it to leave, and then we disguised the helicopter as a cloud. Lissa
You're just
silenced
gonna
it.
skip over the fucking fairy tale-esque solution that I came up
I
with.
don't have it written on my notes, so sorry for not being able to say them. You
I
can go and
literally
explain
tricked
it.
it into thinking a biro pen was a great magical item.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I didn't remember that.
It is mightier than the sword.
Yes.
Yep.
But yeah, no, we turned a cloud into looking like a cloud. The helicopter into a cloud. Lissa silences it, which I in later have realized technically shouldn't have worked because we were moving.
Yeah.
But that's what we did, so we were assuming cloud going across the Feywild. And we get back to the Semacourt, where we meet up with Nefertem. And Lissa finally have a proper reunion with him, because he is Sekhmet's son, which Nissa is an avatar of, so it's really weird relationship they have.
Yeah, because you
the mom sort of
remember
not,
who you are
maybe
now.
sister. Yes. But they basically come to the conclusion that whatever their relationship is, they are family. And then we actually start talking to him a little bit. First, Raska asked about extended trust from Nefertem to himself, and about the powers he has. Let's see. I have written that he says. I can see that you have grown, my son. You have become more naturally compassionate, not just looking for something in return for the good you do. You are in the good path. Raskus is incredulous and in denial of this. And it continues to say, Rask, you are naturally good, but you are like me, and I too was selfish before I became altruistic. I abused others and made them do things for me, but I learned to appreciate mankind. Not everything I control and create is the most beautiful, so I instead began spreading my power to have others create beauty beyond what I could make.
It's a pretty good one.
Yes. We wondered if Raz could be abused in the same way Nennet was. Yes and no. The inherent power can be, but let's see. What is given from Nefertem, he can simply revoke. So Nefertem can technically revoke your power you got from him
the
before
warlock
it
stuff.
happened.
Yeah,
Yes.
the warlock stuff.
Yes. Nas asks, where does his people fit in? Let's see. He asks you, who do you believe you pray to? And you say Morningstar, but I think it's Ra Sekhmet. It would make sense if it were Sekhmet considering the circumstances. But he says that his mother is cut off from the world, so it would be interesting if you were actually getting power from her. So he's not actually sure if Morningstar is Sekhmet or not. So I think that's probably where we were a little bit confused, but maybe it was.
Was it Nennet? Sorry, was it Nefertem? You asked the questions? Because I know that Nas had an interview, like questions about his dream.
I think this is the conversation with Nefertem.
Yeah, okay.
So Nefertem specifically is not sure if Nas's power if Morningstar is Sekhmet, because for him that would not make sense. But let's see. Nefertem does not know because he doesn't know who is giving him powers. But the deity can seize the connection if the powers were threatened. If the connection is innate, then it can be stolen. If you have at some point made a contract, then the contract is between you and the entity you contracted it with. But vampires have been making deals with the Tabaxi bloodline, which is what we learned earlier. We tell him about the vampires coming to the Feywild. And we found out the bell is a key to Nenet's tomb. And we found out that Nenet's body is still in the tomb, so we think we might need to go there. And also Kentimentiu seems very interested in getting there as well. And the tomb is the same place where Kentimentiu was buried alive. Before we leave, Nefertem gives Sarah a ring to communicate to him, so Raz can contact if that is needed. So the last thing we do is to scry on Mandaloo. Mandaloo?
Yeah.
Scry on evil Russian cat is what I've written.
Yeah, that's Akis Mandelu.
Yes. And we find that he is in Scotland. So our next plan is to go and try and get him, I think.
I remember this next mission so well. That was a
good.
blast. We were so goddamn competent. And I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail. Yeah, I didn't think this is one of those things that sadly we can just skip over a lot of details, because we went in, we were awesome, we became invisible, and we just blasted him. I'm not kidding. We rolled crits and after a perfect plan and everything.
This was also the point.
You
did
a lot. You did all the pre-planning work and making sure you ran operations, dude. Like we're all contributing. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
This was also the point where Silje proved that a monk druid hybrid is completely OP, because you were teleporting as a mouse.
Around the house, yes. I was an invisible mouse teleporting around doing reconnaissance.
Yeah.
That was the best.
It was stupidly awesome. It was basically our time to get payoff for our power fantasies. We had level up, we got access to new powers, and everything had been a grind and a challenge, and now we just got to show off, and also, it was amazing.
I remember specifically from one of the earliest things you guys sent in the chat in the DIREWOLF after I said I was a monk, shadow monk druid, was someone posting a cat that was doing basically kung fu. I was like, that's missed a couple of things, levels. I was like, yes, it happened.
Mm-hmm.
It was So that was
But yeah,
fun, and
that
we
was-
managed to do a surprise assault on him,
Mhm.
and taking him pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah.
So that was really
he
fun.
didn't stand a chance.
No.
I think
No.
he had a lot of cool stuff, and it was a typical case of the DM going like, well, I spent time on this guy, and he gets to do fuck all because he's stunned, and he gets critical Eldritch Blast into the face, and there's less... Yep,
It's actually used your silence spell, so you can do magic.
Yeah, he couldn't do magic because of silence. He was constantly being stunned by the monk thing. He was just steamrolled. He had no chance.
Yeah.
I think our biggest problem was trying to stabilize him afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, we overkilled him so bad. Just...
But yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and he was taken back, and this is I think when you learned of where your prisoners go. Because Naz decided to visit the dog pound, as it's called, because he wanted some information from Mondello himself.
So he stayed for some of that interrogation. We found out that he was calling someone M3,
Hey, thank you
I
for
think.
the follow.
Oh, you get the follow. Congrats.
Yeah, the
Yay.
M3 thing is because the dog pounds, they do mind reading and mind delving and just mining your unconscious and conscious mind for information. I guess your unconscious mind. And M3 is their designation for somebody who has a deep master-servant relationship, and they are thinking of their master, basically. Because certain notions transcends words, which means it's hard for the dog pound to actually get useful information out of it. It's like when you think about your sister or your brother. You think about your sister or your brother. You don't say, I'm thinking of name who lives at address. That's not how the mind works. So M3
Yeah.
is just a designation for it's a master, somebody that they look for orders and instruction, and they seek to protect.
Yeah. We did find out that he was indeed after the key because the master wanted the key, and he was going to contact the person as soon as he got it. At least I assume it is the bell he was after, but he only
Yeah, we
described
always,
that.
yeah, I think so as well. But
Ronnie also came into England to do some help from HQ. We got more info from Evan because Evan is also being having his information stuff extracted about people. This is very much downtime stuff going on. We found out Evan used to be an agent of DIREWOLF, but he betrayed them. He didn't used to have a blurred face. I think that was an experiment gone wrong.
Yes, I can give a quick recap of him, because this is when you've learned it. Let me just find his character sheet. Oops, it was right there. Evan. I have so many different pop-ups for him, but yeah. So basically, you learned that he was an excellent direwolf soldier in the 80s, and was chosen for an experiment to grant him supernatural abilities. The experiment was to tap into the Shadow Realm, and was at first considered a success. Ekström himself also gained the ability to blur his face, making him impossible to recognize both on and off camera. However, this also slowly led to his mental degradation because, if you look in the mirror and you just see a blur, it's kind of distressing. Eventually because he became mad and was eventually forced into the dog pound. And then the dog pound report says that Evan was a troubled individual, always frustrated that his face could never be captured. Evan often stepped out of line. Evaluation: Evan's mind was beyond saving, and he was to be put down. But Evan and an unknown ally broke out of the wolf compound. And I believe you also eventually learned who that unknown ally was. And that was the historian.
That makes sense. Yes.
So yeah, you gained a load of information from the
Yep.
Naz's little visit to the dog pound.
Yeah. After that, I think we basically decided to we are going next job is to go to Egypt. So we started prepping for that. So now we are getting to the Egypt part. Well, it's the Christmas from last year, and then we did some stuff there, and then it's the
Yeah, then you went. So you had a bit of downtime because you realized that the Egypt thing would be a big thing. So all of you in character, all of you agreed to take some time for yourself, because you never know, this could be your literal last mission. So you all decided to just like get things in order, so there's no regrets when going to Egypt. And we can just briefly go over what you spent your time on. The only one I seem to remember right now was Vrask. You went and spent time with your mortal family, your adoptive parents and brother.
Your mortal family, implying that he isn't.
He's half elf.
He's part of a dog.
Yeah. But mechanics wise, he's half elf. Lore wise, he's half god. It's.
I think Liz at some point went to. I think this was now. It might no. It was after Bakari came. I think so. Actually, forget it. Lisa did not do this thing. She went and got Christmas gifts for everyone.
Yeah.
Another thing that is actually relevant from that visit was that that's when he got his father's gun.
Yeah, because you also learned something about your family then.
Yeah, they were dreamers. Like they knew about the world, and they knew that he was special. That there was something with him, and they'd been informed.
Yeah. Basically, you learned that when you were to be adopted, it was basically because I can't remember who told you or how you learned. I think it might have been some direwolf files that you were given. But you learned that basically Argyle, before he was a commander, when Argyle was a normal agent, one of his jobs was to hand over a half-elf kid to some dreamer contacts to raise. And that was you as a kid. So he basically handed you, because your mom was in the insane asylum at that point because she had witnessed supernatural activity. So his job was basically to give you to a family that could raise you, but they had to be a family that were aware of the supernatural in case stuff happens. And at this point, you learned then that your dad and your mom they know of the supernatural, and that's why he gives you the gun.
And of course, that's that gun is what at least Rask believes is the prophesized gun. It's a Walter P38. So, yeah.
Also,
Lisa went to buy.
Yeah. Also, I'd just like to point one more thing out. What happened in Vrask's little Christmas session, and that was that he got a mysterious message to go to a town just south of Bristol called Taunton, and go to a comic book store called Crackers to meet with a contact. And he went there and he met a contact, which was kind of mysterious, and believed to be an agent of Nefertum, because he kind of hinted at being related in some way to Nefertum, and he handed you presents for all the party members. And that was it's been a while since this happened, so I think it's safe to just reveal my little secret there. And when I described that person, I described myself.
Huh.
The agent was me, Thomas, giving Christmas presents to your characters.
Yay. I also.
That is funny. That is quite funny, actually. That is. I enjoy that one.
So I am canon in Direwolf.
And we don't know where you live because canonically you are in that area around Christmas.
Yeah. The Crackers is my favorite store.
Oh.
But yeah.
Yeah. Lisa ended up giving also Christmas gift back to Nefertum, but there was like a box set of like anime and a DVD player.
Yeah.
A
'cause we
thing
fo-
also I
'cause-
want to note.
Yeah, sorry, but I just have to explain that gift because you found out that Fae love television because they don't have
Yeah.
television, but sometimes they get a signal through portals. And they absolutely love sitcoms and anime, and that is something I've been running with from the start. The very first session when you walked around the Direwolf HQ, the room, one of the druid's room with all the grass, she had a TV and a box set of Friends. That is something I've
Don't have
ran
to be
since
Fae
the
to
start.
enjoy that though.
Yeah, that's something I've ran from the start. That Fae absolutely are addicted to TV shows. Anyway, please continue. You bought more presents.
Yes, I did. I gave presents to most, at least, to Ronnie, to Rask, to Naz, and to Nefertum, I think.
Mm.
Rask got cufflinks, Ankh cufflinks. Nefertum got the box set. Naz got. Ronnie got the book. What did I give Naz? Trying to remember what I gave Naz.
Well, something nice at least.
Yeah. I can't remember. If I do, I will say it.
No.
But a specific thing that is actually important for the spin-off is that during the Christmas there was a hack into Direwolf. And the watches were available for a while.
Yeah, the first thing that happened when you got back after the Christmas break was that your watches were offline for a bit.
Yeah.
That was because Direwolf was hacked.
Which will come back in this one of the spin-offs. But yeah, no, we got items. Lisa got actually an amulet that lets her speak in animal form at least, and I think Ras got a silencer, and Naz got a monocle.
Yeah, Rask's silencer is also quite fancy because it has like Egyptian runes around the edge, and it is a silencer that will fit any gun and lets him cast touch spells through bullets.
Yep,
that is pretty dope.
So
and
he has
when he shoots, he can choose what it sounds like.
Yeah, you can choose a sound. So you can make like clown horn sounds if you want, like every time you shoot or whatever.
So you can make the gun physically sound like sound like it's going pachoo pachoo.
Yeah.
But I remember one thing I did was made it go with like the Staying Alive theme tune. While I shot, like each shot was like staying alive, like
yeah, because what you've used it most for is to shoot not lay on hands, but cure wounds, the touch version.
Yep.
So you're like,
so I've shot people with health bullets. Yeah.
Well, I kind of feel like that shouldn't work. But here we are.
Yeah.
Magic.
Yes. So after that,
yeah, I was just gonna say, Nennet.
We did find out that the place we need to go is in Libya, but we are doing a detour before and to meet up with our other character person here.
No! We finally get to hear the introduction, the long-awaited, the unrivaled, the unique, the unsleeping. Oh, he actually is sleeping. Bakari.
Don't hype it up too much, because I really need to pee. And now I said we were going to take a break at this point.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Forget about that one.
But yeah.
After the break.
Yeah, after the break, we'll start with introducing Bakari. So, another 5-minute break.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. So BRB. Good. We are back.
Lay it down, Mr. Bakari.
Yeah, so go ahead and introduce your character.
Okay, so I'm a player who heavily favors casters. I wanted to play a caster. That's kind of like that's what I was thinking. I knew about that this being a modern game when I joined, but I knew very little about the story actually. I was told that the group is going to Egypt, and then I started to think about the show Warehouse 13, where there's a lot of like historical and magical items basically being collected into this huge warehouse because they're dangerous, so basically they need to be cataloged and stored away safely. But there's a lot of weird things happening, and I imagine my character Bakari being one of those people who in Direwolf setting actually had the job of handling a lot of incoming dangerous magical items and storing them safely away and cataloging them and all that. So his backstory is basically that he somehow, as a professor, stumbled up into knowing about magical stuff. Of course, he's also a historian, so he knows about a lot of the mythology around Egypt and ancient Egypt, particularly. So he is handed the job eventually to deal with all these things that they don't know what to do with, essentially. Like they can't be out in the wild. That's for sure.
Fun fact. Sorry for interrupting, but fun fact. Egypt has so much mythology, historical sites and stuff that a person with that doctor's degree is called a Egyptologist.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, there's no other mythologies that have a specific title like Egyptologist. So that's just a fun little tidbit. Please continue.
Yeah, so I don't have like a deep background story like the rest of the main characters, because this was like, okay, I'm a guest player, I'm gonna play a little bit and see how this is going. So I kind of just jumped into it. Had a little bit of a concept here that this is a kind of a professor who has been seeing too much, so he's going a little bit mad. He is socially awkward and all that, so kind of that's what I've been playing with this character. Mechanically, he's a diviner wizard, and he had absolutely nothing going for combat or being out in the field when I started playing. He was basically, he had all the divination spells, but he was just all about utility, serving his job as this kind of an archiver. And he was approached basically by the group to be the expert on Egypt when they went to this ancient site. This thing about this, for me at least, in the beginning I knew so little about what was really going on as a player that I kind of got confused a lot. I didn't really know what was going on. While the other players were really immersed into the story already, and I kind of felt like, okay, I'm here, but I don't know what to do. That has changed over time, of course, as I get immersed in the story myself. But yeah,
like I know that it was kind of rough.
One of us.
I know it was kind of a rough start for you in that regard, but it was also kind of on purpose, because you were a new character being introduced, and it was kind of up to the players to get you up to speed. So it was kind of on purpose, even though I know that like that's a harsh start for a player joining a campaign midway. So I apologize for that, but it was
yeah, but in character they also had reasons to be a bit secretive, right?
Yeah,
so, and they eventually started to reveal things for Bakari. So. But don't know what else to add here. If any of you have any suggestions, maybe.
We also
Just-
met the secondary person in
Yeah,
Egypt.
yeah. I'll get to that in a second. One thing that doesn't really add to your, well, it does add, but in a negative way, to your socially awkward character is, as mentioned, the fact that you sleep with your eyes open and are fully aware of everything. It's like your character is just like super creepy in some ways.
How would that work if you were going into the doctor to have a surgery? Like, would they put you under and you would start to be like,
Yeah, that's probably why Bakari hates doctors. I don't know.
I imagine that like there is surgeries that they do on the brain specifically where they want you to be awake, but you are still drugged. You can't really move. I imagine it being like that. Like I'm fully aware, but I can't do anything. But yeah.
You also, yeah, as mentioned, you also met this guy in Egypt.
Yes, which is another guest player that's been here before. I think.
Yeah.
"Yep,
Yeah.
played by no other than Legacy Prime."
Yeah, he was also a streamer, so shout out to Legacy Prime.
Yeah.
Yep. Check out his Thursday Crusader Kings 3 streams. He streams more than that, but
What we did before leaving was visiting a museum thing where Lisa reads some hieroglyphics because she's been trying to remember how to do that, and realizes there's more than one avatar in Egypt. Then we all jump on a caravan of cars to go to Libya. We feared that was the best way for us to get into the country without really being detected. Among other things, there was one group of cars that I remember were YouTubers and influencers. Lisa ends up dreaming about a scene where she actually meets other avatars. They apparently had some kind of console thing. She forgot. They didn't believe her to be Nenet because she turned into a human after the failed sacrifice thing. But she got their names. Rask apparently had some kind of nightmare. I did have not written what that nightmare was. But at least during the way, we get attacked by sandstorms and bugs. Which I think were just in the area. I don't think that was us specifically that was being attacked as well.
That was because you didn't know the location of Hamunaptra at this time, but that was because you drove within its radius. That's why you got attacked at that point. Because you plotted the course yourselves through the desert.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, they're going pretty close to Hamunaptra and then just going straight past it.
Yeah.
So that's why you got attacked at that point.
Yes. We survived. We get up to the town in Libya, and then start going back down again because we had a couple of areas we wanted to check out as possible locations. Nas ends up leaving with a tabaxi that contacts him.
Yeah, the thing is that she and I had the same invisibility thing going for us, so neither of us could see each other, but we ended up like going on a hunch, like, okay, I will follow you. I don't think you're an evil spirit.
Yeah.
Which was turning out to be probably the right thing to do.
I was tracking your location on my bracelet and ended up after a while following you invisible as a lion.
It was. I don't actually. I had multiple images for her. I don't think it was that one that I used for you. I think it was this one, but it's the same person.
Yeah, she had several disguises.
Yeah.
You know more about the conversation before I came there?
I mean, the conversation was basically like, who are you? Why are you here? That kind of thing, if I don't remember wrongly.
Seems legit. A fight almost broke out. Lisa revealed herself and let one of the others mind read her to confirm that, because she said that she was also an avatar.
Mhm.
And due to the mind reading, we managed to avoid being
Yeah,
being
because they were set to defend Hamunaptra. Makes sense. And they weren't like accepting any old evidence. So it was a good thing you were there and able to do that.
So they are actually avatars as well, but they work
Mhm.
different than Lisa, because they are like when one of them has a child, that person becomes their own person, but is also an avatar kind of deal.
Mm. Yeah, they sort of inherited the avatarness
Yes.
while you are literally reborn.
So we get to Hamunaptra. Again, I'm trying to speed it up, and try to figure out an entrance to the place, which
Yeah,
is hard. There are
fu-
scorpions and
fu-
things there.
fun fact. I don't have it here right now, but you had a map of the area, like an actual Google map image, and it took you ages to figure out where Hamunaptra was, until
Yeah.
our good friend Yuri Avidan, Legacy Prime, pointed out the
so
picture
stupid.
in Naz's dream matched some landmarks on the world map.
Yeah, yeah. He also figured out the way into the underground part of the compound as well, due to the same kind of rules.
Mhm.
Yeah, wasn't this the exact image also a part there? Like that it marked the entrance basically?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it was. We did, I think, see a dead Nagi or like a snake thing
Naga, yeah.
that had been killed by Kentimentiu like half a year ago or something.
So, Egypt. Here you go. Here's the map. And yeah, you managed to piece together that. Where did I put it? Here it is. Naz's dream. That it matched the symbols matched up with the formation down here. The rocks matched up with the dream Naz had. And so you made it to Hamunaptra exterior, where this is a semi-custom map. I had stitched together lots of desert maps I found. And you found out that the same symbols match up here with the towers.
Yeah.
Eventually revealing an entrance hidden by the sand. Also,
Yes.
Also, this was very close to the first player death, because Naz was in dire straits at this point.
Yeah, no,
having-
he almost
Yeah, he almost died. You went to 0, had at least one failed death save before you were healed.
Yeah, problem about being invisible is that your friends can't see and heal you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has been a consistent problem with you.
It's been a consistent advantage too. Just don't
Yeah.
bury that one.
But was it dark outside at this point? Maybe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, okay.
Can't remember.
Yeah.
We fought twice, I think, once in day and once in night. Yeah, we
Okay.
came there during night.
Yeah.
So.
Uh huh.
And yeah, the dead Naga skeleton is down here.
But we got in.
Yeah.
There are mummies. We attacked the mummies. We kind of tried to basically dungeon crawl the area. There was a lava trap at some point. We found a chest with some
Mr.
stuff.
Potts.
That we getting to Mr. Potts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just letting the map
the-
load.
We getting the sun medallion for Bakari. We also found a hidden, like a weird room with some runes and hieroglyphs for stuff, but we're getting to that as well. We actually go and find a golden room of things, aka like a la Mami
Yeah.
and stuff.
And all these beetles that was eating magic. That was that was nasty.
Yes.
So this is another one of my fully custom maps, where I had drawn it myself.
Yes.
Not as much effort on the lighting on this one, but I did do custom lighting as well. So there's like shadow behind the pillars and stuff, but it wasn't as prominent as the Fey Market.
So we get past like the magic eating beetles and get into the room with puzzles, where there were also like stone people that were attacking us. We managed to open up the puzzle, but we saw footprints out on the floor leading out.
Because fun fact with this, if I managed to move this, the puzzle itself was all movable tiles.
Yeah.
So it was not arranged like a scarab when you got there. It was all jumbled up.
Solve it. Which opened the door, where we met a Herald of Undeath. Karma was it.
Yep.
Here the death approaches. Which
I
was
have
also a fight.
There you
Yes. We did manage to defeat them though, and we also, I think, dispelled magic on some traps in the room, so we didn't have to fight even more mummies.
That was also, I remember, like, okay, I'm gonna try it. I have no clue if this is gonna work out, and it's gonna be bad if it doesn't. And I think it was kind of also lucky that this was dispel magic that Bakari had to do an ability check on, because it was higher level magic. And I think the thing that saved him there was the bardic dice, or was it guidance? I don't remember which one it was. But it was basically, I was one off, and then remembered, oh, we have that. Okay, so then it was okay. Because it was like one below the target there to get to dispel a 9th level magic.
Yeah.
Yes. It was really high magic. We then moved back to, we had a puzzle, we moved back out. No, actually before we were moving out, because we activated all of the other tombs there in the middle of the top of the map. And they started pouring back in through the, that's why there's so many dead people on the entrance to the Goldie area, because there's a trap there. And they kept pouring in, so we had to fight more mummies there. But we managed to kill them, and then we got into the last room, which had a riddle thingy, or we needed to translate stuff.
Yeah.
And by doing so, after defeating another thing that was actually protecting Nennet and working for Nennet.
So yeah, I had made.
Yeah.
I had made these all these different hieroglyph walls.
Yes.
Where that I asked you to translate, basically.
Yes.
And I had highlighted bits. It's a bit hard to see, admittedly, but I had highlighted sections with a slightly different color, which is the only part you actually needed to translate.
Yes.
But yeah, and I had given you, thanks to some rolls, I gave you a cheat sheet as well, but I still made you actually translate it.
It took quite some time.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that I love doing in D&D, because I really like incorporating mechanics outside the game, and like puzzles and stuff that you need to solve as people, as players. But admittedly, it does take a long time, so it doesn't work on all groups, and you can't do it too often, but it is something I really enjoy, personally. Even though
it is enjoyable, I think, because that feeling of like when you do it, like gives you that pride and accomplishment.
Yeah. But yeah, so you managed to translate, because there was first this riddle, with which ended up being that you needed to turn the statues, and as Marius pointed out,
the thingy, it was called Ushapti, which turned out to be friendly ish.
Yeah.
Like it would have been ready to Nenit.
Yeah.
But we
'Cause-
basically killed it in one turn. So
Because as Marius pointed out in the break as well, I did some nice trickery here with the line of sight and layers. So this just looked like a normal hallway, and if you tried to walk down it, that's on the wrong layer. It became a slope into fiery death. And I had on the lighting layer, I had a frame so you couldn't see beyond the walls. So you guys didn't expect anything more than a trap. But then when you solved the puzzle, it turned into a new room.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. I enjoyed that one.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you fought in a shabty.
Yeah, and we got into the room, which was the Nenet's tomb, which was very interesting. We found out Nenet's body had not decayed. It was being magically kept in stasis. Lyssa ended up leaving her watch there in case, because we found out, we didn't actually mention this, we found out that if she dies again, unlike all the other times, she's just going to end up back in the body of Nennet.
So her final 9th life will be the same as her first.
Yeah. At this time, Yuri went left and called the handler to pick up, revealing the location of Hamunaptra. Which, when we found out, freaked out about.
Everyone.
Yeah. We decided to take another way out, I think.
Yeah, I think you ended up teleporting to Cairo.
Yeah, and that's when we met up with Cogner,
Yeah.
I think.
Pretty much.
We did tell the group of avatars about what had happened before we left, though, and I think Nas might have a possible date with one of them, I think going out on a drink with one of them at some point.
Yeah,
I had forgotten that.
Yeah, with the avatar of Bast.
Yes.
Just like at the end of the campaign, you have like the epilogue of Nas just like, oh shit, I have a date.
Yes. Also, Anubis talked a little bit to Rask about Nefertim and said the gods cannot ever truly die. Whatever happens, he can be restored. Brima also left a message for us to contact him when we were back in the UK. Argyle contacted us about Direwolf had received a request for an extraction on an unsecured line, which was Yuri. But he also had a lead on Cantimentiu. We get back. We got more info from the Dog Pound. Argyle had to reach out to BPRD. And actually, Brima comes into a meeting, and this is when we have a sudden trip to China with Brima and a couple of other people. Because we figured out that Cantimentiu is going to be there. So we did a shortcut through Feywild and then to get out of a lake and then drive up to Wuhan, I think.
Yep, Wuhan.
Which was full lockdown on the Terra City. Because guess when this happened? Early 2020. Yeah. So we end up going into a spa that's full of zombies. Where we meet a businessman and a certain commander, which you can pull back up again.
Yeah, so you meet this guy. And,
yes, he has an imp.
And this guy.
Yes. We find out pretty fast that the businessman is not just a businessman. The businessman is Cantimentiu. This is a fight. We almost take them. Then they kill us, and we wake back up. again because it was a vision from Brima. Actually, I remember the thing we completely skipped over back in Egypt. We actually destroyed one of Cantimenti's phylacteries because we found that he
Yeah.
was Lich.
Yeah.
That was important.
That is important, yeah. Yeah, basically, because Kentimentu in life was a necromancer. So,
Yeah.
by stealing your power, he basically became a vampire, and then because he was like a vampire necromancer, he also, when he was locked in his tomb, buried alive with the Homdai ritual, which is copied again straight from Mummy. That basically turns him into a mummy. But being all these things, I, as a DM, is just like, let's just throw Lich in there as well. So he's a vampire, mummy, Lich, necromancer. Because, you know, if you have you need a final boss of a level 20 campaign, you need to go further than the stereotypes. You need to start merging things together. So he's everything.
Yeah, we did find out he has 4 phylacteries, I think, and we destroyed one of them.
Yeah.
We wake back up and we realize that Cantimentu have realized we know about the phylacteries.
Yeah, the reason he has 4 is also that is based on Egyptian mythology, because it's the 4 vases that you store body parts in.
Yeah.
When you bury mummies.
Yes. So I think we know there was one in China, but he has gotten to it, so he has probably moved it. And he was on his way to one of the others. We later suspect there's one on Iceland. But that's why we realized we are not strong enough, so we need to get strong fast. Good way to do that, go to a place where we have more time, aka Shadowfell. So our plan was then, okay, we need to talk to someone from BPRD. And so we go back to America, we go back to the ghost town, into the cave. Because that's where she is. We found out we did not get rid of all of them, the Coutures. They now have a new leader in the form of a very golden statue that looks very much like one of us. Which I think you have a picture of.
I don't think I do, because I think I just made his token golden. I didn't actually make a splash screen for him.
Yeah.
Sadly.
So a golden Vrask appears that we have to fight. Because they saw
have
him.
token for him though.
Yeah, we have token.
Oak Creek, that's the place. I just needed to find the map because, as I said, he doesn't have a splash. I also realized that I hadn't. There you go. Yeah, Vrask has the golden version himself as well, or Mats has the golden version. I am just going to find the map. There it is, Oak Creek Cave.
And the thing that was special about him was that he just had a shit ton of HP. So much HP.
Right. I think I recall at one point during the fight where you just stopped for a moment and said, "You guys have now dealt about 1,000 hit points of damage."
Yeah, he wasn't that strong. He just had a lot of health because he is a big metal man. His token is not here, so I must have deleted it when he died because he obviously didn't exist and he faded.
It was on that side though. It was on the left side, so you have to go to the other side.
Was it? I thought it was in the water area. No, yeah, here he is.
Yeah, he died.
Yeah, here's his token. Here's his splash.
This is also a moment I was totally confused as a player when this happened.
We managed to defeat him and the rest of the Couture. And we meet the person who is going to help us get into Shadowfell, Miss Jane Hopper.
Which is loading. There you go.
Not only is Hellboy canon, but so is a certain other popular TV show.
Yes. So she knows how to get into Shadowfall because she's been there. She does not get why we are crazy enough to go back in there. But we
Also-
do.
Also, fun fact: it doesn't look like her at all, but that is actually her face, the actress who plays 11.
Oh.
I found
Really?
a very recent picture of her from some red carpet thing where she was like dressed up with makeup and stuff, and it was like that. She looks a lot older in this picture than she does in the show. So I was like, okay, that's going to be perfect for my artwork because this, obviously, the show happens in the 80s. So she would be a lot older by now.
Mhm.
And I actually went to excessive lengths to calculate how old she would be in 2020 and try and get a suitable image. And then I just found one where she actually looked older. So I was lucky. But yeah, please continue.
So our plan was to go in there and stay there for a month in Shadowfell, which would be around 2.5 days in real life. I have kept very good track of the time we've been there. So we go in at the 8th of February in the morning because we slept in Oak Creek in American time zones. 2019. Plan is to then get pulled out by Miranda, I think it was, in 30 days. While we're there, so yeah, I can probably okay. I'm gonna just say this right away. We were periodically had to do sanity saves, or else be bombarded with madnesses, either minor or major, and this played a big role throughout the last third of the series that we've been doing. We ended up randomly in the forest, I think.
Yep.
Found out pretty fast that any light we make attracts shadows. I think at some point Rask ends up doing like a big like musical number because he heard people, and then we
yeah, that was pretty early on.
Yeah, that was very early on.
Good scene. Totally responsible. Good scene.
I don't think we did that yet. We Niles did a recon with his bunch of cat familiars that could fly. At some point, Mao gets aged up due to some ghost things.
Yeah, that was a lucky break from your side because a ghost attacked him, and it says in the description of the attack in official D&D rules, says that the target ages a random amount of years, and I was like, you're really lucky this hit Mao, because this just helps you. This is a positive thing for you.
Yeah, it could have hit Lissa without doing anything either. But yeah. So we cleared the cave, troll cave thing or giant cave, which seems to be fine. Then we try and go up the river. Sees one of the elders thingies, which is the corrupting shade. It notices us, so we freak out and teleport out.
Yeah.
Just in time.
That was this one, I believe.
Yeah, that
I'm
one.
I'm holding shift. I don't need to hold shift.
Yeah, we teleport back to the cave after that thing almost got us. I think, and we go westward and we find the camp Jane Hopper was in, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't you forget that once we teleported to the cave, we actually went right into the reach of one another?
That's the second time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
because
the
there's
second
another one of those.
No. We teleport back
elders
into
there.
this one. We teleport back into this one. That's what happens.
Because you almost flew into this one, and then you teleported away, and then he started following where you traveled.
Yes.
So he was here on the cave.
Yeah.
When
we teleport back to the cave. Yes.
Yeah, when you went there the second time.
Yes. So we found a camp with Jane. It's very old because time is going weird. We continue on. We sleep in the camping car thing, I think. Get attacked again. We find something called a tree with glowing blue lights, which is dying. This one had two weird creatures around it: the Lost and a Nightwalker. I remember we specifically fought very defensively in that fight. Afterwards, we actually ended up being talked to the tree. I think Nas and Zara talked to the tree.
There's the Nightwalker.
Someone could talk to the tree, and it
Yeah.
said it had two of the trees. We needed to save one of them.
I'm not sure if it was Zara directly, but it could have been Vrask, but it was definitely because Zara was touching the tree.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Nas used
yeah.
telepathic communication to talk to it, and
Yes.
then Zara used her heart touch to
To reply.
interpret the response.
Yeah.
Yes, and Vrask tongues helped also do this, so it was a weird
Like a
Um,
combination.
The telephone. That
yes.
was
Yeah.
basically a telephone.
Game of telephone.
It was a by our powers combined.
This is also where we got two staffs, bow staff and a bow thingy, one for Bakari and one for Lissa,
Yeah,
which
and
we had to win.
I want to bring this one up on screen as well because they summon
Buttons.
our first Twitch
Viewer.
viewer homage.
Regular.
Yeah. So if you're still here, Button Brigade, as mentioned, this was as a thanks for you coming every session to watch.
Yes, we could summon those through the staffs, which was fun.
Good one.
So we went south afterwards to find a second tree, which was doing something to by a Bodex and stalkers on the southern tree. We managed to kill them and take a lot of the leaves from the last tree, I think. Yeah, we have at least a lot of leaves. I think Nas is the one that summons a lot of ton of light at the same time.
Yeah.
We all
So what
summon a
happens
lot of
is
light.
that what has happened is he has a moment where he kind of realizes his destiny a little bit. He one of those steps, and in the desperation, in the darkness, he crowns himself, or a crown manifests around his brow of bright starlight.
Yes.
A worst possible place for it to happen, though, but damn cool if I'm going to say it myself.
Well, actually, we did this on purpose because the tree needed light, I think, so we were kind of helping it that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, that's true. Somebody made sunlight as well.
Yeah,
So
so
we did as much as possible to it right
I
away.
think it was
yeah,
Cognitive,
so
wasn't it?
yeah, first you cast the Crown of Stars as like light. Before we all realized with horror that you can't really dispel it unless someone actually casts dispel magic on it. Both Cogner and Nas were camping up in the tree, and Cogner was I was playing him to the standard like sage flaw of some people run when they see a demon. I stop and take notes. And he was trying. He had been trying desperately since they had entered the Shadowfell and started encountering the shadow demons or shadow beasts to like actually get a proper sketch down and everything. And they always like dissolved away before he could. So when they were fighting, he was annoyed that the Crown of Stars wasn't illuminating enough. So he like frustratedly cast. Sunlight, which is one of the spells he has. And yeah, illuminated enough when we saw the shadow dragon that came into.
Yeah. So there's a shadow dragon. We managed to kill it. Nal still had Chronos Stars, I think, but he summons a helicopter and we start trying to escape. Another elder notices us in the light. The devouring shade. We realize that Nas can't do anything about the stars, so he has to like try and actually use it up. But since the Elder Shade the Devouring Shade has noticed us, we teleport back to the cave, right into the hands of the other Elder.
Yeah.
This proved out to be a good thing, though, because Nas heard whispers.
Yes.
The terrible noises it made.
Can
Due to
only be
this,
good.
Already tuned into the psychic frequencies of being a warlock or something, something.
Yeah. An old one warlock, no doubt, no less.
Specifically.
Yeah.
We have like 2 other warlocks in the party, but he
Yeah.
was a specific right type.
I'm old school, right?
Yep.
I deal with elder horrors. Which does kind of imply that maybe it isn't the morning star. Like, what is that relationship actually? What does that mean? If his warlock pack allows him this, his specific one, which is interesting. But he managed to pick up that there was some Latin phrases in there that the party helped understand. Was referring to Libro, Nox Arcana. I don't remember exact wordings.
Nox Libra.
But basic.
No, Nox. Yeah, I can't remember now.
Exactly. So it
Nox
put it
Atra
on
ex
the.
Libro.
Exactly.
Yes.
It put us on the trail of why the Shadowfell exists, and apparently
Yes,
there is a spell or a curse that wants to be a realm.
Yes,
And
which
that
is
realm is the
found out
Shadowfell.
by Bakari, because Bakari used legend lore.
Yes. That wizard utility, man. Just boom.
Mm-hmm.
We found out about it's a book Merlin had. It's a spell book. We didn't really know much about it, but he had it for a while. And the name is translated to the Black Book of Night. So we continue up north and find a settlement. At first, we on the way we actually do some questions. We ask Merlin for stuff through a spell. And first we ask where he was buried, Stonehenge. Why is an elder after the book? He doesn't know. Who was the original creator? He doesn't know. Where was the book when you died? It was with him. Where's Excalibur? Because we didn't really have any other questions to do, so just cool. So we know where that sword was at the time of Merlin's death. Let's see. We do actually get now we get to the town. We first go in disguises. There's Drow, Sharakais, Duragars, and Sirnedlin.
Svirnebin.
Yes. Long story short, we end up talking to the leader of the town, which I forgot his name. But
Kithlord.
he realizes pretty fast that we are not from here because we're not acting like we should. And as soon as we drop our disguises, he's like, "Oh shit, you're actually outsiders," which is very interesting. So we found out a bit more. This Shadowfell used to be part of the Feywild. It's the Unseelie realm. But it was evacuated and used as a place to keep the spell book, because the spell book is a curse that creates eternal shadow realm thing, and it used to be for a while directly in the dark ages of the material plane before it was returned as a book. And now the book is in 3 pieces, and the only way to fix everything is fix the realm back to the way it used to be is to recomplete the book. But the book doesn't want to be a book. It wants to be. It has 3 forms. It's the realm, it's the book, and it is as a spell in someone's mind. So 1 piece of the book is there, and they are planning on getting more of them. So we actually use some time in this city. Quite a bit of time, actually. Among other things, I'm going to... due to a minor madness, Liz is going to be blind for a little bit. So she goes around and gets help from other people to get around. Bakari reads some lore books, gets a lot of spells. Cogner ends up teaching the local population on how to make bullets and guns. We sell a lot of engineering books, so we get rich. Lissa does some sparring with a certain drow boy by catching
Yeah,
all his
look at-
arrows. Oh, you got the splash screen! Better ending.
Nice.
Which we will get to. Naz accidentally makes a thrall.
Yeah.
At a drug party. That's a drug party. You know it is.
Yeah, it's a Shadowfell drug party. I don't know why you think that's strange.
Yeah, because they are also affected by the madness we were affected by, but they are slightly more used to it. But that means they still like chronically depressed all the time, and have to deal with it somehow.
It was quite funny when you first entered the town, Skydwayham, because you were all in your disguises, and Vrask just goes up to a random guard and like, so, yo, how's it going? Yeah, life sucks, huh? Just playing straight into the emo stereotype.
Hey, it worked.
Yeah.
Worked really well.
Yes. We do get told to go and find meet up with. I think this is now. Yes, we go up and meet with a caravan that is going to bring the second piece of the book back to town. Which we do. We met up with A, B, C, D, and Evie.
Yeah. I think.
Interesting thing to note.
Yeah, I
in the
think
map,
they
yeah.
all got official names as well. I'll see if they all got names. But yeah.
Later. The map you made in Flowscape had a Japanese like the thingy.
Mm,
I'm blanking on the name, but you know what I mean.
yeah.
Which was weird, but it was a cool map, stream map. They just think Lissa was a weird drow because she had normal
Yeah,
skin color.
It's low res right now because it hasn't loaded yet. But I have got the bridge up. There you go. Yeah, this was made in Flowscape because I was just trying that program out.
Mhm.
And here we see all their names. So there's A, B, C. Azaki is down there. D was the captain, Captain D. And then Evie.
Yes.
Because I was asked their names, but when I was just prepared, this is a random group of guards. So I have
Yep.
to make up something quick.
The players always ask that question.
Yeah, I know.
Wasn't this also like the first encounter after we had gone shopping?
You did a bit of
First
shopping, yeah. The first
Yes.
shopping,
We
yeah.
did one
Because
shot. We did the first one, yes.
I distinctly remember that because one of the things I had bought as Cogner was a gilded flower, which is a very specific spell component for a, at that point, playtest's spell. So that I don't know if it's on the map. It might
No,
be a
it's-
bit further north. Not Cogner, but
No, but yeah. I know.
no, I think it might have been just dismissed. But
Yeah.
yeah, I could summon a little fey creature.
Yes. On the way back, we continued to just like escort them back. We met more monsters, including a shadow drake, which is the point, and a night walker. This is the point where Nas at some point stays behind because he had a thought of not running away to help people, I think,
Mm.
and gets knocked out when he has the Chronos Stars online.
Yeah, that was stupid. It's funny. I mean, I love it whenever I'm stupid, but I love it.
And I couldn't teleport up to you because you were lit up. I can only teleport in the dark.
Yeah, that was I think it was this map.
Yeah. So that was really close to get Nas killed. But at the end, we
Again.
get back up from the town.
In the form of Ozaki.
Yeah, Asaki and several others. Which was fun. And they had been briefed by this point that we were outsiders. And Akari started hearing a whisper about claim me from the book. Which is interesting. So we're back in town. Nas meets the troll. Urla.
Urla, yeah, I saw she was here.
Yes.
Urla. Oops.
So they talk. They're both like a bit weirded out about what the heck is going on, but realizing there's magic involved. Liz asked about the Turi, which is the gate thing. Kitlo doesn't know.
You can only make out the shadow of it, but
yes. Yes. Lissa ends up meditating a bit about her life in Tibet and realizes that oh shit. Back when she had a life in Tibet and it was being attacked, the monastery, she ended up opening a gateway to the Shadowfell and throwing all the kids in there to save them. So we find out about the monastery in Shadowfell further up that has the book, The Last Piece. And they are most likely the descendants of Lissa again.
Everybody's a descendant of Lissa.
Yes, it's a theme by this point. So every time, Nennet. But yeah, Nas tries to get Asaki and Lissa on a date. He kind of succeeds. At least they end up going to talk over lunch or something. While Rask, you go and decide to make a second Rask. Wanna go and explain that?
Better than one Rask. 2.
yeah.
And you create
What is too good to be
Furia.
true? Rask.
And I create life.
Yes, with a clone who has limited magic.
Yeah, and he looks like my my alter Pyrian.
He's pissed about you doing this because he has up to this point felt he was you. Very much the clone
It's
dilemma.
a strong word, but probably not,
You start to realize that oi, maybe this was not that good of an idea.
It is.
You end up to talk to Pyrian, and he also has an existential crisis. Cogner is still teaching people about bullets.
Right. Just causing an industrial revolution.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Not
Very
bad.
casually.
You realize you are running out of bullets, so you need to teach them how to make bullets.
This can have no negative effects whatsoever.
Of course not.
No unforeseen consequences.
Yes. Yes. So our plan forward is to take the Drow and the Four Guards and Asaki and Urla with us up north to another town. Because they need to go there and we need to go to the monastery to get the last book because we figured we are here to get stronger. Why not help them in the process? So we go up to the second town, which I forgot the name of again.
Rockmount.
Yes. I'll see that we have speculation about the phylacteries maybe being on Iceland, at least one of them. I think one of the reasons we were thinking about that was I don't remember the details, but I think we realized the list of reincarnations in geographical places, at least, were not random. At least we don't think they are. So we think they might have something to do with Kentimentu. Anyway, we go further up north. We defeat some enemies on the way. Several of us get a couple of badnesses on the way.
Yeah, the
Up in this...
funny thing about that is that
Hmm?
I think it is once a day that Thomas asks for it, and some special occasions.
Mm.
I think so, yeah.
Akari has barely succeeded on any of them. he's gotten so many
He's
fails.
having things.
So Bakari is 2 steps from reaching the bottom twice.
Yeah. And Nas, on the other hand, has barely gotten below 0.
Mm.
Got the mind of a warlock. After the old ones. His mind is a fortress.
Yeah. Up here we find out that there are 2 religions currently in that area. Technically there's 3 as well, but in this town there's 2. Temple of the Dragon and of the Spiders. And the Spiders were worshipping what was the goddess of the spiders called?
Aranea.
Was it
Arachne.
Aranea?
Or
Okay,
Arachna?
yes.
Arachna, yeah.
Which was an archfey. There's also a religion with a raven based on Moonin, I think.
Hmm.
And then there's the Temple of the Dragon, which is a older religion that's not that much in control anymore. But Asaki's father was part of that before he was chosen to be a guard of a couple of magical items.
Mm.
Yes. That guy. We do some talking here in the city. We do some shopping. They have magical items. We make a deal, I think, with not the priestess, but one of the leaders of the spiders thing. They want to not be bothered by the people from the monastery. Monastery wants to have an item from the Dragon Temple, so we go and decide to try and talk to them.
Mm.
They are not very sane, but very funny, and necessarily not really that aggressive. Sorry. Yeah, we travel by helicopter most of the way, and then meet Darrow and a couple of others up in the mountain, and they are a bit hard to talk to. But I reach an understanding eventually. They have the book. They don't want to give away the book because that is protecting them, unless they get something in return that can also still protect them. Like the Heart of the Dragon.
Mm.
So, some of them realizes that the book is dangerous and they should not rely on it. Others are like, yeah, no, we totally should. They going back and forth themselves. But of course, they do not really trust us to needing the book to, get rid of the Shadowfell. We just met them, so makes sense. So, we decide to go and steal some magical items. Because that's a great idea. We first do a checkup, a reconnaissance of the cave. Naz gets in, I think. Or at least someone gets in and sees stuff. The dragon they are worshipping was called Narasaxiaris?
Yes.
Or something.
Yep,
He
correct.
died shortly after Shadowfell happened. Suspected that he is the devouring shade, but we're not sure. And the cave is basically the corpse or the skeleton that's left. We talk to Asaki. He says his father is protecting the heart, and he has the eyes, which is almost as powerful. We come up with a plan of pretending to go for the heart, but actually going after the eyes by planning on killing Asaki's father, taking the eye, and then resurrecting him, hoping that's gonna help. plan does not go as planned. We disguise ourselves as shadow demons, create a little bit of light, get more shadow demons to attack them. We were planning on just distracting them. We end up killing several of the guards. Well, less of us. We get some to leave. Rask gets some of them to leave for their own safety. Through magical compulsion. Then we fight Asaki's father, Estin. But Naz, you do a thing to him. You got the new spell.
I look into his mind. All the ordered neat rolls of thoughts, and I just mess them up. I make his
feeble
mind
mind.
a feeble thing.
Too bad he was using his own mind to keep someone else suppressed.
Yeah, I didn't really. That kind of caught me by surprise. I have to admit that.
Yeah. So the dragon takes over and starts running on a rampage.
It was a
So,
brilliant plan for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I think that sums it up. It was a brilliant plan for 2 seconds. I love it.
Yeah.
It was a calculated risk.
Yeah. So we do manage to
As in-
kill him. Yeah, I like the idea. We managed to kill him and resurrect him, but take both of the items, and Frask rewrites his memories to think he was valiantly defending.
Yeah, Rask
the
doesn't
fight.
rewrite his own memories. He
no.
rewrites Estin's.
Yes.
Estin,
Yes.
he.
Yes, prolongates. But it does it also by making another appearance of our golden divine Rask boy coming into his dreams and becoming the Messiah. But basically trying to get him to think he should patch things up with his son. We sneak away. We manage to make some alibis in town while a couple of us go to the monastery again and do the swap of the heart, while Bakari keeps the eye. Bakari, again, filled with madness, I think that's why, is going to keep the camp safe. The camp we're not actually using because we're in the mansion that the Rask is making. So that was fun.
Madness is always fun.
Yes. So we do tie up some loose ends and then teleport back to town. We go and put together. Asaki comes with us because he realizes this is a big deal, and his father kind of needs rest because he's still not completely. He's not fine. We end up putting the book back together and get a very, very beautiful slow sunrise in the Shadowfell. And as we do, and the sun rises, we see all the shades gets eliminated, and all the elders are slowly peeling away like the dust, as if being snapped by Thanos. Very, very slowly. Kagner is using a lot of sunscreen and just like filming and doing a lot of like actual research now that he has sunlight. Na sits up on top of the roof for a while, and he has the book that Lissa had kept safe for a while. Bakari is also doing some notes. Rask is using Awakening on one of the leaves that he's had with him for a while, making a mini Groot that he's going to give to Pyrian, who's going to stay. And Asaki says he can. He asks if he can come with us back home, and they do a lovely end of the movie kiss as the credits. And when our plan is possibly to leave Shadowfell soon, and that is the end of the arc of the Shadowfell.
Mm.
I can't believe that only took us
5 hours.
5 hours.
5 hours to recap.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been playing for 2 years. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not surprised. We have a lot of ground to
I,
cover.
I
but
really tried to put it to like the Shadowfell to just like summarize it way faster than all the others.
Oh, hands down, you've been doing most of the summarizing, and I think you've done a good job.
Very
Thank
good
you.
at that.
And I would propose okay, this is my we don't have an agenda for today, and we've been going for 5 hours, but I have a proposition. We take 10-minute break, a little bit longer now.
Yeah.
And then we do a half hour or something where we just try to discuss what we like our
Yeah.
best moments or something like that.
I
Any
also-
highlights we want to pull out, and
Yeah,
beyond
agreed.
that, I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna log off.
Agreed. I also have the various artworks that you've been drawing,
Yeah, I
videos
show
and
off
gifs.
the animations.
Yeah, the videos and gifs, the animations. So we do have a few pictures and stuff to go through, but that won't take long.
Possibly just mention that the spin-offs that actually exist.
Yeah.
We don't need to do an actual like recap of them.
No, like
But,
no.
like-
There's one 100 years ago in Norway. There is one in
No,
Japan,
Matthias.
and that's mentioning them.
No, I think like a actual synopsis, like the back of a book, kind of.
Yeah,
we can
that's
do at least, but yeah, let's have a 10-minute break first, a bit of a longer one. And then when we come back, we'll have a quick synopsis of the spin-offs we've had, and then look at some artwork and stuff, and discuss our most memorable moments, etc. But first, a 10-minute break. And we're back. So, that was the recap of the entire 2 years saga. As
Yeah,
promised,
oh, there. There it's coming.
yeah, as promised, a very, very quick recap of the spin-offs. Just a synopsis, basically.
Yes.
Matthias just went to the kitchen, which is unfortunate because the first spin-off was his, chronologically. At least.
Well, it's
like-
very easy to summarize it.
Yeah.
It was set 100 years ago, more or less, in Norway. And the Jotner, the old giants from Norse mythology, were creating a ruckus. And so some agent had to go in and investigate, and it turned out it wasn't all of the Jotner, it was just one, and he was doing a big ritual to awake an old, like a pre-Norse pantheon giantess that was literally a part of the mountain range
It was
by Jostedalsbreen in Norway.
Yeah.
And the agent sort of failed. They managed to stop the bad guy from completing the ritual, but they couldn't probably disperse of the magic that he had accumulated. So there was a large magical outburst in the Jostedalsbreen about 100 years ago, canonically in Direwolf.
and
I think that's about sums it up as much
Yeah.
as needed.
the Jotnar was called Rasvelger, wasn't it?
Yeah, Rasvelger.
It was like Northern Wind or
Corpse
something.
Swallower. No, Corpse Swallower.
Okay, there was some kind of Jotun that was kind of Northern Wind or
Yeah.
something.
And
Yeah,
I know,
wind
I know
powers, but
exactly
it's-
why Torbjorn is laughing, because he recognizes the name as well as I did the first time.
But you didn't recognize the name. It's different. It's just they also used the name.
Yeah.
I know. It's just that I had just played enough of that one expansion by the time we met the dragon guy in the
Shadowfell?
Shadowfell.
Mhm.
So I just like wait a minute as soon as his name was revealed,
Yeah.
and now I'm just like I've been stuck in those names for so long. So as soon as you mentioned Rasvelger, I'm just like Racevelger.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Race Valger?
Racevelger. And
That's not what I mean.
yeah, anyway, yeah, continue.
Yeah.
No, I'm
But yeah,
done. That was it.
I reacted the same way as you just did on camera now, Torbjorn, when I heard the giant's name in Matthias's one shot. But
So where are you taking the references from, Thomas and Torbjörn?
It's from
yeah, I took
Final Fantasy 14.
yeah.
Okay.
The Estin Baravan is based on one of the dragoons from the first expansion pack of Final Fantasy 14. Quite heavily based on him, in fact.
Yeah, literally the spitting image, you could say, of him.
Yeah, I used his artwork,
Yeah.
and also in the story of the game, he also has an eye of a dragon, which gives him power. So I've literally taken part of his story.
So I'm looking
I
forward
am
to
a
what might
dragon.
happen to Bacardi.
Yeah. But also in that storyline in the Final Fantasy game, Racevelgar is a friendly dragon which helps you.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
friendly. He's more of a like I don't want to deal with you fucking mortals.
Yeah.
So fuck off, and then yeah.
But as we also mentioned, one of the flaws of that game is that he says what you said in less words, but it takes about 10 times longer. Because
Oh yeah,
that-
no. The thing is, dragons in Final Fantasy 14 are basically ants,
yeah, they talk really slow.
essentially.
But yeah,
And they talk really slow and in a different like in like
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if we're gonna
That's
continue,
awkward.
this,
Yeah, yeah.
we're gonna finish sometime past midnight.
yeah.
Oh
it's
yeah.
fine.
I'll recount the entire tale.
That was a quick
hour
recap
count.
and divergence of the
Yes. Sorry about that.
100-year ago Norwegian
Sorry.
folk story ish side spin-off. I'm going chronological, so the next one would also be Matthias's spin-off, I believe, the one in Oslo. Because I think yours happened before
that-
COVID.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a small spin-off that mainly revolved around tracking down a nefarious medical company that had trapped and was doing medical experiments on an angel and producing a drug that the agents came into contact with.
Yeah.
The real enemy is the big pharma all along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
That.
real
I
enemy
mean,
is capitalism.
modern settings, I felt we had to go for that plotline.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, like, the story itself wasn't very long and complicated. It, like, you summarized it in one sentence. But that was also a very fun campaign to run in because you dived very heavily into the modern aspects, with us being in a modern city, using Google Maps for practically everything. It was very fun.
Yeah,
So,
I was a cleric of the city,
yeah.
and my character was literally just like ethical, humanetisk. So,
Yeah.
technically not religious at all.
Yeah. My character in that was
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, my character in that started off like a parkour person, like a heavy athlete parkour enthusiast, and then I just realized, no, personality-wise, he's just Jesse Pinkman, which was funny.
At least you didn't shoot anyone.
Yeah. And then the chronologically the last one to happen is, as we mentioned in the recap, it all starts off with Direwolf getting hacked over Christmas. Celia, do you want to continue?
Yes. Turns out that is Thomas's character in Monkey Bane hacking in there, and Direwolf discovered him, and decided to hire him instead.
Yeah.
So he is a very new recruit. My short shot was about the 3 treasures of Japan, which are actual real treasures, supposedly. They're not legally allowed to be looked at by most people, are being stolen. So the group is put together to try and track that down and find them. They are very thin on resources because this is literally during COVID. They eventually find out it is a group of hags or unibabas that does it and are trying to resummon Orochi, a mythical Hydra-esque beast. They fail dearly in stopping it, though they stop the unibabas, and we get a kaiju on our hands.
Yeah. Also, absolutely complete coincidence that my character's name was Orochi.
Yeah.
Wondering about that.
Yeah, that was.
No, I had planned Orochi before he came up with Orochi. Orochi was already planned.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I had no idea
But
on
he
her
had-
story at all. So yeah,
As soon as I heard about like the summary of how that had gone, I immediately thought like, wait, is this another one of like those twists like what Joe Robert did in another campaign where it turns out one of the guys was the thing I love.
Oh yeah, he did it with Matthias' character, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a coincidence, but Orochi, Thomas's character, could have picked up the sword if he hadn't rolled shit at his
I know.
and you would have immediately awakened the sword.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
did. Normally it would have taken-
I tried so many times. I rolled so bad on picking up that damn sword.
Yeah, no, you had a way lower
The,
DC on
familiar,
getting it.
not yourself,
Yeah.
did you?
Sorry, what?
So,
Yeah, I
You did
tried
it
it.
with familiar,
I
not
tried
yourself.
with the familiar most because I was busy, but I did try myself as well.
yeah.
But
No,
I
but you
failed on
had
those.
if you had gotten it, you would have been able to pick it up and awaken it right away.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, no, Orochi escaped, and is currently on the loose in Japan, and we might get a short shot then by Mats soon,
Mm,
dealing with the consequences of that.
yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens to the kaiju Orochi and any other kaiju that have spawned because of this summoning.
Also, thing of note is that this happened my thing happened in May of 2020, while Mats's new thing is going to happen in June, or at least the event. kicks off his thing happens in June,
Mm.
while currently Direwolf, the main campaign, is still in February.
Yeah.
So
So this has not happened yet in the main story.
yes,
Mhm.
my one of my main reasons for waiting as long as I did with the game was because I wanted Direwolf to end, so I
Yeah.
knew where it was like, nah, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah. Things have taken a lot longer than expecting. But yeah, that was a very brief recap of the spin-offs that we've had. And as the DM in the main story, I just have to thank both of you and potentially thank you as well, Mats. Because I love it. It's like seeing that you enjoy the setting that I've set up, and getting to play in it myself as well, is absolutely amazing. So thank you to the both of you. And now, let's have a look at some more artwork. I think I've actually got to show all. No, there's one. At least one splash screen that I haven't shown from the character list. Yeah, there's only one that I didn't get the chance to show, and that is everyone's favorite character.
Pizza Pots!
I don't know what you mean about favorite. I mean, I love him, but I hate him.
You made voice samples of him too.
I did. That was on my old laptop though. I
That
don't
was
have
so
them anymore.
cursed.
It's lost.
Mr. Potts.
When you had that and actually used them, it was like, is it actually Matt
I know.
that is saying this, or is it your thing?
Yeah.
Weird how that works when he's actually sampling my goddamn voice.
Mr. Potts! Oh,
I
can you
thought
make
it
the
was-
voice, Mats? Can you?
No.
Good. That's the correct answer.
I never will do it again. I am afraid that Thomas is sitting there with the record button.
So
Waiting
yeah,
to do-
we also had.
Plus, you know he still has the samples because he can just go back to the old streams.
No, it's long
Oh
gone.
yeah. Then I'll need to filter
We
them out
shouldn't
though. But
listen to it because it takes time. But I also made an audio recap of one session. I was
yeah,
quite
I was
proud of.
thinking of going through that quickly as well, but
I think it's a bit too long.
maybe
I
we.
don't know.
I can skip through a bit and just take a small section of it, because you did some fancy work there. But yeah, we had the monsters from Egypt as well, which were well, Egypt inspired, obviously. The desert urchin.
Which one was the boss that we completely destroyed?
It's the
Yeah,
one that was kind of
Ushabti.
orangey. Yeah, Ushati.
Ushabti, yeah. The
Ushati.
This
I like
guy,
that.
this is the one that was actually friendly. You found out afterwards he was actually friendly.
Yeah.
And these Ushabti you burned alive, basically. You just opened their coffins and burned them, because they never got to spawn.
Yeah, we
We kind of
distilled.
assumed they were all bad. I don't feel we were wrong about those guys, but the first one we definitely learned.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
the belly.
those
That
were
was,
in the first, very, very, very first one. Right?
yeah, that's the very first enemy you fought. Was the belly. We had some kobolds, which were great fun. You fought an ogre when going against the historian as well.
He also managed to get into the street, so we had to call a backup for the ogre.
Yeah. Misk. At some point, you fought rats.
Does not teach martial arts to turtles.
Yeah. We have, of course, the Black Fox PMC cultists. They were in the pre-session.
Not the same as works.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did a good job on all the splash screens.
Ghost
Ghost Miner.
Yeah, I think this one is also the flavor text is kind of funny, considering that many of us are now playing Minecraft. I can't remember when you fought the pureblood, but I know you fought him.
Wasn't it the church?
No, the church was the Embracer. This guy.
Ah.
Jesus. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
when
right.
that
Maybe,
was. Are
maybe
you
it was
sure we
in,
fought the
China?
pureblood?
We fought so many vampires there.
Or maybe he had an ally. I don't know.
Maybe. I can't
I don't know.
remember. And zombies. Also known as former direwolf agents.
He wasn't. Was the vampire pureblood maybe part of the direwolf attack?
No, that was just shadows.
Okay.
Speaking of shadows, we have all the Shadowfell monsters.
Actually, it might have been in
Including Espen.
Feywild when they were doing the eclipse that we saw the thingy. Because I think there was a
Yeah,
vampire that
yeah,
tried
yeah.
to put Medusa.
Yeah, it was the pureblood was trying to drain Naz.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Dare one is so great.
yeah, I know.
Yes.
Nightwalkers were creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
That's the one we managed to stun for a minute or what it was.
Yeah.
Proper sunlock, yeah.
Yeah, they had an AoE effect, so.
Yeah, that was a bit harsh. Even though he was stunned, he was killing you.
I had a lot
Yeah,
of
no,
fun
they-
with that specific encounter because that was a con-based check, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Int.
Yeah. No, I think no. The one where like the thing that it Shadow the Nightwalker imposed upon us because Cogner's dump stat is con.
Mm.
So I had a lot of fun just like this will probably not be relevant. Oh fuck.
Mm. And of course, since you met 11, I had to have some of these.
Oh, those are not so nasty. I've
Yeah.
never really looked at their hands before, but like Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah, Shenanigans. And then there's.
I like the pun for that one. I really do. That is horrible.
Yeah. That is a horrible pun. And then it's all the bosses in order, I think. Starting with the Hellish Demon, also known as Axel Crix. From the prologue. The White Dragon from the first. We've got Insomina.
Insomnia.
I still say her name wrong, because it's a joke on Insomnia. The Kobolds. Historian. The Wife. Blurred Man. Mr. Fernandez, also known as Tex-Mex. The Morkoth. The Mummy. The Commander.
When did we face the commander?
He was
Was
with
that
China.
with Kentimentu?
yeah,
Division.
he was with Kentimentu.
Ah, okay. Okay, so we've not faced
He's the guy that killed Lissa in World War One and also.
Yeah, I know
almost-
that one. I that's I remember that one, but like
Okay.
I was just wondering when we'd faced him, and we haven't
Well-
technically.
Technically, you
World War
haven't.
One was Emil, right?
No, Emil was World War Two.
Okay. Then it was Kimi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The First Nation Canadian.
Yes.
I've noted them all down here because at some point I may or may not actually draw them.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
When we go through the animatic I made, you can get some reference for my art of
Yeah.
design of them.
Nice.
Kentimentu. And then it's the three elders.
I think we never met the first one of those three.
No, you didn't actually ever meet him, but he is on the map, and he always has been.
Yeah, it was revealed after we got the sun back, and
Yeah.
he has been documented.
So that
They're
that
still
is all.
around, right?
I'm also-
even after
yeah.
the
Yeah,
curse.
they're slowly
Yeah.
evaporating. There's also, I can just show these straight away, because there's two creatures you missed, and I have pointed it out several times that you skipped my entire mountain
He-
in the Shadowfell. So here's what you would have been facing there.
I'm happy we did.
And their pet as well.
Yeah.
I'm really, really sad that we didn't get that encounter because I had the most fun insanity going at that time,
Mm-hmm.
which
Which
was everything is fine. All hostiles are invisible to me. It was otherwise really hard to roleplay on.
Yeah.
I had definitely 2 points actually that pain was fun to me.
Yeah.
So
This picture is also worth noting. It is the design of the new Direwolf HQ, since the first one was attacked.
Yeah.
Uh,
And Mats, I think, spent
Yeah.
a lot of time on it. I think mainly him, but we did a lot of work on it.
And then we have all the artwork in semi-random order, because it's based on the names. So we have a nice picture of Cogner in drow form.
Mhm.
Oops. A drawing of Azaki.
yes, it was one of my designs. I'm not finished with that art yet.
A painful voice of the artist. I'm not finished with that one yet.
We
Why are
have
you showing this?
Bakari studying the Eye of the Dragon.
I'm kind of pleased with that one,
Yeah.
specifically
Sorry.
just the eye.
Also the angle, like doing strange, like unusual angles of heads, can quickly become hard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as soon as you get like some of those basics down, it's more of like, finally, I don't have to draw the rest of the fucking face. Huh?
Yeah.
But this is also like, in my head at least, he's just sitting down somewhere randomly to start studying. He's impatient enough to not really go over to the a proper workstation. He's just like sitting down and starting to study.
In my mind, this is actually a sketch that Cogner has done of him on his phone. So like in between like documenting the old gods and like getting a bit of sun, he's like noticed that he's okay. I'm gonna take notes of this, see if anything interesting happens.
Nice sketch of the two staffs that came from the tree, Bakara and Nissa.
Yay, good.
We have some busts of the three mains.
Yep.
I
Still
love
having really. I find Raskus here always so tricky to do.
Yeah. I love the Led Zeppelin t-shirt on Naz.
Yeah.
Nice little chibi
is that one of the...
Lissa. No, it's Lissa.
Yeah.
Nice.
We have some of these are a bit hard to make out on the screen. I apologize for that, but we have a dead Bogart.
I think that's a frog from the I think it's a Kutoa.
No, that's a Bogart. That's specifically from because I specifically before we went into the Shadowfell, I had reached a level in Rogue where I could take a nice little extra proficiency, and I decided, or actually I took as a feat. I got proficiency in painter's tools, specifically so that I had like an in-character reason to draw everything that we encountered.
Nice.
I like that one. It's really good.
So this is this is his
that encounter
whole like notation on like, okay, that's how it looks floating in the water. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's move.
That is also the encounter that was summarized in the voiceover.
Yeah. We have Cogner again.
That's a very good shading on the colored one with.
Yeah, that one I am pleased with. The previous one, the skin got too light. It's just too desaturated and flat. And yeah, I'm really pleased with the second one. That's just like when I was starting to figure out, like, okay, so he's got Sanskrit text all over his face. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah. This is a slightly interesting one. It's yeah, Matthias, you were trying out some voxel drawing programs.
I actually, oh man, I was just reminded I did a voxel of Nas as well. Actually, let's see if I can find that one up. It should be in art and art
Oh, I don't think
and
I've
stuff.
seen that one colored.
I think I only posted the black and white one.
Yeah.
But
That's a
yeah. That's
Bakari.
after noticing that Bakari was getting more and more shadow themed
Yeah.
over as time went on. I went, cool, spooky.
Yeah.
Funny thing is that in this Hamnatra temple,
Yeah.
Bakari was kind of leaning towards light spells.
Yeah.
And like his highest level spell was Sunbeam, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like being able to cast that one was like his main battle spell, basically.
You
Because
also ended up freaking everyone out with disintegrate.
Yeah.
yeah, that too, but that was in Shadowfell. But like before we went into Shadowfell, that was the spell he learned, like his highest level. And then when we came into Shadowfell, we quickly learned light spells are bad. Like, okay, I have no battle spells left.
This is yeah. This one I remember because this is Cogner studying the Drow graves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Specifically in that one town where they're like,
Yeah.
yeah, we have open single graves for the special people, and then just massive burial mounds for just like
Yeah.
pile them on, and the spiders will get to them eventually.
Brusk.
Do you have you stuff downloaded or do you
Yeah, I
watch
have it downloaded.
straight from there? Okay. I'm just gonna upload it into the.
I'm
Yeah, I can
Not
find it in
very
the browser
pleased.
afterwards.
I'm not very pleased with the pants there, because it seems like the crotch just like doesn't know where it's ending. And it also kind of feels like the vest is made out of leather, which, considering the lack of a mustache, makes this kind of like dissonant.
I've uploaded it now. It's just called
Okay.
nas.png.
Okay, I'll find it later.
Ronnie, I did discuss too, but yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with this one.
Yeah.
I like it. It's cool. That one is still
all leather.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you're happy with that, that's good. You should be.
I am pleased with that one. It was as close to a trace that I've ever bothered to get.
Nanette.
That one I'm also very pleased with, just because it let me just really go like, okay, so these are like, this is. I didn't want to deal with being a drow anymore, because like random officers kept whipping me and expecting me to do things.
Yeah.
What?
This is
Fuck this! I'm gonna be Shadar instead. Okay,
Yeah.
what do Shadar do? They are super edgy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Massive
tubes
edges.
everywhere. And actually, there's a tiny little Easter egg hidden inside, hidden on this design of Cogner. It's slapdash in the middle of the forehead, and may or may not actually invoke psychic damage to anyone who gets it.
I don't think I get it, but
I don't think I get it.
That's good. That's good.
But
It,
I mean,
mostly when I show it to people, they just get angry.
well, can you explain it now? Because now I'm like, I don't get it. I want to get it.
Yeah.
At least drop some hints.
I don't know if the yeah, I don't think it's the resolution is good enough on that specific image.
It's the
So,
text in the forehead.
almost okay.
Oh. Oh.
I still don't get it.
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, you.
Is it? It's another character who has the symbol in his forehead or something.
No, it's an internet meme.
I don't
Is
get
it
But I'm on
really
the internet.
bad?
I'll give you a hint. It's a very specific comic strip meme.
Is it CD?
I don't know it.
Katie?
You don't. If you don't know, you're not gonna get it.
Yeah, if you've been in the Shadowfell for a week or two, you're going to feel a sense of loss.
Oh my god, is it lost? Jesus
Yes.
Christ. How the fuck? How? Wait, what? How is it lost? Actually, I
Uh,
never really got that part of the meme with like.
Because the
how everything
meme
is
has
lost.
old.
Okay, so
just-
in the comic strip, specifically in the comic strip where he's trying to be all dramatic and like, oh, this is a heartfelt moment. He has like, this one comic strip is like the dramatic like, oh, he's running into the hospital. Oh, he's speaking to different people in the hospital. Oh, he found his wife who's just had like a miscarriage. Oh, it's so tragic. And because of like the like complete tonal whiplash to the rest of like the entire comic, people started making a meme of this, and the specific like way they signified this was because in the first panel, it's just one character, the main character who comes in the door. Second panel, yes,
Yeah.
there's the main character and a slightly lower character who is seated. Third panel,
Right.
yeah, you get it, visual. So yeah, no, I figured to make it, I realized how to make it into like this little thing, and now everybody knows the secret curse, and now I can never repeat it.
Yeah, because I know the meme where you basically ask if everything is lost. Is
Yeah.
this a loss? Like, is this lost?
Yeah, but it's like it's such a prevalent meme, especially like on Tumblr and such. 'cause
It's not
Yeah.
a prevalent meme.
and everywhere else too, but very much
Oh.
there. Anything that is like just in that shape, everyone.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
My-
much.
my-
Also,
That one
the
is a-
very
yeah.
pretty picture of Lissa. I like it.
My favorite is a very, very sync mine one, which just takes a couple
Yeah.
moments for it to get it. Anyway,
I
Yeah.
mean, thank you for explaining it to me. I kind of regret asking. That was stupid.
knowledge
He warned
for
you.
the fruits. Welcome to
Yes,
the
now-
game. You're now cursed.
Yes. Fuck you, I lost.
God damn it, Matthias. No, I lost.
Yeah, but I've been inoculated against that one, luckily.
Yeah.
The newest one, the newest version of this meme is actually the Among Us one, where you just see the little astronauts everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yes.
I like the
Thank you.
picture. I think it's
Who
Yeah.
made this?
I've mentioned in the Direwolf chat that I still don't really know how to draw Lissa. I just go vaguely, dark hair, short, young-ish, loose-fitting clothing, monk.
Yeah, I haven't really mentioned it in this stream yet, but she is English. Her parents are. She's a second generation immigrant. Her father is Italian and her mother is Japanese. So she has some Asian, some white influences to her design. And originally, it made her name in part in like before we knew it was modern time, and then I had to kind of edit it and make the backstory to fit her name. So that's kind of what happened. And that one I'm really happy with.
Yeah, that one was really nice.
Mm.
Especially when you like got the whole like see-through JPEG kind of, or see-through PNG kind of thing going, where it's just like the outline is the end of it.
Yeah, I have a
It's
version
like a
to do that as well.
That one you should totally print as a sticker. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
So I also can never decide how dark her hair is, if it's brown or black. So, but it works
She
more
could-
with brown and
yeah.
lighting.
She could dye it. I mean, like, I think if you're Italian Japanese,
Are you
I
calling
think it
her
would
fat?
be pretty dark. What?
You
What is
said
that?
she could diet.
Oh.
It's late.
Yeah. This one I
That
really
one is
like.
dope.
Yeah.
I love the
like
action of that
one is
pose.
dope. Yeah, that is dope. I like the back stuff as well. Like it's a cool composition overall.
Hmm.
This is like my first design of her.
There's two
That
versions
is
of
so. That is so Sora. I think that's his name, isn't it? From Kingdom
Kingdom
Hearts.
Hearts,
Or
yeah.
something.
Oh yeah, possibly a little bit. At least the shoes.
I
think the
feel
shoes,
I
yeah.
feel like the first one is a bit more Riku.
Hmm.
Specifically
Yeah.
with the bluish colors, but yeah, I get you with like the
Yeah.
big shoes and yeah.
Just
The
put a
waistcoat.
keyblade in her hands.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which
My favorite franchise.
If you go
Yeah.
over if you go over 20, you can just like, I want to be a warlock as well, and you can have the packed weapon of the keyblade. So, moving on.
More Lissa.
That-
I
Yeah,
like
more
to
Lissa.
draw her. So this is a different art style than I'm usually do, but I like it a lot.
I really like the eyes there. I like
Yeah.
those kind of eyes. It's just
That
piercing.
those
Oh,
eyes
damn.
remind me a lot of from Naruto, Pain.
Yes.
The Mangekyu, isn't it? No, not Mangekyu. It's Rinnegan.
Rinnegan.
Yeah,
Yes.
they remind me a lot of Rinnegan.
Yeah. There's not enough circles, but yes.
No, yeah, just like the shape of it, because he has that kind of bored with everything expression.
Also, is this the first one where you get like the under thing going? I forget what the name of it is. Is it like a tank?
Possibly the tank top. Like I think this
Yeah.
is around the time I gave her the new outfit at least.
Right.
This one is really cool as well.
I really like the shading and the lighting I have on that one.
Well, okay, so I've constantly been a bit confused about what the action here is. Was she shot or something, or?
I don't know. I was looking for posters for reference, and I saw a really cool one, and I just started drawing that, and then I made the scene afterwards. So I think she's about to fall down
Yeah, because
she's off balance, and she's off
Yeah.
balance on purpose.
for some reason I'm immediately imagining like she's gonna explode with mystical energy in like the next 2 seconds.
Oh, that could possibly also happen.
Yeah. This is a classic.
I like this one.
This one is a bit old. I like it, but it was made before I decided all of Liz's reincarnations have blue eyes.
I love how clear it is that you've like had actual reference for the lion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's one of those
I also
wonderful
like
things
her
where just like
muscles.
suddenly like
Yeah. I was gonna
that's
say
actual reference.
yeah, the
I
two
like the
things that I
muscles.
really like is the face, because you can clearly tell some of the Asian heritage. And also, yeah, you're a beefy monk. You've got
Yes,
clear
I
muscles.
like to give her a bit of muscles.
Yeah.
What's her strength score?
It's monk score.
It's monk score. You
Don't
use
ask a
dex
monk for
instead.
Strength.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like the yep.
don't just
It's
ask
not the
a monk for that.
highest.
Oh
Uh,
god.
No, it's just 12.
I like this one except for the arm. Just it looks like she's got all of the muscle sucked out of her arm. Just like oh yeah, I still have the underarm, but like the overarm, bleh. Something just ate them.
Jesus.
Shadowfell does things to you, man.
Yeah. I like this one because first of all I loved getting like the pants done, but also just the elbow armor there is based off of actual
Biker.
armor that my colleagues back when I was working in Fedora were using. But it's like it's armor filled with non-Newtonian fluid, so it just like it really fucking protects you. Also
It does
like
fit though, because she uses braces of defense.
yeah, and the other thing that it does is, or actually no, the other anecdote is that I also work with like reenactment fighters who are more based around like the Viking Age, and we've got like weapons and we hit each other with them, etc., etc. And a lot of those guys also use these because they go perfectly underneath whatever you're wearing. So it's really, really good if you're gonna use your elbows a lot.
Got Liz's token.
Just have
Which,
it.
yeah.
That was nice.
It's nice.
Sketch.
It's got a nice soft expression.
This next one is amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a meme. It's from a meme thing,
I know.
expression meme.
That's definitely a meme face.
Yeah.
That
It is her
awesome.
being like just so tired of Rask. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. I remember you posting that. The gang.
Yes, the gang. That's a really old picture.
Yeah, I'm seeing definite like Kyrie inspirations here.
Yeah.
For anything like Kingdom Hearts based, it's that you don't have enough zippers. I gotta say, you failed in that.
Was it Nomura that designed Kingdom Hearts?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because
Like,
he has a
did zippers, but because it's pettiness.
yeah.
Someone said he couldn't do designs with so many zippers, so he just like did it out of pettiness.
Yeah, you know the story about Lulu in Final Fantasy X is that
Oh.
she had like 3 or 4 belts in the original concept, and someone said, "Wow, can you get any more belts?" And he just went overboard and made her whole dress out of belts. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
literally how she got that design. Someone complained that she had 3 or 4 belts. Anyway, moving on. There's that one again. Nas with his crown of stars.
It's great
I-
picture.
Love that one.
Yeah.
I've been doing so many references of P90s just to get like Nas right because I kept like drawing him with like AR-14s and shit.
I love the fact that you picked up that it's a P90.
Yeah, because I
And-
kept having to ask like, wait, what are you using again? Because you
Yeah.
keep like shooting something, but I don't know what kind of weapon it is. Oh, it's
Yeah.
P90, and I asked like that 10 times, and you always like answered the same, and I kept forgetting between times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
But it's one of the few like weapons I know because I watched Star Trek back in the not Star Trek, Stargate back in the
Stargate,
day. Yeah. And they must have been sponsored or something because they went hard. It's a they have an episode.
they had U.S. military stuff in. They clearly were sponsored by the Department of Defense. Also, I have a colored version of that, but I hated the result because I
Yeah.
got the rendering all wrong. So I'm very, very glad that this is the version that was saved to the folder.
Mhm.
I have it because I picked it
Yeah.
up. I have
I
it on my
know,
character
but
sheet. We will not show it. You're clearly
I like
biased
this
about it.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my first design of Nanette.
I also
really liked it.
Yeah, I also really like this one because it shows like, of course, ancient Egypt tabaxi would look like like Egyptian style cats.
Yes.
That's why I really love this one.
And I think the chair are based on like I tried to find like really old
Hmm.
how designs might have been of chairs back then.
Yeah.
So that's why it's like
I like it. It's good.
Mm. We've got a slightly
That
different
is,
type cat.
yes, that is Tobin making Nanette.
Mm.
Yeah, I was finally I think that that's my first attempt at any of your other reincarnations or other
Yeah.
incarnations.
Hmm.
We've got a Nightwalker.
Oh yeah. So I don't recall exactly who is who. I think we've got Cogner on the tree stump on the left there. And then I think we have Vrask
Everything
over
is
there.
fine.
Yeah, someone's got a
just like-
sniper or gun.
Yeah, no, that's Cogner with his suppressed deagle.
Yeah.
Then we got I think it was Vrask who got who like failed a save or something and had to run away.
Mm.
Then I forgot completely who that squiggle is going to be. And there's like supposed to be a fourth or fifth person in here somewhere. I like eventually I just like shadows in the background. I'm done.
I think I might have drawn the same-ish page at some point, but I didn't upload it because it's on my phone.
Yeah. And
This is
here we have
Cogner's actual research. Oops.
yeah. This is his second attempt at noting them down because now he's gotten like a bit more observance. His first attempt is up next. I mislabeled them, but this first attempt is much more emotional. Damn their impermanence!
This is another memorable one now.
Yeah.
Poor Nas just trying to pilot a helicopter.
I know what I'm doing, guys. more to the
Yeah.
point, the helicopter also does.
Yeah. This one is really
But
sweet.
yeah, the one you skipped over, or
Oh,
Yeah, no,
it's,
you must have gone
too
it's
far.
next.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this
That
is because there was a moment when we first went to the Duragar Darrow place where just I have nothing to say here. I'm not like the face of the party. We have that already. Okay, I'm just gonna hang back and pet the cat.
Yeah.
Does it have its tongue out, or was it? What was it?
It is
Yeah.
blepping.
Yeah, okay.
Full on blep. Hmm.
that one I also really love.
Yeah.
And there you clearly got the P90.
Yeah.
Also, I found a picture I had on my phone, but I don't think it would be easy for me to just show the web camera.
No, if you can upload it to the drive, I'll look it up after we've gone through the ones I downloaded.
Oh, there it is.
I can vaguely see it.
I've seen that one. I've clearly seen
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I think maybe it's in the notes somewhere.
Possibly.
I feel in this picture that I may have made Nas just a bit too capital H handsome.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that's wrong. He is an handsome boy.
I'm expecting him to like in the next couple, like the next thing he's gonna do after that is going to pull out a glass of milk and say "Schmacker Gotts."
God.
Yeah.
I
don't
love it.
always
his
fire a
eyes-
P90. But when I do,
love the fact he's so casual about it. He's just
Okay.
boink.
I DM'd you, Thomas.
Okay, I can't check Discord though because I have your cameras
fine.
there.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
But yeah, a full version of Ronnie.
Ooh.
Nice.
This one is really hard to see.
Yeah, no, it's
Uh,
fine. It was a sketch of in the spin-off in modern in Oslo when my character, who was a changeling, turned into the evil scientist and walked in with everyone else following invisibly after her. So it was more like, oh yeah, no, that was a sketch I didn't finish.
King Brask.
Yes. Really nice.
The 4 most important characters in the game.
Yeah, this is just very plainly based off of the splash screens you've got,
Yeah.
down to the pose and everything.
This was one of mine. That is Kentamentiu when he was alive. And also one of my first attempts at using the Spectrum Noir shading pens.
Oh, I like the effect on the arm there.
Yeah, that's the Spectrum Noir coming through. Also,
Yeah,
like
I figured.
very softly, you can see the shading on his shirt as well.
Oh
'cause I was
shit!
experimenting. They are very nice pens to use. I have some really good artwork where I use those pens, but not related to this campaign though.
I'm kinda expecting him to start like moving with like just like this tweened rigged movement
Yeah.
and like have that that whole South Park mouth going on.
Yeah, he's posed very suitable for like Spline and Dragon Bones animations.
Sketch of Rask with Nefertem behind him.
Ooh.
I think it was meant for one of the animatics, but it just didn't get to that point.
Yeah.
That's a good
Your
one.
packed weapon.
Is that your deagle getting bigger, or was it?
Is that a packed weapon, or you're just happy to see me?
So I had when we were packing for the Shadowfell, I had arrived at going like, okay, so I have deagle ammunition, and it's so and so much per. You only get so and so much ammunition per clip, etc., etc. But what's this other thing I can get? This other weapon I can get. Oh, a sniper rifle. Oh, it does 2d10 instead of 2d6 or 2d8. Oh, nice. Can I make it look like anything I want?
Yeah.
Cool. So if you double check the name of this image.
Yeah, I know. We get it, Cogner. You play Destiny. That is the name of the picture.
Yeah, because it's based off of the Izanagi sniper rifle.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah. Then we got 2 handsome young warlocks who are
Yeah.
new in town. Very strictly based on like that one night in Skate Wareham when Cogner and Nas went out in town.
Yeah, the drug den episode. And then we have Cogner and his summon.
Wharton Bitey.
Yeah.
This is actually, other than the shirt and the jacket, this is like very much inspired by, this is very much inspired by a thing that my mom is working for me, or
Nice.
working on for me. So I was kind of like, yeah, no, he's gonna have some excuse to have Norwegian shit on him.
Mm. So I'm not sure if this program of mine supports GIFs, but we'll try. Because this is the first animatic that I made. Because I dreamt of a opening sequence. And also I was just experimenting with a new version of Unity, so that's why it's
Nice.
very blurred. But
This is
I
with
think
like,
did I put in your picture of the
of the storyboard,
boarding of the storyboard?
I didn't see it.
Okay, I
Okay,
have it, so I might just not put it in.
Yeah. But basically it was going to go through all the different characters of Direwolf. So starting with, I'll just explain it, let it go one more time. So starting with the streets of London, a queue outside a pub or a nightclub, going in through the, or seeing a cat. Jesus, this is going fast. Seeing a cat, climbing into the window, transforming into Lissa, seeing Vrask on stage, going off stage, turning into himself, panning up to the roof, seeing Naz, it's going very quick, seeing Naz scouting around, seeing a dragon flying around, a phone call comes to Argyle, and then you see the whole team gathered on the roof, ready to fight the dragon.
Yes, if we
That's-
afterwards go to one of the videos, we should go through most of that.
Yeah. So, let's see. Direwolf opening animatic. Can this? No. Okay, then I'll just open VLC.
I also have several vines.
Yeah, I see.
That's the...
Open with VLC. Boopy doopy doop. Pause. Just want to. Yeah. So this is Celia's version of the animatic after my storyboard and GIF was sent. So again, the nightclub.
Okay, the music is going.
Yeah.
I cannot hear the music.
No, you'll hear it on stream though.
Yes.
Be careful, it might be music you can't play on stream.
It'll be fine for a short thing like this. That's how far we got on that. We also have, let's do the vines first, or the short ones. The Lissa GPS.
Left, but fine, keep going straight.
I like going this way, okay?
Rerouting because my route was so shitty, I guess.
The rest of you should probably open up the stream to hear it.
Yeah,
I have, which means I'm a bit with a bit on a delay.
that's fine. Shotgun 2.
I'm driving shotgun. Oh, but you had it on the here. Whoa, whoa! No, I found a shotgun, and I want the front seat.
I just want to clear the playlist for a bit, because when I drag them in, it adds them to the playlist, which is kind of annoying. Next is the Chris and Lissa meme.
Chris, is that a weed?
No, this is a crayon.
I'm calling the police.
911, what's your emergency?
You like making direwolf versions of memes.
Yes.
And this is the longest one, I think, which is Lissa's backstory animatic.
Yes. Still unfinished, but
Yeah.
it's the one I've worked most on.
Blue eyes. The reference you were looking for.
Oh yeah.
Chris, is that a weed?
No, this is a crane.
Yeah. I also love the. If I can manage to pause it at the end. Did it,
So yeah, that's the
yeah.
animatic.
Argyle at the end.
Yes.
Like,
So that's kind of for getting to
Yeah.
Direwolf because of the backstory. So
yeah.
my plan was to continue introducing the rest of the team as well in the story.
And finally, I'm going to skip through this one because, as mentioned, it is long. But
Last time on Direwolf, everyone had just met up with a group of Drow traveling to city with a piece of Book of Shadow. As they had come upon them in the middle of fighting,
Naz,
they had
Matthias,
not disguised
turn up
as
the
made-
volume, maybe?
particularly
Or should I
Lisa
just do it
was
lost?
to them a weird
it
Drow.
won't be for you
They were
guys. It'll be
heading
on stream
south,
though.
Going past a waterfall when the Drow priestess stopped everyone.
It's still very low on stream.
But yeah. So there was. Matthias made a recap because he had a lot of spare time, where he recorded in the recap and added effects and music.
Out from the dark swarmed the shadow beasts that feed on light. He had but a moment to regret his move before he was struck and lost consciousness. It was a close thing. They nearly lost Mao and Nas, but the reader that had helped her train when she was born.
I mean, I enjoyed making it.
Yeah.
I felt
It
like a
was-
giant nerd the whole time and was like, yep.
I almost want like an entire audiobook like this.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, well, considering that these... How long is it? Like in total? 10 minutes, maybe?
Oh, what?
Thing is, considering the recap of
What
Direwolf
the-
took 5 hours.
Jesus
God.
Christ, could you stop doing that?
I don't know what
the
was
hell?
happening. It was in autoplay mode somehow.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's what flashes before each of our characters' eyes before they die.
Jesus, no thank
The
you.
one I noticed the most was the aliens, but then it.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to find out what my, because I installed a new software to view images because the Windows one is not great. I'm just gonna minimize
Oh,
some
that it
things
is not.
here. Oh, I'm also running out of battery on my headset, so just a second while I plug that in. Yeah, I installed a new software for viewing images, but I can't remember what it was called. So launching it is a difficult task. That's
Why can't I give you tips on how to fix that? You know it, and you just haven't done them.
yeah. No, this is my own tactic is not working. Whatever. I am going to open Drive anyway now because there were some new stuff that were uploaded. In the art. So yeah, we have Voxel Naz.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, I was actually quite happy with him.
Yeah.
I'm also see if I can save this one in the disk.
He is on disc. I put him in the art.
Yeah, no,
folder.
no, but saving the one I was talking about.
Hmm. Did you have the?
Which one were you talking about?
She drew a.
Oh.
Did you upload my storyboard as well?
I will do it now.
Okay.
Also, now the other one is uploaded.
I have no idea why, but at some point you had posted the pirate picture of yourself in chat, so I just grabbed that
I know.
one too, Thomas.
I think I was streaming Sea of Thieves or something.
Okay.
And I had a fake Sea of Thieves sleeve, an eye patch, and a pirate hat, and a bottle of Kraken rum.
Kraken. It's such a good picture.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing that could easily become an emote when I get enough emote slots on my Twitch.
Oh yeah.
You said you had uploaded a new one, Lisa? Celia?
I uploaded, yes. It's just a bunch of numbers, the actual name of the thingy. And I'm uploading the
Bunch of numbers.
storyboard as well. Okay, the storyboard is there now. I cannot see the one I uploaded from the from my phone.
Yeah, I got
You
you.
know it should have.
Did you put the storyboard in the videos folder?
No, a storyboard is in the art folder.
Okay. Do you know what it's called?
Storyboard opening JPEG.
Okay, so that's star, apparently. I can't filter by... There it is. Yeah, so this was my storyboard originally. Because, as I said, I dreamt this in the animatic and decided to draw it really quickly. But as I mentioned, it starts with a nightclub and a queue, and then you see a cat sneak in through a window, transform into Lissa, and then blend in with the crowd. Then it pans up to Pyrian on stage, who then walks off and transforms into Vrask. And also goes and blends into the crowd or meets Lissa backstage or something. The camera pans up to Naz scouring around on the roof.
Yeah, that's where I got to that in a animatic.
Yeah, and then he sees a dragon. He sees a dragon. It gets reported to Nick Fury, Argyle, and he like registers it as a mission, and then it goes back to the dragon and zooms out to see the whole party is ready for combat.
Mm-hmm.
That was my idea.
I uploaded the thing, so you might just have to refresh the folder. Should be up top. It's called Art in Shadowfall. Number 2. So that's a sketch
Yeah,
I
I
made.
remember that. Nice.
Online. It's hard to tell the pose of Lissa though, but she's currently drop kicking one of the stones.
Yeah, but yeah, that was all the art we have so far, and I think it's really cool to see like how inspired you guys are for making
Cool
stuff.
stuff.
Also mention we do have a wiki which we have to update.
Yeah.
Well, that's just.
I mean,
cumbersome.
it's for us, but
Yeah.
we actually made one. I
Yeah.
think very interesting.
I'll just open it with this for now. Oops. So yeah, that was the recap and all the art we have so far, and almost all the splash screens I've made. So yeah, it means a lot to see like how much you guys are enjoying this and stuff as well, and making stuff. So before we end the stream, I know we've been going for quite a long time now, over 6 hours.
Yeah,
But before we end, someone mentioned it, and I think it's a cool thing, and that's to go have a quick round through all of you and ask like, What's your most memorable thing through the whole campaign? Like, what have you enjoyed the most? And we'll just go in order on the stream. So starting with you, Celia.
Oh, that's hard. I really like when I can combine my monk and druid shit.
Yeah.
Especially like
Has
teleporting invisible
people
mouse.
frozen? I think Marius and Torbjörn has frozen.
Yeah, I don't know
Oh.
why, because you're not frozen on Discord. You're frozen on my stream.
Yeah, that's weird.
Just a benevolent smile on Torbjörn's face. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you though. I just
I'll try just.
It's an interesting
There you go.
interpretation because on my stream it looks very off. Oh, it's back.
Yeah. It helps to just refresh the scene on OBS. Also, I realized I have a browser. I can just open it in the browser and then get full screen. The picture. So yeah.
Yes, that is kind of like the combination of what I can do is really fun when I can pull that off. But I also really like. There's so much of Lissa's story that I just put down in like a seed, and I really like discovering her story as well as her integration to other characters throughout the game.
Yeah. It was really fun as well for me to like plot in Lissa's story and Ty, because as I said at the start, like when I got all your different lives, that's sort of when all mine stuff came together. Because
yeah, I know. And Evan as the final boss.
Yeah, my original story was everything up until you fought Evan. That was the main plot of my story. And then to maybe like tease that okay, he was working with someone stronger, as like a hook for making a new campaign. But when I got your backstory, I was like, okay, I can tie this together. I can take this, and then I had Matthias and Mats's characters there as well. I was like, oh, I can tie this to there and that to there, and like suddenly I was the crazy man with red strings all over my rooms.
Yeah, I just thought about like the Rask with the Nennet conspiracy board. That was you before the campaign started.
Exactly.
It's the most joyous thing, though.
Yeah, it is.
It's like, here's a little thing. Nip at the little mystery. Have fun, my little dears.
Yes.
And then not spoiling the thing for them.
Yeah, it was very fun. Mats.
Yeah, I think.
Your favorite memory.
Yeah, I have like it's between two. One that is very far off, and we've kind of went through, which is the Insamina side mission. I really enjoyed that. That really kind of it let Rask do what he's best at, which was the sort of social stuff. But it also was the first person he kind of cared a bit about.
Yeah, because she was just a victim.
Yeah. So he kind of he kind of related a bit to her because she had quite similar powers to him.
Yeah.
And sort of wanted to try and help her and shelter her.
Yeah, that was kind of how you discovered she had power in the first place, because you were at the bar and you started using counter charm because you realized something was off.
Yeah.
And when does a bard get to use counter charm except fighting another bard, right?
Exactly. So it's that, and then I think creating Pyrian and watching you trying to roleplay Pyrian, that was pretty fucking fun.
Yeah, and also the mind wreck I've been dealing you with him, the guilt trips. That has been very fun.
So many times we just dropped bombs and we're like,
yeah. Like in last session as well, where he basically said to you that he'll never get to see Dad again, and you're like, holy shit. That was fun from my side as well, doing bombs like that.
I think the simulacrum play could have been just brushed under the seat and not done anything with, but you've played it up so well, and made it into such a integral part of the story, and
Yeah.
Tyrion has you've sort of referenced or like played up him quite a lot now, and it's become like quite a legitimate like struggle for Rask as well now to sort of relinquish. Like it's literally leaving a part of him in the Shadowfell behind now when he's leaving.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah. Matthias?
I've been thinking, and I'm blamed that we've been going for so long. I can't really think of what's my favorite moment, which is kind of sad. But
Can I come with a suggestion of a scene I liked with Nas?
yeah, sure. I mean, I have had lots of good moments. That's
Yes. I like how, like, as an overall thing, I liked how Nas was able to keep his cool and kind of keep an eye on the rest of the group when they become very tunnel visioned. Even though he originally Nas was created to be a very goal focused character. And yes, he still was. But he also like was able to keep a focus in the sense of like, okay, we need to actually keep an eye on the rest of the team.
Yeah, I enjoy that about him, that he is a goal oriented, because that kind of legitimizes that. No, this is a side quest, guys. That is the real goal. That was the original goal. It's still the goal.
Yeah, so I like usually playing those kind of characters, but I also listen
I think
hyper focusing on things too. So
I think one of my favorite moments actually was when we blasted Mandela Akis. That was kind of his personal backstory, bad guy. In a way, I wish we built up more to it, but it was a side quest. As I mean, it's an important, but he was the right level of threat for where he fits into the story.
Also,
and the fact that I think I critted twice, and I Eldritch smited him both times. I just blasting him and you stunning him. Anyway, he was chanceless. It was really good feeling.
like think about it, like even though it would have been fun to do more with him, but the reason it took so short amount of time was because we were really good at that. Like we were really focused.
Yeah.
And,
I mean,
and also you guys took the time to plan an ambush on him. Like you scouted around and you found the little side building where you could trap him in, and you set a proper good ambush, which always helps.
Yeah. Oh, it was pretty good. I just can imagine the whole scene. I mean, before you go in, the tense music, the rustling of clothes, and then Lisa dropping the silence, and then the camera sound just going to nothing.
Yeah.
And you can see, but you can't hear the sound of a magically enhanced pact weapon just unleashing death in massive amounts. And there's no sound.
Yeah, it's kind
Only
of like
maybe the sound.
Yeah, it's kind of like the sonic bombs that Django has in episode 2 Clone Wars, I think.
Yeah, episode 2.
Yeah, Django Fett.
Asteroid belt.
Yeah, Django Fett has these sonic bombs that he drops when Obi-Wan is chasing him, and it is one of the coolest sound design moments I've seen in movies. Where
I need to search that up.
Yeah, it's just so cool. They just cut all sound when the bomb detonates.
Yeah.
Like all the ambient music and everything is just gone. Complete silence. It is such a cool design.
Yeah, it's yeah. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's from the space chase.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, moving on. I know you haven't been here so long, the two of you, really. But you've been in some major parts of the story. So, Marius, what is your most memorable part?
Well, maybe it's because it's more recent and related to these sanity saves. But the escalation of Bakari's madness about having to watch the camp, how quickly that escalated.
Yeah, you're just like totally innocent. Like there has to be a guard, and then suddenly everyone is following you.
And like Cogner trying to follow him and seeing Bakar discussed an invisibility spell going out of the portal from the magnificent mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Because for him it was like, okay, I'm going out, I need to be invisible, and I'm gonna use this eye to see the darkness. That's like his mind here, and then everything just escalated.
Yeah.
That Congo
From there.
line that's behind them.
Yeah. It was
But
funny.
also it's probably more for like the reaction from other players, but also in character, was when he first casted that a disintegration spell, because for him it was like, okay, this is a big problem, just get rid of it. And the rest of the part was like, yeah, like that's the best tool for this problem.
Yeah.
And the rest of the part was just, what just happened?
Yeah. Their reactions there were great. Spot on, guys. And then Torbjörn.
Yeah, I'm drawing a bit of a blank because there's been a lot of like nice moments. Some of them really nice mechanically, where Cogner is just like, I deal a ton of damage, and I like mechanically. I think my favorite moment was during like the vision with the final boss fight we would inevitably lose, where I got to do some clutch restorations.
Yeah.
Which was really, really fun, especially when people pointed out, like, yeah, that was really clutch. And like, what? I did it good.
Yeah, I was like, because with that fight, I was like all along, I knew that it was going to be a vision, and I was like, okay, you're doomed to fail. You're gonna die no matter what, because this is a premonition. And you seriously screwed up some of my plans.
I always win.
If I hadn't have fudged a few things, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you know.
Yeah.
So
Sorry to interrupt, but my headphones are about to die, and they don't want to use the Bluetooth thing charging it. And these ones are not working the cord, so I might have to stop for any minute now.
Okay.
So,
but
on the narrative side, I've been having like a lot of fun in general, trying to like explore like, who is Cogner, what is his personality, what is his wants, what's his goals, and I currently, partially because of what I've imbibed, but mostly just currently I'm drawing a bit of a blank on like which moment would be my favorite for like Cogner RP wise during this whole thing.
It doesn't need about to be your character.
Yeah, no, I think in general, like the times I've actually managed to jive with, because one of the bonds that I put on Cogner just to drive me into more RP, like interesting RP things was the fact that he knew most of you, he knew the main group from when he went to the school.
Yeah.
And he feels he's grown apart from them because like after the exam he kind of like went off the fuck of nowhere and kind of like came back. So like the times he's gotten to like actually bond with the group, for example, like I don't recall which episode, but the one...
and Lissa and Cogner did tea time with yoga.
That one was really nice. One of the ones I'm thinking about is especially when I think it was, I don't recall exactly the scene, but I recall it was like an interaction between Cogner and Vrask, where Cogner was finally got to like rant a bit about like his fucking patron who's been with him most of his fucking life, and like it's nice that he's like here now when he's in like the Shadowfell and everything's dreadful and like keeping him on track, but you try grow up with like a drunkard who visits you in your dreams.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I've been having a fun time like explore just in general over the several sessions exploring Cogner's relationship with the other characters. And yeah, that's kind of where where I'm at.
Yeah.
Didn't we have our very early in Cogners was that your character? It was you, and then it was Yuri that Rask vibed over fashion, and like we
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Cogner's whole shtick is the fact that because he, after like a short stint on a very critical mission in West Bengal, he ended up actually like getting his whole warlock shtick, and now he can like, oh, I can just look like I'm wearing the fashion whenever I want. So one of the ways
That's
I've
a good
described
feeling.
him.
And that's a good feeling from
Yeah.
one warlock to another. I get
Yeah.
what you're going at.
And
It's
like
enjoyable.
my like not elevator pitch, but like my summary of Cogner in description of him is like he's like a mix between Richard Ayoade and Idris Elba coming straight out of London Fashion Week. And I've actually like commissioned a friend of mine to draw him because I wanted to see like what would another artist do with this with this description. So I'm looking forward to like seeing that result. But yeah,
Nice.
it then gave me like a bit of a whiplash when like we saw the like splash screen for him, and it's like kind of a bit different than I
It is
anticipated.
Yeah, admittedly, your splash screen is very different, but I wanted all the splash screens to kind of look sort of similar. I know, like a lot of them have ended up being anime inspired, but only the backstories for Lissa, of course.
I think the simplest solution for my splash screen, just because like I have the Mask of Many Faces, is just if you just tint the guy a bit darker on the skin, because this guy is of Tamil and Sub-Saharan African like makeup, so he's relatively brown. That's like the only criticism I have. Otherwise, it's just wonderful with like the whole text and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my
favorite favorites is basically like, because it's something I enjoy as a DM. It gives me so much satisfaction when it pays off, and that is basically all the mind blown moments that I give you guys. For example, the whole sequence visiting the Feywild when Rask was discovering who his father was, and like how many iterations of dads he went through before he finally found the right one. That was very fun.
Are you my dad? Are you my dad? Are you my dad?
As Mats also knows, that I really enjoy is the mind blown moments like the vision that Brima gave you, and how you suddenly wake up next to him again and like, oh shit, we were seeing the future. Mats knows really well that I like doing that kind of mind blown moments. I've done it in other campaigns as well. So that kind of stuff, and also, yeah, like recently with Period as well, I've really enjoyed giving you some serious conscience dilemmas.
I really like the way you put
thank you, Button. Thank you
put
for...
his backstory in the books, so I had to go around and try and find them, and especially the book in Japan. That I really liked.
Yeah, the Japan scene was great.
Thank you, Button.
That's awesome.
Oh, nice.
I think that deserves another show of this splash screen.
Yes.
The button brigade.
Yeah. So yeah, I've really enjoyed those times when I get to when I've been teasing something for a long time, and then the reveal happens, and how like either surprised or happy or blown back or whatever, just like you guys' reactions to the mind twists and stuff that I've been throwing at you. They're the things that I really enjoy the most. And
Your campaign as a whole and the setting has has really given me inspiration for a lot of types of characters, at least.
yeah, because that's why I like, because that's how I started with it as well, was because it's like I think I even spoke to Matthias about it at some point before we started the campaign, and Torbjörn. Like, if you could pick one cantrip to have in real life, what would it be? Like, I know a lot of people have had these discussions, and I know we've had these discussions, and that's the kind of thing that inspired me originally, because it's like, how would actually magic in D&D, how would that work in a modern setting? And my mind immediately starts going into World of Darkness, where you have to keep everything hidden underneath a veil and stuff. And then I started fleshing out a world, and obviously, as I've mentioned 100 times, taking my main inspiration because I love the movie Hellboy. So that's how I started getting with it, and it's just there's so much flavor. And as you said, Celia, as well, my like the amount of characters I've been theorizing myself that I would make in a modern setting, because you have to think differently. And that's also how Insomnia came about, because I was like, modern setting, of course I'm going to make a DJ Bard. That's just like, you can't do that in normal D&D.
I have a list of like possible character types to use in modern settings, so
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's also great that so many of you want to run spin-offs as well. It really shows that, like, yeah, the setting is fun. People enjoy it.
I don't know off the sound. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Long to hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Button. It's very appreciated. Like, we're still far from done with this campaign. We're going to wrap up the Shadowfell next session, I assume, and then.
Can I add something funny that I found in the notes?
Yeah, go ahead.
At the beginning of this, before we started, I was asking tentatively, so what's the scope for this campaign? Like, how long are we planning? And you confidently stated, I expect about 20 sessions, so 10 months with 2 sessions a month. So yeah, I should be done after 10 months. And here we are, 2 years later. I'm not complaining, but it is funny.
Yeah. Well, actually, like, again, as I said, the original story would have worked in the 10 months with the Evan storyline.
Yeah.
But then you guys had such a good characters, and you were role-playing so well, and it was just so enjoyable that, it expanded.
Why? Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally like it.
So yeah, it was great fun. But yeah, like seeing you guys making spin-offs as well, getting to play in the campaign setting myself as well. It's been great fun all around. Oh, poor Celia. Yeah, her headset died.
Oh.
But I guess this is a good way to close off anyway. So.
Yeah, we're wrapping up now anyway.
Need
so
to shut down the stream because I'm tired.
Yeah, we're wrapping up now anyway. It has been 6 hours and 38 minutes of recap. So
Jesus. Right.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you may have missed a bit there, Button, but this whole session or video will be saved, and so you can go check it out. We did a after the recap of the story, we had a quick recap of the spin-offs we did, and then we went through all the artwork that that Torbjörn and Celia had been drawing. We went through all the remaining splash images that I'd made for it, and yeah, it was great to hang out with you guys and just go down memory lane with this.
Yeah.
Today it was great fun. Also, I know Celia probably can't hear us properly, but I'm going to write it in chat as well. Since you all stuck around and hanged here with me today and recapped everything, I'm going to count this as a session, and you all get 1 XP for attending.
Not 2?
You need 2, don't you?
Maybe I need 2 for something. Yet that's true.
Well,
I mean,
it
it's all
is-
cumulative, you know.
It is our 2-year anniversary, so fine, you will get 2 XP.
Level 20, motherfuckers!
So yeah, congratulations, Naz.
I'm sad you turned off my camera, because that was wholesome reaction.
I don't know which one was yours, but there.
It's okay. The moment is gone.
Oh.
But I will forever treasure my official
So
graduation.
now when
to-
we ask, what's your favorite moment of this campaign, Matias, then you just said 5
it's
minutes
this.
ago when I was given 2 XP, that just was I needed.
Nudged me straight over.
Yeah, your favorite moment is reaching level 20 in a campaign.
Yeah.
But it feels,
yeah.
that is actually something we didn't talk about, and we don't have time to talk about it. But the fact that we've gotten to play with these characters, know them so long, that's pretty unique. I never spent this much time with a character, and it feels pretty great.
Yeah, it does. Actually managing to go the whole way is really great. I mean, because you started at level 3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it pretty
Yeah, we
much the
officially
whole...
started.
Yeah, pretty much the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
Close to, at least. That's impressive and great to actually get to see D&D through the whole thing. But with that, super shout out again to Button Brigade for the gift subs. Thank you for coming by and watching every time as well.
Yeah, for
And,
being our consistent viewer.
Yeah. And also thank you all players for joining in my 2-year campaign, which is still not finished. But yeah, it has been great fun, and in 2 weeks' time, hopefully you'll finally be leaving the Shadowfell.
Yeah.
So, again, thank you all for coming today. It has been great
So
fun.
we're leaving Shadowfell now that it finally is a nice place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what we do. We show up, make it nice, and fuck off.
Yep. Well, on the plus side, now that it's a nice place, maybe they can start opening portals again. You know, that's the reason you weren't allowed to go there, was because of the Shadowfell. But anyway, wrapping up today. Thank you all for coming. It's been great fun.
Yeah.
See you in 2 weeks. Well, I will be streaming before then, but yeah, this campaign will resume in 2 weeks. Bye.
Bye.